Greetings, guys. Greetings. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Dopest Nerd. Guys, today is a celebration. It is my 25th anniversary show. I am ecstatic. I am absolutely ecstatic. Come on in here, guys. On your way in, be sure to like, share, subscribe, give us a thumbs up so that when you come in, the algorithm is telling you that we are doing something over here. It will send the video to other people and our viewership will grow. Shout out to the dopest mod locked, my amazing lodge. Happy birthday to Lakeisha, my amazing dope mod, and expressions of Miss Honesty, Charlotte. Shout out to you guys. I could not do any of this without you guys, and I greatly appreciate you. I have people coming in, messages coming through. I'm trying to do a lot. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your love. I appreciate you. Thank you. Come on in. Come on in, guys. Come on in. We got the trusty dusty show producer over here in the background making it do what it do. You know what time it is, guys. What kind of lip color should I give you? You know what time it is? I want to give you guys a little lip color. You know how I do. I want to celebrate myself for coming on for my 25th anniversary show. Let me tell you something, guys. It was a long time getting here. Shout out to Tave for the super chat. Oh, thank you so much, Tave. Oh, wow. Tave said, I always love your energy. Keep it up. You're truly inspiring. Much love. Shout out to the super chat. Shout out to Tave for the super chat. Thank you, guys. Shout out to the dopest mod, Locked. When I tell you this girl has my back, this woman has my back, and sure that everything runs so smoothly. Shout out to Auntie Leah. Shout out to everybody in the house. Guys, today is a special day and I'm absolutely ecstatic. I got some people on the live already in-house coming on to give your girl some love. I'm going to start bringing people up. We got a full house. That's my hat. What's going on with it? Why is this stuff?
I'm trying to.
It should probably be behind me. Y'all hear all those beeps and whistles? Let me get into the routine, guys. Let me give y'all what you came for. There's bells and whistles going off everywhere. I don't know. Trusty Dusty show producer, you are on the phones. I can't do it. It's just too much going on. Let me start bringing people in. I'm going to add one of my girlfriends to the stage. Her name is Monique, aka China. Come on in. Thank you for joining us. What do you have to say? You are live, China. Come on into the show. You can either come on camera, stay off camera, whatever you want. Everybody's coming up for well wishes. You guys have the link. If you need additional link, if there are other people who want to come up for the link, just say so and we will drop the link in the chat. Welcome, China. Thank you for coming to celebrate my 25th anniversary. What do you have to say to the people?
Girl, I'm just happy that you're still here, and I love you, boo.
I love you too. Thank you so much. You know this hard journey I was on, girl. You knew what it was. And I want to thank you for standing in the gap for me so many times and just being there for me. It was not an easy road, but with friends like you, it makes it easier. And that's probably the biggest message I want to give to everybody. Everybody has somebody going through something in life. Guys, we all need someone. No man is an island. First and foremost, let me lift up the Lord God. To God be the glory that I'm here for 25 years. I thank God. There were so many days I didn't think I would make it. Do you know I was afraid to leave the house today, guys? And y'all don't even know me to use the word afraid. I was like, I cannot jinx myself. I will not leave this house. I just didn't want to go out. I didn't want to give anything to chance. I thank you so much, China. You got anything else you want to say to the people?
I think I have a bad connection, boo.
We can hear you loud and clear. You hear us? Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I'm here then. I told you I'm on the highway, but I'm here.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna drop you back down because it's a line behind you. Thank you so much. I love you so much for coming up.
I love you too, boo.
Thank you. Next up to the stage. When I tell you my people are in the listen, they in the house. They in the house. I appreciate it. Shout out to my homegirl Trina. Thank you for being in the house, Trina. I love you so much. Take you muted. Unmute yourself. Oh, I can unmute you. There you go.
Love you too, girlfriend. Thank you for including me.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for being my friend.
Of course, babe.
You know how many years we got in this? What you want to say? Talk to me. Talk to the people. Tell me about what this 20.
Trying to think back to how long we've been friends, and I actually went back and found some emails that you and I had gone back and forth several years ago, probably 20, almost 20 years ago. Yep. But you wipe my camera off. I want you to know how proud I am of you, friend. We've been through a few things, nothing heavy, but just our conversations, just been resilient, strong, beautiful, enduring, knowledgeable, impactful, through all of this.
Thank you so much.
I love you and I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You are a woman of God. I'm sure everyone else know that on this live, but this woman here, you are a woman of God. Doggone, you're a prophetess. Some of the things that we've discussed, some of the things that you shared, some of the things that you've witnessed. I remember going into a house one time and we both had a feeling. I don't know if you remember this. Like something going on with the children at that house. Remember that?
Yes.
Eerie feeling in the house. But just your connection to God and just your endurance through all of this, with every media, just everything. You have stood strong, stood the test. Woman, you're
Thank you so much.
Amazing mother friend. I love you. I know not 5, but to celebrate that you are still standing strong and you've not been deterred with your voice. You've been asked about everything.
Thank you.
And you've just not been deterred by anything, by anything that you hear or see. You've been consistently honest with everything. So keep being you, babe. I love you.
Thank you. I love you so much, Trina. I appreciate you. That means the world to me. This is such an amazing day. I don't know what to do with myself. I truly feel so blessed by God to still be in the land of the living. And I'm eternally grateful for the love and all that. And thank you for being my friend. You have been an amazing friend to me and have held me down. And listen, first of all, when I tell you we have been friends for so long, our children were children and they are grown now. They are grown. I might have muted you. I'm sorry.
I did it.
Okay.
Do you remember that you were braiding Micah's hair?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And Micah is a total grown woman now.
Years old today.
How old is she?
30 today.
Wow.
It's been that long. I think she was easily about 9 or 10 years old when you started doing her hair. So
absolutely. Yep, she was a little thing. Hit that light back there for me, trusty Dusty show producer. I thank you so much. When I tell you I love you so much, and when I tell you this is my concert buddy, honey. Concert buddy. Listen, we be in the place doing a 1-foot skank like we 20 years old, girl. You can't tell us nothing.
Yeah, we did a whole lot of sitting this time, though.
Well, we sure did. That knee kicked in and was acting up, wasn't it? We went to a concert not that long ago. My knee was just like, sit down. No 1-foot skank for you. But I am eternally grateful. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you so much for being a friend.
Bless you, babe. God bless you.
Love you too. Thank you for celebrating it with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who do I have coming next? My cousin Sandrine, up to the stage. Come on, girl. Come on in the place.
Hello. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
inviting me. When I
Absolutely.
got that text, I was like, what? You know you're one of my sheroes, so I have to show up and show out.
Thank you
For
so
my girl, we go way back. Tina was saying about way back. Well,
Listen,
we go way back since we were wearing diapers
that's right. That's right. Oh
on
my
the
God.
parkway with our grandmother, with my
That's
late grandmother, rest her soul.
That's
And
right.
yeah, right. Babysat all you, Nikki, Nanny, and I
Everybody.
knew you before you were Ibone or whoever.
That's right.
But I want to thank you seriously. On a serious note, I don't know if you saw that homage I did on one of your birthdays. I pulled out almost all your accomplishments and I posted it on Facebook. And my sister was like, "You never did that for me."
We love you, Marnie.
But thank you so much for your incredible strength, your courage, your unyielding spirit. We're not even going to your talents. We save that for another party. Okay? And you are an inspiration to us all. And you just keep on doing what you're doing. And we need more like you. We need many more like you. And the world will be a better place. And I could recite the Maya Angelou poem, but like I said, we'll save that for the next party. And I'll give somebody else a chance to fall. But I love you with all my heart. And thank you for just being you.
Thank you. I love you so much.
Okay, girl.
Thank you. Who's next? Somebody's next and it's not connecting, it says. Device is not connected. Oh, Terry, my cousin Terry. Terry, try to connect your device and see what can be done to I'm not exactly sure what. We have a list of people in line. I'm not exactly sure what can be done. Thank you guys. So when I tell you this love fest is so amazing, I am extremely, we got a couple of, we got some gifts in the house. Hold on, let me read these gifts. I thank you guys. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you decided to spend it with me, and I am so eternally grateful. Thank you so much. Our mods are Johnny on the spot, taking care of everything. As always, shout out to Nick's Mountain Goat Productions for gifting 5 memberships to the Nerd Herd. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate the love. Those of you who got memberships gifted to you, be sure to make sure you thank Nick's Mountain Goat Productions for this lovely gift. And thank you for believing in us so much that you would even be a blessing to the show in that way. I appreciate you so much. When I tell you I love my Nerd Herd so much, give some love to our mod, Lakeisha. Today is Lakeisha's birthday, and we also have a member, Mona. Give some love to Mona. I saw you guys. Shout out to Nick's Mountain Goat Productions for the super chat. Love you, Natania. Cheers from Nicole in Australia. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The love is, guys, you know, I always say, tears are purification for the soul. I feel them coming. There are so many amazing people that I want to thank. I appreciate you guys. So many of you stood in the gap for me over this 25 years and had my back, protected me, looked out for my kids. I appreciate you so much. I want to give glory to God first and foremost for making sure God is the center of my life. You guys that know me know that. Hold on one second. I have some people below here. God is the center of my life, and I just want to always give glory to God for everything. To God be the glory for it all. For had it not been for God, had it not been for getting saved right before I got shot, had it not been for remembering in my baptism class when they said you speak life or you speak unaliving. Those of you who are new to these YouTube streets, we have to say certain terms because other words are banned on YouTube. So when you hear me say unaliving, you might be like, what's that? You know what it is. You either speak life or you speak unaliving. And I chose in that very moment, as soon as it hit me, as soon as God said, be still, you're about to get hit. And I screamed, no. When that bullet hit me, I threw my hands in the air and said, Father God, please don't take me. I'm not finished raising my kids. I'm not finished doing your work. I have work to do. Please don't take me. And I'm so eternally grateful that 27 years ago today, God saw fit to not take me. I am so eternally grateful. I want to bring my friend Amina to the stage. Mina, what's up, baby?
Hey, love, how are you? Can you hear me? My connection was really bad.
No, I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
I don't know I was next. That was a surprise. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for thinking it not robbery to come and spend some time with your girl. I appreciate
Absolutely. You know, I consider you my big sis. You know, I'm really grateful to be able to have had the blessing of you in my life. You know, we met at a rough patch in everyone's life during COVID. You know, we met on the airwaves, and you know, you've been my sister from another mister ever since. You know, I really feel, I really feel honored to know you, to have gotten to know you, to prior to like platforms and things like this. I told you before, you know, things kind of went public that, you know, you just have so much to offer to the people, to the world. You know, I'm glad that I had the opportunity to know you prior to this, because I feel like I know you as the genuine you. And so now clearly a lot more people have the opportunity to be able to share your light. Like, you're such a light. So I'm proud of you for being brave. I'm proud of you for, you know, being boisterous and sharing your gift, because you are truly gifted. So I'm happy. I'm happy for you, sis. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And let me tell you something. You're right. That was such a rough period for everybody. And we struck up a friendship instantly, a sisterhood instantly. We met on Clubhouse, guys. Good old Clubhouse.
Yes.
During the pandemic,
right?
Nobody couldn't see each other, and everybody's grays were showing. But you were such an amazing blessing to me. When I tell you, I never felt alone or lonely. Everybody was kind of cordoned off to their own houses, and some people were alone. But having you, I just never felt alone. And you have always been there for me. You have been so patient and so supportive. And I don't know what I would do. I'm telling you, like, I have to say, God has blessed me with the most amazing people. And you know what they always say?
He makes no mistakes.
Thank you. Absolutely mistakes. And you are such a blessing to my soul, and I appreciate you. And I love you so much. I love our conversations. Like, we have some of the deepest conversations, and they mean the world to me.
Right. Same here. Again, I truly mean it when I say I'm glad that other people get a chance or get the opportunity to see your light. Like, you have so much to give, and I'm just glad that you're able to shine. So I love you. Congratulations. Keep pushing forward. You know, you're stronger than the roots, so I know you're good. You got this. So.
Thank you. I love you so much, Mina. Thank you so much.
Love you too.
Thank you. Oh, I brought my cuz back up. Hold on. There we go. Guys, you can, whoever's in the thing, you guys can drop down whenever you want. Next, coming up, Maggie, the Black Owl. Hey, Maggie, come on in, girl. Come on in. Let me unmute your mic.
Hello.
Hey. Thank you so much.
I'm so happy to see you.
Thank you, Maggie. Listen to me. When I tell you, our friendship is still new, but baby, from the very first day, you were like, I love you, Natania. I love you. And I felt it all the way in my soul. And I appreciate you so, so, so much. When I tell you, having support and having somebody ring the bell for you and represent for you, you are the epitome of that.
Thank you so much. That's what, like, meeting you and meeting Jaguar, like, it's just like has been such a light in my life. Like, meeting you has changed my life, because at the beginning I was, talking about Diddy, talking about things, like, you feel detached. But meeting you and meeting how you were basically like, I cannot believe that now I am one of the part of the people that get to tell you, I'm so happy that you're here.
Thank you so much.
Because you could have not been. Like, I'm so blessed that now I can be one of the person being like, oh my God, you are a miracle. I'm talking to a living miracle right in front of me. And the fact that just like that your life could have been is insanity to me. It makes me shivers because I'm like, oh my God, what would have my life look without that light to confront me? Like I felt I had lost a little type of purpose, but now I can feel my new purpose
Oh, wow.
because it has always been about the light. And that's what I was looking for. And I found it. I'm
Thank,
not someone that does it easily.
thank you, Maggie. You listen. I mean, from day one, from the very first time we ever spoke, you were celebrating me, and I was just like, wow, she is a light. Like, she is so, and I love your style. I love your giggle. I don't care what time of day you're doing. You're always so full of light. You are always so full of energy. And I never want to disturb anybody's live when they're going live. So I always come in and just like, hi. And mid live, you'll be like, hi, hello, Natania. And I'm just like, I listen, everybody needs a greeting like that in their life every day. I'm telling you, you don't have any idea what it does for me. You have no
I'm
idea what
so
it does for
happy.
me. When I don't watch TV, you know, YouTube is my TV. Most of the people hear that the same thing goes for them. When I turn on
Exactly.
TV and I'm scrolling down the YouTube streets and I see a live and I hear somebody saying, "What about Natania Rubin?" I'm like, oh my God, imagine you are always fighting and championing for me. And I appreciate you. When I tell you, it means the world to me. Like,
Well, you mean the world to me.
thank you so much, Maggie. I appreciate it. And keep fighting the good fight. The world needs people who are, she said, my mic is off. Is my mic off?
No, I hear you.
Okay. The world needs people who are willing to fight the good fight and do the research. I admire you so much for that. Not only do you tell the news, not only are you delving deep into the story, you are doing the research. And that means the world to me. The YouTube streets are crowded. We know that. But
Yes.
celebrity shines through because you are always willing to do the research. And that means so much.
Yeah.
I have so many people, you know, we all have people misquoting us. We all have
Yeah.
people making allegations or, you know, making clickbait titles. I can always count on you to be right. And if there is something that you say and um I don't agree with it, I reach out to you like, hey man, I
Yes.
don't particularly care for that. And you'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, no problem. Tell me how you want me to
Yes.
get the solution. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
I appreciate you.
No, I'm not here to bring you any distress. I'm
Mm,
here to help. And as a human, because I am a human, I will sometimes fail. And you, with your kindness, you will tell me. You will not go and bash me. You'll just be like, Maggie, this is problematic. This is this. Okay. Merry Christmas. Take care. You know? So I'm like, okay.
thank you. Yep, that's probably how I do. I know I sound like
Yes.
I love you for that though, Maggie. I appreciate you for always being willing. That means the world to me. So
Of course, like I said, you're my light. I would never want, it's not about upsetting you in any type and removing something. I'm just like, yeah, no worries. I'm
and
here for you.
you always champion the cause of the victims, and that means the world to me.
Yeah.
Not everybody stays focused
Hmm.
on the victims. You know,
That
there are
is
some
true.
people who are highly focused on the victims, but not
Mhm.
everybody. Maggie's channel is in the link, guys. Maggie the Black Owl. Please go follow her, like, and subscribe to her channel. You are going to get very thought-provoking content, and I appreciate her so, so, so much. Thank you,
I
Maggie.
love you, Natania.
I love you too. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Later. You guys can drop yourself down. I'm not the best at dropping. Yeah. You guys can like anybody that's sitting right here who seems stuck, you guys can leave the stage whenever you're ready. I don't want to kick you from the stage because then it'll kick you from the studio and I don't want to do that. So you guys have to Teresa, Terry, you have to connect your mic so that you can come up. Once your mic is connected, give permissions for your mic to come up, your mic and your camera, so that I can add you to the stage. It won't let me add you to the stage until then. Let me get some of these super chats and super stickers. Guys, you are being so loving and so kind. Oh my goodness, I appreciate you guys so much. I think I saw a couple of people in here. I thought I just saw Make It Makes. Oh, it's Kim. Thank you guys so much. Oh, wow. You guys are super supportive. Like, I'm trying to scroll back up. What would I do without these readers, y'all? I appreciate you. You guys are showing up and showing out. You can drop down from the stage anytime you're ready and just go back in the audience. Let's see. I wish, YouTube is always so willing to strike you if you use some music. We need some music in the background. Aw. I'm trying to go back up here and do these super chats and super stickers, guys. This has been an amazing day. I'm telling you, I was on the phone with one of my greatest friends. She is my armor bearer. She is my prayer warrior. She is no joke. When I tell you no joke, if you need someone to stand in the gap and pray with you, this woman, boy, when I tell you she used to come to my salon, I met her at my salon. You guys know in a former life, I was a hairdresser and, well, cosmetologist, as my grandmother says. And she walked in one day. It was a Monday. Most shops are closed on a Monday, but I wasn't. Shout out to Make It Make Sense. Thank you so much. Where are you? Are you in the chat? Let me drop the link. Locke, can you drop the link so that he can come up? Mims, come on up to the stage. Thank you for Mims for gifting 5 Dopest Nerd memberships. I appreciate you guys so much. Those of you who have the benefit of receiving one of these amazing gifts, please make sure you shout out Make It Make Sense. Go to his channel. I'm sure Locke has his link in the chat. Go follow Mims. Make It Make Sense for thought-provoking and very comical and entertaining information. Come on up, Mims. Come through. Thank you guys for the love. I appreciate you guys standing in the gap for me. Everybody who's here. I appreciate you so much. I'm trying to get to some of these super chats. Shout out to Auntie Leah for being a member for 1 month. Oh, thank you. Auntie Leah said, you are so strong. Thank you so much, Auntie Leah. I appreciate you. Shout out to her for being a member for a month. Woo woo. We out here. We growing, y'all. I appreciate you guys. I love you so much. Shout out to Shane. Oh, Shane, thank you so much. Shane said, Miss Natania, you're an inspiration, a hero, and a role model. You have the love of your family, your fans, and the good Lord. Happy 25th rebirth day. Love your family at the Sean Atwood channel. Thank you so much, Shane. Shout out to Shane. Let me tell you guys, and the Sean Atwood channel, Locked has, the dopest mod is Locked. She has their link in the chat. Make sure you guys go over to the Sean Atwood show, follow them, like them, tell them we sent you. Shane was the first person that I encountered and met at the Sean Atwood show. He reached out to me one day and was like, hey, we'd love to have you come on. And he and I got off into a conversation, and it was probably one of the deepest and most amazing conversations. It didn't start out like that. It literally started out as business, and God told me to just talk to him. I could feel his energy, and what an amazing conversation he had. He is such an amazing person. And I'm so eternally grateful to have made the contacts that I've made thus far in YouTube land. I'm telling you, you don't always go somewhere where you're welcomed and you're appreciated and people sing your praises. And I truly appreciate the love that I'm being shown. I truly appreciate them all welcoming me in. I went on the Sean Atwood channel. A lot of you, of my subscribers, are from the Sean Atwood channel. I appreciate you guys so much. The love is so overwhelming. Thank you all, Ron, Sean, Shane, Beverly, everybody at the channel. Maggie, that's where I met Maggie. Leticia, everybody at the Sean Atwood channel. Nova, the latest edition. Shout out to Nova, baby Nova. Ron's amazingly beautiful daughter. Guys, I am so... Shout out to just everybody. Like, my mind is locked. Put everybody's information in the channel so you can follow all their channels. And guys, tell them that when you go over there and you like and subscribe, please be sure to tell them I sent you over there, that the Dopest Nerd channel sent you over there, the Nerd Herd. Thank you so much. Oh, here we have Mims. 2 for your mistakes. Thank you for the super chat. Love you, Ma. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, baby. Oh, thank you.
What's up?
Hey, Mims, make it make sense. Welcome to our humble little boat over here. I normally tell everybody take your shoes off at the door, put on your fuzzy socks, and get on the couch and get comfortable with us. Thank you for coming over here, Mims. Thank you for coming to see me. I appreciate you.
It's been a lot of craziness, but I just want to say I never had any doubts that you were the first person to come forward and be a survivor of Diddy. I feel like we should give him a new name like Devilly or something in 2025.
Something new for the 25.
He needs to be the devil. But I can't really stay because I have a show going on in a couple minutes. But I just wanted to say I never doubted that you were a survivor. And your light has always really shone through. And I don't think that should ever be in question.
I appreciate you. And you were one of the first people I spoke to on YouTube. Literally one of the first people I spoke to. And I am so eternally grateful. You were so gentle with me, and then you even told your people, your subscribers, like, okay, guys, I'm gonna go off and talk to her now. And you just sat and talked to me for such a long time, and I appreciate you. I was
in our beach convo.
I was nervous, and I was
at the beach on the phone
really?
with and her daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, the last time we talked.
Yeah, I was super nervous, but I appreciated you because you handled me with care. And that's so important, especially not just having a show, but for survivors. We're so used to not being believed, just like the young lady is going through right now. And it means the world when people stand in the gap and stand with you, because this is not an easy journey to walk. And we appreciate the support. Thank you, Mims.
Yeah, you definitely amplify other survivors' voices too. And that's important.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you. And I just love being able to, like, that day my daughter and I were in the car and you called and I was just like, what up, Mims?
And her daughter has the same personality.
She does. That's the Dusty show producer, Nirvana. I just thoroughly appreciate you. Like, you are the real deal. And guys, make sure you go and follow Make It Make Sense. His commentary is hilarious, but super thought-provoking. He is also loves the report. Listen, a whole mess, but baby, when I tell you one of the best mess, do not miss it. And make sure you guys identify yourself when you go over there. Let them know you came from the Dopest Nerd. We love you and we appreciate you so much, Mims. Thank you for telling the stories of the survivors, giving a voice to it, a responsible, mature voice, standing in the gap, doing the research, and taking the high road. That means a lot.
I appreciate that, but I really do have to run.
Okay.
I took a week off.
What?
It was the best thing in my life. God probably told me to because I lost my voice too twice in the past week. And it was like, you know what? I'm going to sit down. That's the first time I've had 7 days off in over a year. Wow. So, yeah, but I got to run. You guys keep sending your love and support to Natania. If it were not for her speaking out, other people may not have the courage to speak out. So I got to run. Have a good one. I just learned how to give memberships. So
thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
They're the first memberships I've ever gifted. I didn't know I didn't know you had to be on your computer to do it. I'm doing everything from my phone all the time. And so I'm on my computer and I'm like, oh, this is how everybody's been doing it. So y'all have a good one.
We appreciate you.
See you later.
The trusty Dusty show producer, come and say hi to Mims. Come on in here, gal. Everybody knows the trusty Dusty show producer, Mommy's baby Nirvana. Hi. I love you guys so much. Oh, look at the perfect timing. Look. Oh, I see two superstars up in here. Come on through, sis. I love you so much. Unmute yourself, baby.
Hey, Nirvana.
Hi.
How are you, sis? How you doing today?
I am. Let me tell you something. I feel so spectacular. I'm exhilarated. I literally have just felt like a little kid. You know, like that first day of school, you had a good summer down south with your grandparents. You back up wherever you're from, and you got your new clothes. You laid out on the bed, and you sleep on the floor because you don't want to mess your clothes. That's what I feel all day, and I'm eternally grateful. I'm like a kid in a candy store.
You know, you should be.
I thank God.
You have done so much.
Thank you.
And you've survived so much. But I'm really looking forward to the evolution of some of what we were talking about.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'm just waiting for that announcement.
Absolutely. First of all, let me give you the respect due. And coming to the stage now is a woman who has been beating the drum beat for me like no one else. Okay. I could be sitting in my house just twiddling away at my phone and looking at something, and I hear somebody say, "But what about Natania Rubin?" Like, or people are like sending me messages and like, "I didn't know you knew Jaguar, right?" And I was like, "Well, I don't." They're like, "She loves you, girl." Well, baby, this is my sister from another mister, for real, real. And I mean that. I love the fervor. I love the resilience of your spirit. Like me, you too are a survivor. You, like me, you have beat the drum beat for so long when people didn't want to hear it, when it wasn't avant garde to listen, when it was easy to dismiss us. You
Yeah.
continue to walk this road. If anybody knows this journey, you are my sister in life, from God, and in this journey.
If people only knew how many times I got negative messages or cursed out um, for talking about you.
Mhm.
I got accused of clout chasing you years ago, and
You've
it
always
just it
supportive.
it 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 always haunted me. It just haunted me when I saw that daggone episode on NBC.
Mhm.
Mm, it haunted me because that's what they do.
Mhm.
They take these terrible moments, they shock the nation with them, and then they cover up how they put it all together
Mhm.
and ask you to lick your wounds in silence
Yep.
and pretend like it never happened. And I can't do that. It's so wild. I might be a little raw right now. I really literally just got finished um dictating out the foreword for my girlfriend, Megan McGlover, for her book.
Oh
And
wow.
tell the truth. Yeah, I literally just finished that before I logged in. And I think it's gonna be good. Odell thinks it's good. He's pretty a tough critic,
I know.
a tough critic. So, um, but it was just making me think, because I chose to speak about my personal relationship with the truth.
Mhm.
And that's been going on for a long time. I've been telling a lot of uncomfortable truths since I was a kid, even when I was like you, Natanya, I was born an
Mhm.
old woman.
Yeah.
I didn't trust people when I was a child. I didn't smile in pictures until I knew that that was the social acceptable. Other than that, it was, I gotta find a picture of one of my baby pictures with me gritting, like seriously gritting on the photographer, like, why are you taking my pic? Who are you? Harpo, who is this man?
Listen,
Like, that's been me my whole life, just like you.
but
And
you know what they say, to thine own self be true.
I was thinking about when I got beat 3 times in one day, but I got extra cake and ice cream after.
Uh-oh.
I'm 6 years old. I'm losing my first tooth. It's embarrassing. It's happening uncontrollably. I have no choice. Yet I need to get rid of the little teeth so I can get the big teeth.
Mhm.
I learned how to smile without showing my teeth. I mean, I've always been diligent and precise. So anyway, my aunt after church on Sabbath, we would sometimes go over to her place, her and Uncle Artie, and she was teasing me, calling me snags and just snags, snags, snags. And, this is a 40 some odd year old woman. I'm a 6-year old girl going through a traumatic time. And you're sitting here and you're
That's
doing too much. But I'm a kid and I can't say anything, right? And a couple weeks go by, her and uncle got into an argument and he knocked the front tooth out.
uh-oh.
Yeah. And we're back over after church for Sabbath dinner. And here she going on me. Snakes, snakes. And I just couldn't take it no more. Because she had the audacity to say that to me at her big age. And her tooth was missing too.
Listen.
See, this time, we both had something in common except for one fact. And I made sure I reminded her. I said, yeah, you know, my tooth is growing back.
There you go.
Yours.
Listen, you know, those uncomfortable truths are the ones that have to be spoken. Have to be.
My auntie whooped my butt. My mama whooped my butt. My daddy kicked my butt too. But guess what? My uncle who knocked out her tooth gave me extra cake and ice cream.
And that's what it did. Prepared you for a time such as this.
And you know what he said to me?
These hard truths.
He said all you did was tell her the truth because that's how she lost that tooth in the first place, running a yap.
Uh-oh. Tell Uncle we ain't going to endorse that, but
no, but this is back in the 80s. You know, that was normal.
And that was the course of the day. Trust me, I got a couple of stories too.
Yeah, but my thing is I've always never been afraid to tell the truth since I was a child. I've always been willing to get my butt kicked for it because I always got the extra cake and ice cream at the end, you know?
We're going to have some cake and ice cream when this is all said and done.
But this is what it is for you today. Absolutely. This is cake and ice cream.
I want us to have some more cake and ice cream. Like, I think having the courage to tell the truth and speak this truth, this difficult truth that society at large didn't want to hear. Some people are now coming of it because of this case. I think it is our diligence that brought us to this point. I don't care whose crime they're charged with. It was our diligence that brought us to this precipice in life, and that cannot be discounted. It cannot be forgotten. My greatest regret is that people didn't hear me loud and clear back then to prevent 25 years.
That was not your fault. There was an entire machine built around that incident to erase you as it was happening in real time.
Absolutely.
There were paid gossip columnists and people on the radio who were paid to change the narrative of your story.
You're right. And even before then, like literally giving them different shirts in the police department, in the jail, in the precinct when they were arrested, giving them different shirts to take their mugshots with. It started that early, but I refused. I knew instantly. I was like, wait a minute, why do their mugshots look like this?
Machine.
The machine.
It's the machine.
Machine started early, and I refused. And I, you know, like you, I've been told a million times, just let it go. I couldn't. Nothing inside of me would allow me to.
Well, that was God's charge. And nobody can tell you when to put down God's charge except for God.
That's right.
And
Nor would I accept it.
I just wanted to stop by to let you know I can't wait till you open up the doors. Oh, and I can't wait to put my tithes in the plate. Absolutely. Because I am a tither.
I shall, sis. And I thank you so much. And I cannot wait till you're making a joyful noise up in there.
Oh, well, listen to me. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And though we're late to the party when it comes to knowing each other personally, I'm really looking forward making up for lost time. It's nice to be able to know the person that you've been standing for, even if you didn't know him. And you and Jennifer Huff.
It's nice to have someone stand for you, even if they didn't know you. There's nothing greater than that. And I appreciate you. I love you so much. I thank you for being my friend. I thank you for existing so that I didn't have to walk this road alone. I thank you for making sure millions of people knew my name and didn't get it. Thank you. And I love you. And I'm telling you.
That was easy to do.
Yeah,
Because
I
God
promise you.
told me who you were.
Thank you.
And I also know the other side of that pancake.
Asheo.
They were working that hard to discredit you. It had to be true. Because they
Asheo.
don't work that hard.
Absolutely.
When they got it cold, they only work this diligent when there is something bigger to hide.
Hey, you know what they said? What the word said? They come to kill, conquer, and destroy. But God said, not this one. Not
Not at
this
all.
one.
And I
So
just want to thank you for being a miracle in real
thank you.
life. And I want to thank you for having the courage to share that with people in real life. And I want to thank you for teaching that amazing young woman that you had sitting there with you.
Thank you so
What
much.
perseverance and God's faith can do. We don't have enough mothers out here teaching young women what it really means to be a woman of God anymore.
Thank you.
So thank you for maintaining what little integrity God has left in our society by just creating quality human beings.
It's my pleasure for him to use me. I am simply his vessel. I say it all the time. Use me, Lord. Use me. I have submitted myself unto God a long time ago. Use me. Have thy will and thy way. Father God, this is your vessel. I am all yours. Use
I
me.
say that every day. Every day.
Okay, we
I
probably
just love it.
that.
I just love it. I love it for you. Cake and ice cream, love. Cake and ice cream forever.
Thank you. Asheo, sis. I love you.
I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, and we'll talk later too.
Yes.
Love you. Uh-oh. Coming to the stage. Coming to the stage. My armor bearer, Chessa, where art thou, Chessa? Come on up in here, girl.
I'm here.
Come on up in here, girl.
Hey.
Hey, Chessa. Everybody, this is my Chessa. I'm always talking about my prayer warrior. This is my personal prayer warrior.
Wow.
This is my friend.
To God be the glory.
God be the glory.
First of all, I just would like to say thank you. Thank you for granting me the honor and the privilege to come on here and speak on your behalf on such a gracious day as this. And you know, this is a special thing for me because I don't do the lives and the cameras and stuff, but this is one of your presents for me, one of your gifts from me.
Thank you.
To honor you in this way. And I want you to know that today, you know, the number 25 has such a big meaning spiritually. It actually, the number 20 represents redemption, and the number 5 represents grace. So the number 25 for you, my dear, is grace multiplied time 5. Huge, huge in the spirit realm. Huge in the spirit realm.
To God be the glory. Let me tell you something. This woman right here means so much to me. Y'all don't even know. You don't know. I remember it was a Monday. I can see us that first day. It was a Monday. I opened my shop. I like to be in the shop on a Monday when most shops are closed. And this lady walked in, and I felt your presence. When you walked through the door, and God said to me, "Speak to this woman. Talk to her. Speak to her. This is your sister." And we have been friends ever since. And that was a long time ago. I cherish what we have. I cherish your authenticity. The irony is, I didn't tell her who I was. I didn't tell her anything about me being shot. We were friends for so long before she ever knew. I remember the day she realized it. A YouTube video came on while she was at work years later.
Yep.
And she never changed on me. And that means so much to me. When I tell you, People have changed on me for a variety of reasons. But when I was seeking God when I was running from a calling to the pulpit, this woman said to me, God told me you the one. She brought to me a bunch of Bibles and study Bibles and books and all of that. She's like, you gotta prepare yourself. God said, get ready. She reminds me all the time. God said, get ready. When I tell you, she speaks words, prophetic words to me all of the time. And when I'm spiritually low, I can call on her. And I promise you, as she says a prayer for me, bow the next day. When I say it, I mean it. The next day, that prayer is answered. Like we're on the phone in the middle of the night, and by the morning time, boop, it's done. That comes from a special kind of anointing. That is not for the weak at heart, for the faint at heart. That is not something just because. That is something almighty and deep, woman of God. And I am so eternally grateful for your sisterhood, for your friendship, for your covering, for your anointing, for your spiritual grounding and helping me on this spiritual walk. I owe so much to you.
Wow. To God be the glory.
God be the glory.
Word said, iron sharpens iron. So what you do for me, likewise, it's what we give each other. You understand? And see, my spiritual gift I was sharing with you yesterday, some things about my gift in the spirit. And it's very, very important to know your grade. It's very important to know where you walk in the spirit. It's a very dangerous thing to try to operate in something that you do not possess. Mm-hmm. So I'm very, very careful about how I move in the spirit. I always go before God and ask God, what is it that you want me to say? What is it that you want? What is it that you want your people to hear? Even coming on here today, before I came on here today, I went in prayer. You understand? Because you're held accountable for everything that come out of your mouth.
Absolutely.
But I'm going to share this with you, and then I'm going to drop down because I know you have a lot of people that would like to celebrate in this moment with you. But I'll still be in the chat. But I just want to share this with you concerning what my gift is to the body of Christ. And that is, I have been blessed with the gift of exhortation. The gift of exhortation. That's one of my spiritual gifts that God blessed me with. And to exhort is to encourage. Mm-hmm. To exhort is to encourage, to esteem someone else, to push someone else, to give someone else courage. Yeah, that's to exhort someone.
You absolutely do that.
Yeah.
You have absolutely been that in my life.
Yeah. Is to revitalize another so that they can become brave. Yeah.
And there's many times where I'm a firecracker. Y'all that know me know that. But there are many times where that secret quiet place that you go to when you feel like no one else can hear you but God, I've always had the ability to go to you and invite you in, and you've always been there for me, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And it's probably the greatest gift anybody could have given me. This increased and emboldened walk with the Lord. I'm telling you, my spiritual walk grew the day I met you. And I appreciate it. It's been about obedience, and I thank God for obedience.
Yeah. And I always call you my spiritual midwife. And I believe that I hold that very near and dear to my heart. I believe that a part of your purpose in my life is to push you. You tell me, you instruct me on when to push, just like in the labor and delivery room. Back way in the yesteryear, we had what you call midwives. We have fancy names now for them, RNs and OBGYNs and all that. But before then, it was called midwives, and they would tell you when to push. So it is in the natural, it is in the spirit. And so I believe that God has placed you in my path to tell me, and so many others. I believe you have thousands and thousands of spiritual children, some yet to be born. But you are here to tell us when and how to breathe and push. so that our burden become lighter.
Hallelujah. Glory to God for that. And that is what probably one of the first things you said to me many years ago. And I appreciate it because it taught me who I was in the spirit. And I appreciate that. Like, you can't sometimes grow in the spirit when you don't see yourself. It takes a woman of God or a man of God to come and show you yourself.
Yeah.
And God chose you, and I wouldn't trade you for the world. I wouldn't trade you for all the gold in Fort Knox.
Wow.
I wouldn't.
I'm very grateful, very, very grateful. And you know, without me saying it, that how much I esteem you. I esteem you so, so highly, so highly.
Me too.
I'm gonna drop down and allow other people to celebrate and love on you some, but I'm not going nowhere. I'll be in the chat.
Thank you, boo. I love you so much, Chessa.
I
This
love
is
you
one of the guys that I'm always talking about. This woman is so special to me. Thank you, guys. Those of y'all, some of you guys stuck in here. Hey, Shane. Come on in here, Shane.
I had my mic off. I'm so sorry. I snuck in the back door. I just wanted to come and tell you, and you remember the same thing I wanted to talk about the first conversation I had with you. I've never been a very spiritual person, but what you brought to our first conversation in the first 10 minutes I met you shook me to my knees.
Wow.
Just your unblinding faith. And my mother was tickled to death when I told her about it. She's like, I've told you all this time. All you got to do is believe in the Lord. I'm like, Mom, I do the best I can. But when I told her your story, she was like, see, that's a true hero and a true disciple of the Lord. You got to listen to people. People are part of God, and God are part of people. And I just wanted to thank you again for that, because anytime I've had recent issues come up where I would typically not even take a chance to look up at the sky and maybe say a few things, I do now.
Shame.
Miss Beverly last night came on and told me something about my son that she did not know.
I saw that.
Oh, did you see that, where he was surrounded by bars?
Yeah.
He just became a police officer last week, and he was training in the jail today.
Wow.
I sent the messages to him, and it shook him to tears today.
I saw that. It moved me too yesterday. And you were like, for me? I would, trust me, I was watching. I saw
I didn't expect that. We were all tied up with Ronnie Bowe and worried about that. And all of a sudden she just reached out to me, and I'm like, this can't be real. It's not. And Ron's like, dude, I've tried to tell you for 5 years, there's something else out there that's bigger than all of us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And listen, when I tell you, to God be the glory for it, every single connection that I've made, first of all, in our connection, me speaking to you has been such a blessing to my life. I've met so many amazing people. So don't for 1 second think that God is not using you either. And I told you that day. You are so, everybody has a role to play in the body of Christ and in the kingdom. And I'm telling you, you do yours so exemplary. It is unbelievable.
Thank you.
Handle everybody with kid gloves. You make everybody feel comfortable, and you matter. You have power and majesty that you don't even realize. Go ahead and continue to tap into that. Just like I told you that day, tap in, because you got it. You have it. You have
if I continue to know people like you and Jaguar, I don't have a choice but to learn from the best,
Thank you. Thank you, Shane. We appreciate that. We appreciate that.
And I can tell you from Sean and Ron, and I mean, those guys, unfortunately, they're 5 hours ahead of us right now. But Sean did tell me to give you his love. And I told Ron we were heading on too, and he said the same. So
thank you, Ron. All of them have been so amazing to me. And shout out to baby Nova.
Yeah, she's an adorable little thing, isn't she?
Yes, she is. Newest addition to the Sean Atwood family. And Dan, job well done, my lady. Job well done.
But did you notice that Jaguar had to come in here with a picture of the handsome Courtney Burgess in the background?
I saw. I was looking like, who is that?
Yeah, that was. She came in one time with him on the live, and he busted right out laughing. And yeah, so we've got some pretty neat things coming up, and you're going to be part of these things, and you just don't know it yet. So
thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Let me tell you something. It means the world to me. And my first contact with the Sean Atwood family was through you. And I appreciate you so much, Shane.
You know, a lot of people think when you meet a guest, you don't just meet a guest, you meet a person that turns into a friendship that can be anything. And everybody I've invited on, I still talk to. I call them, text just to say hi. You know, and I've had a couple people even say, why do you do that? You don't have to do it. The show's over. I'm like, the show's over, but the friendships aren't.
That's right. That's right. Because it's bigger than the show. These are just the fibers that tie, the ties that bind everything, but it's bigger than the show.
Yeah, I mean, right before I came on, I was talking to Big Homie. We were just shooting the crap about stuff, and I was talking about my boy. And then I saw your stream go live. I'm like, Miss Nat's on, got to go. He said, tell her
shout out to Big Homie CC.
Shout out. Homie, he's tough, man. He's a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely is.
And he's a spiritual guy too. I mean, he and I talked about that a little bit, and it's just amazing that the people you don't think would be are 100% that way.
Right. That's right. And he has, listen, we are all called to something so much bigger than us. It's blossoming now and we're getting to understand what it is. But I think we have yet to see what God is doing here. I feel like mainstream Hollywood and just all of that, a lot of that is dampening down. I'm not going to say it's going to go away, but I think there's a paradigm shift happening and YouTube is going to be what that once was. I just pray that everybody stays in their positive light, but we have something, we're doing something and it's going to be magnificent.
Yeah. I mean, we streamed last night and it was just for nothing more than this. I wanted to talk. Maggie was there. You know, Mike Cross came in and people were leaving and Letitia came back and it was fun. I streamed for 12 hours yesterday.
Listen, I fell asleep and woke up and saw you guys. I said, they still on.
Yeah, when I shut the stream down, we had like 60,000 viewers. And that was literally just for the people that stayed and watched. And it wasn't me. I mean, to me, it was more of, I guess, even like with religion and just with like you, we are all pieces of a puzzle that together we're strong and we complete each other. And without each other, we were just a puzzle missing pieces.
And it took for the subscribers to tell me that this is more than just us doing a stream or something. This is a family. We're growing here. Like I have people that email me like, hey, just checking on you. I didn't see you yesterday. You know, I miss you, girl. I run to my couch when I get home to see. And that's huge. It does a lot for us. They don't understand how much they do. It is mutually beneficial. We do something for them, but they're definitely doing something for us.
Well, and what hurt me last night, and I wish you had been there. It's like we had, you know, when Mike and Maggie were there and Letitia, they dipped out, and all of a sudden it was me and Murph. And then all of a sudden we had people coming in that were talking about racism and that we were being racist because we were talking about the you know, people of color in the community. I'm like, that's what's in the news. I said, has anybody mentioned a color when we mention names and what they've done? And I'm thinking, I said, Miss Natania would have you all, you know, then all of a sudden Maggie came back, Mike Cross popped back in. And I'm like, so what are you going to say now?
You know what it is?
Thinking, it's just hate. It's just pure hate, you know.
And there's a whole movement also. Now, while YouTube is doing great things, there's also some people that want negativity. What I find is what they're doing is because they want our undivided attention. The Bible says, do not cast your pearls before swine. I don't even give it to them. I'm not gonna answer back. I'm not gonna say any little comments. I'm not gonna give it to them. I'm going to continue to model this good behavior so that hopefully they can pick up on that and do that too. You know, I'm not gonna fall into their trap. They just want to ensnare us, but we're called to bigger things.
I guess the protector in me just comes out when I know I'm trying to be the best version of myself and to talk to friends and just, you know, give messages. And we're just trying to entertain people last night. And it was all about that. And I'm like, just go to another channel. If you want to bring that here, take it on. And I kept almost texted you, but it was late. I'm like, let me get this Natania.
Yeah, you can listen. Usually I'm up. So, you know, if you need to text me, just go on and text me.
Well, look, I've been up for about 36, 37 hours. I ended up working all day straight through and been booking. And I got to try to wind down. I've had 3 Red Bulls and
no more for the night. No more for the night, Shane.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, for me, I love you with all my heart, even though I just met you. Our community loves you. Everybody, all 950,000 people. For those who haven't met you, I can't wait till they do. And for those that do, I can't wait until they get to see you again.
Thank you.
You know, when you come on. So
Guys, you guys can see Shane. He's on the channel as well. He's the booker and the band behind the scenes that makes it all run smoothly, but he's always online and he's on the show as well, on the streams. Guys, go visit the Sean Atwood channel. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe, and let them know we sent you.
Well, I'll tell you, like I tell Jaguar and everybody else, you've got my number, and if you ever get in a jam that I can help you out with, I will fight fiercely for you.
You send me a text message, I answer you right back.
Yes, ma'am. I got you.
That's
You
right.
got the hotline, lady. You got the hotline.
Thank you. Thank you, Shane.
Well, again, happy anniversary. Happy rebirth. Happy just being such a fierce force of nature that's taken 25 years to come to fruition. But now, I'm taking and looking at PD sitting on that wall. And what's the next thing that comes to my mind? Humpty Dumpty had a great fall.
That's right. And it's time.
So happy birthday, darling. Whatever you want to call your day to day. Happy 25th of being a survivor and being so strong and so amazing.
Thank you so much, Shane. Everybody at the Sean Atwood family, I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Guys, the Sean Atwood link is in the chat. Be sure to go over there and like and let them know we sent you. I appreciate you. Give my regards to Sean, to Ron, to Baby Nova, Dan, Letitia, everybody, the whole
100%. I guarantee I will promise
Lionel,
you that.
the attorney. Let's get the right Lionel, the attorney.
Yes. I understand that too. So no, we are good, darling. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you, Shane.
Take care.
Guys, you guys are so amazing. I appreciate you so much. Hold on one second. Hey, guys. Now listen. This is not just my 25. It's her 25 too. Shout out to my homegirl, Lillian, aka Tish. Shout out to my homegirl. Guys, this is not just any friend. This is not just any friend. When I got shot 25 years ago and all the cameras and all the fanfare died down, this was the only person still there outside of my mom. This is my friend. When I tell you this is my real friend, this is my friend. And I appreciate you so much. When I tell you I could not do anything for myself, she would come to my house, wash my clothes, feed my kids, go to the laundromat with my clothes, do everything, cook, put the food up so that we could eat whenever, and tell the boys to microwave stuff. She would come on the weekends, get my kids, take them to the movies, take them roller skating, take them to the arcade. Like, this is my friend. And I appreciate one of the first interviews I did. I said, everybody needs a Tish in their life. This is what friendship looks like.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm trying not to cry, but to God be the glory for the good things He has done. And I've always said that you're different. You're totally different. And if nobody has not gotten that yet, you have to understand that God does things for a reason. And my grandmother, your grandmother's not here anymore, but the life that I live is because I'm living on my grandmother's prayers. And you gotta treat people the way that you want to be treated. But I know it's cliche to say, but it is so true. All the accolades and all that, I'm just me. I don't know if we're supposed to turn into our parents as we get older. Is getting scarier. Yeah. But I know that woman, she's just who she is. And you are amazing. And I'm so grateful that God has blessed you. Now you have a girl child. That's a whole nother story by itself. So she is you, the epitome of you. When I was speaking to Donovan the other day, and I kind of oh my God, Devon. I had a little kid play with they call it action figures the other day. I was like, oh God, Devon. Oh God, here we go again. But they now grown men, and Devon has a child of his own. So, other family members, and it was like, wait, my cousin called me in the middle of the night. She says, wait a minute, Ebenezer. I'm like, I know. And you didn't, I'm like, no, it wasn't for me to be saying anything. It's just, this is my people's, you know what I mean? Like, it's nothing else to be said. Like, I don't do those type of things.
I love
If I can't,
you.
if I love you more than cook food, you already know. And people have to be mindful what they say out of their mouth. So the woman that was on earlier, and you always know when God does a thing, and for her to come into your shop, it reminded me of my grandmother when she used to do here on Wednesday. Somebody hit the door, and my grandmother said, "Okay," And then when the young lady came down the steps, she told her everything about herself, and she was just like, "I've never told anybody that." So if you don't believe, you got to believe. People only ask God for help is when they get into trouble. Well, God is real, and I'm not some holy endowed, but I know He's sovereign. And I am grateful because 24 has been a method. Just say, not even this Sunday, I buried one of my cousins. And then, March changed my whole entire life because having my dad and finding him, no way. There's nothing else. I surrender already. I don't care what anybody says. It's just that I know for me, don't ask questions if you really don't want to know the truth. So I'm going to just stand on business. If I can't stand on business, that means keep quiet. If you don't have nothing nice to say, be quiet. It's just like.
Let me tell y'all something about this magnificent woman. Now, y'all know when I had to get moved by the DA's office out of New York, this woman would still go to my grandmother's house for years, take my grandmother to church. Anything my grandmother, she would just go to my grandmother's house because I wasn't around to do it, and go get my grandmother whatever she wanted. Sometimes she'll go get her fish. Sometimes it's just peppermints. She'd take her to church, go back and get her. I mean, you don't find people like this. This woman is a gem. You understand me? When I say this is a mighty woman of God, everybody needs a friend like her in their life. You hear me? For years, always stayed down for my grandmother. I'm talking about I was gone for 17, 20 years, and she never stopped. Never.
That little black book, the little black and white book grandma used to have. Every number is in that. If you don't have it, something's wrong with you.
That's right. I have that book out.
She like, wait, hold on. Let me look in this phone book, and I'm like, oh God, okay, whatever you want. And I think the nurse's aide used to get like, well, who are you? I'm like, just tell Letitia's here. That's it. That's all you have to do.
Something different. Let me tell you something. This level of friendship is definitely made from God. When I was in a valley so low that I could not. Remember, I didn't just get shot. I got trampled too. So my leg, I was in a leg immobilizer. I couldn't really walk and do things for myself. And this is what friendship looks like. Like friendship looks like coming to your house and piling up your dirty clothes and washing them and never saying, dang, them workout clothes are sweaty. Nothing. Like this is what it looks like. Friendship looks like coming to your friend's house and saying, oh, let me wipe down the stove and let me clean the dish. This is what friendship, true friendship, not that frenemy stuff, not that fair weather friend. I like you today, not next week. No, this is my bona fide. From the moment I got shot, I had one other girlfriend that stayed in the hospital with me the whole time. Her name is Veronica Simmons. Shout out to Ronnie. And we're all friends. Let me tell you something. These are the type of people we need to emulate in life. These are the people, when the cameras and the fanfare was gone, Tish was there and never left. Never left. In fact, we're such good friends. She was down here recently, probably 2 weeks ago? I had
her birthday week.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, even before then, she came and chilled and stayed with us. This is my people. This is my family. This is not even friend. This is my family. This woman took care of my grandmother because I wasn't there. You don't get stuff like that. Like this 25 years is not just some little, oh, I'm celebrating 25 years. Like there's love, there's friendship, there's lessons. It's a lot in this. And this woman right here, nobody can tell me nothing about her. Nothing. When I say stand in the gap, nobody can tell me nothing about her.
Don't get emotional, please, God. You freaking me out, right? Because I've never seen you emotional. So kind of like, I'm sitting, I'm at work, so I'm kind of like, what in the God? I'm like, okay, I love you, and I just know that it's mad love that like, what is the lady's name that was on prior to this? Oh my God.
Chester?
Say it again. No,
Chester?
no, no, no. She's awesome. That's who I was talking about just a minute ago. But the first person that I see, Jasmine. No, Jasmine. What is her
Jaguar?
name? Jaguar. My
Jaguar.
God, that's another woman. Boy,
Yeah.
is reasoning. Boy, I be like, chopping them down again. Bang.
Yes.
I don't even supposed to be. I would pull over on the shoulder and be like, wait, did she just say that? Rewind that again? So, I have headphones in my ear and I'm in the house and a kid will walk past me like, yo, what are you watching? I'm like, wait, like, I can't talk right now. I want to listen to what the heck she just said. I say, you know what? You know that old saying my mom and my grandma used to say, whatever's in the wash will come out in the rinse, right?
Absolutely.
And it's
still true
boy,
today.
I tell you, when people pass, you find out so much crap, or even in the living, you find out so much things. So I try to mind my business and stay in my place. But when I see unjust, then it becomes the next situation. You can't be strong and wrong at the same time. I don't know if I said that properly, but listen, I don't have GPA and all that foolishness. I had a high school diploma from till then, but God seen fit in my grandmother's prayers and everything else. Not everybody's in that position. You know what I mean? So if you could do right, God keeps blessing me for whatever reason. I don't even know how He's doing it. And I some days is good, some days is not good. But I'm just grateful to know that you're here, and now you have a girl child. Dear God, again.
You know me, right?
Oh God, I thought you was Miss Gloria, but Miss Gloria don't have nothing on this right here.
That's right.
Like it's. Believe me when I don't know what the next minute is going to hold, and as you know, the accident and stuff that I had, and it's kind of like, hey, God had a different plan for me.
That's right.
He keeps saving me for whatever reason. I'm not.
There's work to do. God ain't done with you yet, at all.
Whatever He has, I just wish. If I could get
put so many coins in your heavenly spiritual account, baby, you got checks to cash for a long time. You ain't going nowhere no time soon, because you'd have made so many deposits in your spiritual account. And I know that. I'm a living proof of it. I'm living.
Right. That's not good though. People like to sit on a pedestal and talk about what they've done, and I don't like to receive. I'm good. And you know what? And I hear my mom say that all the time, and it's like, I tell you just now, I'm like, that's something that she would say, and it's kind of like, I'm like, Lord, I don't even know. Like, it's kind of when she seen you when I was down there, she was like, wait. And she called me the other day. She was like, was that Ebony? I'm like, Mom, yes.
You take a minute sometimes.
I was like,
my girl.
I was like, Kira looked at me like, wait a minute. Did your mother just call to ask you, is that Ebony? I said, my birthday week, how many weeks ago that was? I don't know where that came from. I was like, okay.
Again, that's what we listen.
I was like, Lord Jesus.
When we get there.
She was like, God is just so good and merciful. And she was like, that was Ebony? I'm like, Mom, yes, please don't ask again. that was Ebony. And it's like, Zubaida called me and she was like, Ebony's on. I'm like, yeah, just watch. I'm at work. I couldn't hear anything, I drive a party with. So it's kind of like I'm waiting because I hate to be late. So I'd rather be early. And I clicked on here early and there was nobody there. I was like, all right, I guess I'm too early. Come back out. No, it's all good. It's all good. But I love you. And I know there's more people probably that have a lot more to say. And Miss Jaguar, thank you again for being a real one. You feel me? Like, I don't know you, but I've only, like, the works is in the works, man. I think my uncle probably get on here too. Sean is gonna. Yeah, I don't know if he in there. I can't see nothing but you and something going across the screen. So I don't know. It says you're in the show or something like that. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. Anything is possible. Only God knows. Because y'all guys are all connected. I don't know how the world, but yeah. That's why I say you have to be mindful how you treat folks. Because
That's
you
right.
don't know who knows who.
That's right.
And to the man that was on earlier, people are ignorant. Like a
Yeah.
couple of weeks ago, I think you were on and somebody got in the chat, start talking. I'm getting annoyed and pissed off and kind of like, hold on.
They don't know. And what I always say, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
Sorry? No, I'm right here. The person's coming out. Thank you, sir. You know I'm in Long Island, right? So they trying to figure out what am I doing? Like, why am I on their block? So again, to the man, I was about to say the wrong thing. So the man that was on just a minute ago, and when he was like, people are ignorant. Yeah, they're beyond ignorant. Like just now was ignorant. Because I'm in your town and I don't supposed to be in your town. Like, where am I going with a big white bus? Where am I going with a party bus? Like, why would I not be here? It's dumb. You know the crazy thing, and I'm gonna let you go after this. When we get cut, we all bleed the same color, is red. The blood still works, as the elder just told me earlier. So when people start getting stupid and talking about pigmentation, well, we got ignorancy that's happening because you know who's the person that's here and that's gonna be the next, you know what? And I'm thinking that they got it twisted. That's because I gave my life to Christ now. Come on now, be mindful.
And thank God. I always tell them, you better be thankful for the blood.
That right there.
Because
that right there. When they start talking about fake this, fake that, you go a mile in your shoes, or you've been through what you've been through, then people should know how it is, right? So hold on. Everything good? Everything's good, sir. How are you? The people are coming out their house. They're getting on this bus. The house that's next door to with all the lights.
You wish you got to go through it.
Right? Yeah, like I wouldn't be here if I wasn't supposed to be. No, I know. All right. Yes, I'm fine, sir. Yeah, the lights like a couple of doors down. Would you like to know the thing? Because you're asking me a bunch of questions that make some sense. 122. All right, so that's the house that I'm picking up at. It's gonna be like 30 kids or more. Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Live on the Dopest Nerd.
All right, yeah, like, thank you, sir. All right, no problem. Why would you even come to ask? Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, listen, I love you.
I love you too, baby.
I'm in Lynch world, so I really got to be mindful and keep my head on straight.
Keep your door locked.
It's locked. I ain't worrying about that. Listen, God got me. I love you. And
God definitely got you.
Believe me, I'm not by myself. That's all I can say. I love you.
Okay.
I'll talk to you soon. All right. Bye-bye.
Guys, I appreciate, oh my goodness, this love. My nephew, Saeed, you got to connect your mic and your camera. Hold on, let me tell my nephew. He's trying to get on. Saeed, you have to enable your mic and your camera on whatever your device is. And then if you don't want to come on camera, just keep the camera struck. But you got to enable it to the system so that you can come on. It won't let me connect you. We got people waiting to come on, but they got to adjust themselves. So, guys, I'm going to read off some of the super chats. I appreciate you. Auntie Leah. Oh, Auntie Leah. Oh, my goodness. Auntie Leah. Let me bring this up. I got to find it in the chat. What was that? I appreciate you guys so much. Oh, my goodness. I wish we had some music in the background. I just don't want the video to get struck. Shout out to Alien Loves Earth for the super sticker. Thank you so much. We appreciate your support at the Dopest Nerd. Thank you guys so much. I love all this love. I'm so, oh my goodness, all you guys. I'm going to start calling some of you locked. If you could put the link in the chat, I want some of our channel members to come up too and have their say. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys hold me down too. Thank you so much. And I want Lakeisha to come up too. I know some of you guys that are new here see the carrots. the carrots are what we use as support. If you want to support me, throw some carrots in the chat. The carrots signify the day that I got shot. There was the day that I got shot, there was when I finally was able to escape the club and get into the adjoining hotel, there were the kitchen for the adjoining hotel, there were 5 boxes of carrots stacked on top of each other. And everybody was moving around, going back and forth, and God was trying to protect me from going into shock. And the only thing that was stable, I told you guys, there was the black and white tiles and bloody footprints going every direction of my blood. I lost so much blood, I didn't think I was going to live. And those carrots were the only thing stable. And so people throw carrots in the chat as a sign of love for me. So I appreciate you guys so much. I'm bringing to the stage my nephew. This is my sister Nikki's son, Saeed, her oldest son. He my nephew, but he's my child too. What up, Sayo? Auntie's baby.
Yeah, what's up, Auntie?
I love you so much.
I love you too.
Thank you
How's everything?
For me.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm spectacular today. I feel like a little kid the day before the first day of school or the day before your birthday. It just is this awesome feeling.
Good. You know, I just wanted to come and support.
Thank you so much. And I know you're not feeling well. And that means
Yeah, I'm a little under the weather.
I know everybody. Well, let me give y'all one of my lovely remedies. So I have a remedy that I make. It is you take a red organic onion, you take some oranges, lemons, lime, turmeric, ginger, black pepper, put some oregano in it, and keep some oregano oil on your, just for GP, for general practice, you should be taking oregano oil as a maintenance. And anytime you feel congested, and whether it's the virus that's going around or whatever, even if you don't have any of those things, if you have coconut oil in the house, eat a spoon of coconut oil. If you have olive oil, take that olive oil. The oil will break the mucus and push it out. If you don't have any of those, take a spoon of honey, put black pepper on the honey, and eat that. The black pepper becomes an expectorant, and the honey attaches itself to the mucus. So your body's going to rid it. You have to counteract what's going on in your body. So I want you and everybody else who's not feeling well, who took the time to come here to support me, use those remedies. And I always have those remedies. Locked is going to have that remedy in the chat. Make sure you guys avail yourself of it. Talk to me, Sayo. Talk to Auntie. You've held your auntie down so much through all these years.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just happy to see you still going strong.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. You've been through a lot, and it really hasn't stopped you one bit. You're still out here accomplishing your goals and living in your truth no matter what.
Thank you so much, Sayo.
Yeah, absolutely, Auntie. I love you. And,
I love you so much too.
I'll definitely plan out some time to come see you soon.
Okay. Auntie always loves hanging out with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're so amazing. I'm so proud of the man you've become. Thank you for being so amazing.
Of course, no problem.
Feel better.
I will. I'm gonna definitely put that recipe together.
Absolutely. Lock, the dopest mod, she's gonna have it in the chat. So just look in the chat. She's gonna assemble all the things and have it in the chat. Anybody who needs it, copy that and make sure that you avail yourself of that to make yourself feel better. And I'm always having remedies and recipes. Consider joining and getting a membership in our member-only chat. Now that I finally figured out how to put all this stuff in, there's going to be a whole bunch of remedies and all that stuff. And I give remedies all the time. So guys, be sure to follow us regularly. But Sayo, I love you so much. Thank you so much. Even though you didn't feel good, you still came to see Auntie. That means the world to me.
Yeah, of course. No, anytime. Love you, Auntie.
Love you too, baby. Guys, I saw Quayle. I saw you up there. It was backed up. Go ahead and come back up. The link is in the chat. Feel free to come back on. Anybody else who was waiting, I know the line got a little long and nobody else could get into the thing, but there's space to get in now. And any of the members who want to come in, any of the Nerd Herd family who wants to come up, by all means, come up, because you guys have held us down here. We have such an amazing, oh, let me put this on the screen too. You guys know I wrote a book, A Shot in the Dark. Locked always makes sure she stands on business and has everything. Be sure to grab yourself a copy. This is the link. It's in the chat. If you search through the chat, this is my book, A Shot in the Dark. By all means, grab a copy. It is a page turn of honey. And, you know, I have my memoir coming out with the story of my life and this whole scenario, this whole case. But I almost put it out a few months ago, and then I had to wait when everything took a turn because I knew that he would be where he is and this would open wider, that the doors would open wider. I don't want the story to be incomplete, guys. I want to give you a full, comprehensive story. And so it is to be continued, and that book will be out as soon as this case is over. And they're asking for a speedy trial, which I know they're not ready for, but whatever. God is in this. God is on the job, always has been. And so to God be the glory. You're going to have a praise report like no other. Oh, wow. It's Kim. Shout out to It's Kim from the Popcorn Planet channel. Thank you so much, Kim. I love you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Kim said, hi, Natania. Congratulations on your amazing milestone. You are a light that is moving mountains. You have inspired me so much, and I feel so blessed that God has connected us. Sorry I can't join tonight. We got the flu. Everybody has the flu. Kim, thank you so much for even coming over and blessing us like this and supporting us. We appreciate you. Feel better. And that recipe that I gave, make sure you get it from Locked out of the chat. And you guys boil that up. You're going to put it in a pot and boil it up into a deep boil. You can put other herbs and things like that in it. And I tell you, you'll put some cloves in it. Make sure you get cloves. Cloves can heal you of a multitude of symptoms and a multitude of issues. Keep olive oil in your house. Keep castor oil in your house. Make sure when you get castor oil, it's the food grade castor oil because there are different grades of castor oil. And I don't want you taking the wrong one, but I appreciate you guys so much. Let me keep going down the list. Who wants to come up? Where are you guys? Come on, my mod. Locked. Put the link in the chat so that our people can come up. Shout out to Auntie Leah for the love. Auntie Leah said, thank you for being the face of true survivors. I admire your love for the Most High God. Thanks for being there for us. Love you, Sister Natania. Absolutely. Auntie Leah, thank you. First and foremost, Auntie Leah be Johnny on the spot. You hear me? Her level of support is, whew, when I say she's Tish level of support, okay? And that's a high. In fact, I'm going to make another membership level, and it's going to be called Tish. So, because that's just, she's the top of tops. When I tell you, me and this girl have been friends for even longer than when I got shot, even way more years than that. But when I tell you, when that happened, she stood her ground and stayed for me. And there's no measure of repayment for that level of love. Like, how could you? What could I ever do to repay that level of love except continuing to be a friend and standing in the gap like I'm supposed to? Uh-oh, super fan alert, super fan alert, super fan alert. Superfan became a YouTube member and joined the Nerd Herd. Thank you so much for your love. Thank you for joining the Nerd Herd. I appreciate you for coming on. What you guys want to talk about? Come on and drop some suggestions. Come up on the channel. You know I love some good conversation. Come on up here, guys. I appreciate the love so much. My birthday means the world to me. I feel like a little kid on their birthday. I promise you. You know, when you go in the store and you tell your mother, I like this. This is my favorite thing. I always wanted this. And your mother's like, get out of here. You're not going to play with that. A week later, and it's going to be on the floor. Shout out to Michelle. Hey, happy 25th birthday celebration, Natania. It's such an honor to know you. Thank you so much, Michelle. And thank you for your support, your continued support. Thank you for always being active in the chat. You always give us drop such gems. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys so much. This feels so good. And look, I look good for 25, don't I? I appreciate you guys so much. God has been so merciful to me. I never use the word afraid, but guys, I have a confession. I was afraid to leave the house today. Honestly, I was just like, I can't let anything get in the way of this. I won't let anything jinx me. I can't. But eventually I got up the nerve and made it outside. And everything was fine. Shout out to Nick's Mountain Goat Productions for gifting 10 memberships for the Nerd Herd. Guys, if you are so blessed to get one of these gifted memberships, be sure to shout out Nicole, Nick's Mountain Goat Productions. Make sure you shout her out for this kind gift. I appreciate you. You're always in the chat, always active, always dropping gems. Love you guys so much. I know my regulars are in here, guys. Shout out to my mods handling it down. Shout out to Set in the West. Guys, make sure you go follow him. Like his channel. His link is in the chat. I love you guys so much. My goodness. My goodness. Come on up here, guys. Lakeisha, get on the live, Lakeisha, and get up here. Happy birthday to my mod, Lakeisha. We got to give her some love. She has an amazing channel. Her link is in the chat as well. Make sure follow the Jaguar Wright channel as well as Lakeisha's channel. Lakeisha she reads scriptures. She'll feature a different scripture every time. I've been on her channel already. We did, my favorite scripture, guys, Ephesians 6:12. That is, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, honey. And that is the epitome of what today represents. That is my birthday. I always tell people, look up your birthday in the Bible. Look up. So whatever scripture you look up, whatever book, look up what corresponds with your birthday. I'm June 12th. I look up all the different scriptures with 6:12. Ephesians 6:12 resonated with me since I was young. And I suggest you guys do that. I believe there's a beautiful message in the word specifically for you. Shout out to all the channels, everybody who has come here to give us love. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm scrolling down. I was so far behind in the chat. Lock, drop that link for Lakeisha. Come on up here, Lakeisha. It's a celebration, boo. Shout out to our other member, Mona. It's Mona's birthday as well. Happy birthday. I trust me, I understand the importance. Shout out to Alien Loves Earth for the super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate the love, guys. And don't hesitate to get on the link, guys. The link is in the chat. Jump on. Shout out to Lee Ray. Much love, Natania, on your journey of light, faith, strength, courage, wisdom, hope, resilience, and love. No one can take what is already written. Asheo. Thank you so much. Hallelujah. Nobody can take it. Thank you so much for the super sticker, for the super chat. Excuse me. I appreciate you. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. You guys are showing up and showing out. And it means so much to me. It absolutely means the world. Have you guys seen all the updates that are going on? Not to interrupt the birthday celebration, but we had a major milestone in the case. The judge sided with Jane Doe, the young woman who was 13 when she was essayed by those who shall remain nameless up in here. And the judge admonished, shout out to the Sean Atwood show, the judge admonished Spiro, there's some debate on how it's pronounced. I like to pronounce people's name how they say it's pronounced, but I'm unsure. And so Spiro rolls off. Oh, my sister's in the chat. You tried to hide. Honey. Sam. Get up here, girl. You're not hiding. You're not hiding. Sam, the soul stylist. This is my homie. This is the person that named me the dopest nerd. I love you so much. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Sam said, this is a big deal, sis. Proud of you. You're not hiding. Get up here. Lock, drop that chat for her, please. Drop the link in the chat for her. You got to get up here. This woman is the woman. This is my homie Pastromi, honey. This is my ride or die. When I tell you, we have so many stories, so many laughs, so many everything. She is the one who gave me the name The Dopest Nerd. I was doing something for her son, and his business partner had an issue they needed some advisement on. And she was like, go to Auntie Eb. You know she got you. She knows how to do that. And they came. I took care of it. Bop, bop, bop. We knocked it out the park. And he was like, my God, we didn't know how we were going to navigate that. Oh, my God, you were right, Ma. And she was like, I told you Eb is the dopest nerd. And a light bulb went off. We all looked at each other like, ching. And I knew it. I knew that that was my name. And it fits like a glove. Shout out to Sam, the soul stylist. That is my Boo. I love you guys so much. So the judge admonished Spiro to stop it with the histrionics and all of the absurd posts, all of the absurd motions he was filing and things of that nature. Basically, what it is it was grandstanding. It was a lot of grandstanding, and it's the type of stuff you do. Like I told you before, guys, the New York big talk stuff. That's what it was. Shout out to Carrie Ann Young for joining the Nerd Herd family. Welcome to the family, cuz. Let me hold a dollar. That's how you know your family, girl, when you got to lend that dollar. Thank you for becoming a member. We appreciate you. Welcome to the family. And I told you guys, shout out to Expressions of Miss Honesty. This is my other mod. Love and blessings. Lillian, you are so incredible. Indeed, she is. She is such a blessing when I tell you. Thank you so much for that, Charlotte. I have the most supportive mods in the world. At least I think so. And I'm sticking with that. When I tell you, this is not just an on-camera thing. This is off-camera. This is kind words. And this is acknowledgments and just holding you down and sharing information that can be a blessing. And I love it. I love it. This is something other. This is something different. And I love what God is building here. The house that God built. That's what this is. The Dopest Nerd Channel and the Nerd Herd. This is the house that God built. I'm so eternally grateful. I'm so thankful. I'm thankful. Oh my God, look at all of these. Hey, shout out to Nick's Mountain Goes Productive for gifting 5 memberships. Oh my goodness. I'm so in awe. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure you are acknowledging Nicole and thanking her for these amazing. Come on in. Hold on. Let me bring. Welcome to the stage, Regina. How are you, honey?
I'm doing good. Oh my God. I love you so much. This is a pleasure of getting in, speaking to you, Miss Tanya. I might not be pronouncing your name right, but you the dopest nerd. Baby, I tell you, if you not a woman of God, my name is not Regina, okay?
Thank you.
I listen to your story, baby. You keep on telling your story because a lot of people need to hear your story and don't let nobody stop you.
Thank you. I listen, when I tell you, you hear me talking. I say for 25 years, people told me, let it go. Stop. Drop it.
Let it go. Don't do it.
I said, I can't let it go. I couldn't let it go. I knew God was telling me continue to speak. And I knew times such as this 3 years ago.
Yes.
God told
yes,
me.
Ma'am.
Oh, I told a bunch of my friends, he said he's about to tumble. His whole world is going to crash down. And I knew it was coming. So I couldn't, I don't went too far. I can't get this far and let it go. So thank you for the support.
Oh my God. Girl, oh my God. I love you. I never met you. I always look at your live. Girl, I have so much love for you, Miss Tanya. Oh my God. You just keep on doing what you're doing.
Sure will.
God is pleased.
And listen, you keep being obedient too and supporting because it's support that carries me through. You guys in the chat, comments and holding me up. That's what gives me strength to keep going on. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
And I got
look, I'm at work. I'm at work and I say, I got to stop and take a few minutes to get in here and give her flowers. Keep doing what you're doing. You touching a whole lot of women. Woo, especially me. I'm one of them. I'm your fan.
Thank you so much. To God be the glory for that. And I'm your fan too. Because you are obedient.
Okay.
I'm going to come in and support.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Miss Regina.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right.
My work. Tell them I say, hey.
Okay, I will. Love you.
Me too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Oh my God, that was so sweet, guys. Bye-bye. Come on in here, Keisha girl. What is up, honey?
Yes.
Oh, mute your mic in the back.
Somebody want to say hi.
Hi, cutie pootie. You look so cute.
Got in for 2 weeks. Listen, Natania. All I want to say. All I want to say is God bless you. Natania, keep doing what you're doing. It's more than 25 years. It's a testimony as to who you are. When you're on, I feel the spirit, period, point blank. When I heard you, I was like, oh my goodness, she was on and I end of it. But when I say keep going, don't stop, Chessa, Lillian, all them other women, they were placed in your path at the right time, the right place. God placed the people in your path. And I just want to tell you, we love you.
Thank you, Keisha.
I had to show you my fur baby because he only here for 2 weeks. It's my son's. But
he looks almost like my dog.
I love you. I'm on every chance I get.
You are, and you stay in the chat. You keep me going, girl. You be dropping gems up in the chat. I love you for that. I love that you're so active. And our members who hide in the bush don't drop gems. That looks like Bailey, Ivana. Hold up your fur baby again. Look, that's what our dog used to look like before he went to heaven. Hi, cutie. Oh, he looked just like Bailey. Oh, thank you, Keisha. When I tell you, I appreciate you so much. Like, what happened? What did I miss? I didn't get a notification, but I'm in here, girl, and I love it. I love your support. You make me laugh. You are always active, and I need that kind of support. Iron sharpens iron. Like Chessa always says, give her blessings. She said, iron sharpen iron, baby. It ain't one way. It's mutually beneficial. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Keisha. And you are a value to this Nerd Herd family. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for being a part of the family. We love you and we appreciate you.
Asheo.
Asheo. That's right, sis. Love you. Lakeisha, get in here, birthday girl. I wish I had a birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Shout out to Mod Lakeisha Garland. Happy birthday, Queen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Look, I got my big balloons in the kitchen, but I got my 5-0.
There you go.
Hey. Look,
Official.
she wants to be all in the camera.
Look cute and looking cute.
Big 5-0.
There you go. Welcome to the club, honey. Welcome to the 50-50 club.
Thank you so much. It's such a blessing. You know, it's such a blessing to be here, you know, be alive. I was just, you know, just thanking God. I've just been in God's presence, just thanking him for just allowing me to be here, just allowing me to see 50 years of life, because I know a lot of people, my bonus mom included, that did not get a chance to make it to 50 years old. Phyllis Hyman, you know, she didn't get a chance to see 50 years old. So for me, I am their voice, you know, so every day, every year that God gives me is a year that they're still living and breathing on this earth for me, you know, so I am just so grateful to be a part of, you know, the Nerd Herd family, to be a part of your life. You know, it's truly a blessing to know you, your resilience, you know, your tenacity and everything. It means a lot, not only to me, but to others, you know, and you give us hope, you know, you pray into us, you pour into us. And I have my book. I'm going to transfer the names on the prayer list to another book, but this book is for all those that's on the prayer list. Your names are in here. I am praying for you daily. I'm about to start fasting for you. So please keep those prayers coming and those prayer requests coming on the list, because I am praying daily for you. Every day, every night, every time you come across my mind, I am lifting you up in prayer. Prayer works. The blood still works. And I am a living testimony. Natania is a living testimony that God is real, Jesus is real, and the blood still works. So we're going to continue to pray and pour into everybody. So happy 25th.
Thank you.
To you. And
like we already said, to you. Lakeisha, first of all, honey, 50 and looking 25.
Thank you. Praise God for that.
Resplendently young.
Praise God, because I don't look like what I've been through. You know, I had put on my channel
Hallelujah.
on my domestic violence channel, I was, just doing a short when I went to go get my balloons yesterday, and somebody was like, "You don't look 30 or 40, let alone 50." And it just touched me, because sometimes when you go through so much, you feel like it wears and tears on you, and the devil can play tricks on you, and so that just touched me, and I was just like, thank you, Lord, because I don't want to look like what I've been through. I want to be a testimony, just like God did not disfigure you, because you are living, walking testimony. Our scars are invisible, and a lot of times people don't recognize it, because we don't look like what we've been through. But God uses those that don't look like what they've been through to be a living, walking testimony, so that others can know that He is real. And I always tell people, Jesus is a fountain of youth. If you want to look younger than what you thought you looked,
you better
go to Jesus. You sit at the feet of Jesus. I am always constantly at the feet of Jesus. I'm at the feet of God, because I can do nothing without Him. Nothing, absolutely nothing. So I thank you so much.
You're welcome, babe. First and foremost, you made such an impact on me that very first day that I had people come up, and I was like, "Oh, I want to know this lady. I need to know who she is." It made 100% sense that you had to become one of our moms. I said, and listen, I knew it was concrete once I was already thinking it, and then Locke said, "You need to make Lakeisha a mod." I said, "Girl, I already was thinking that." I love it. I love you. I love your commitment and your whole posture for God. I love it.
Amen. Praise God.
It was amazing. And the reason that you don't look like what you've been through is because God is using you for the glory. He needs to show people no weapon formed against you shall prosper. And if they don't see a living example of what that looks like, sometimes it's hard for them to get it. We are that living example. I certainly know I don't look like what I've been through.
Amen.
And I'm talking all types, all measure of things.
Yes.
That is how God moves through the Spirit. He has to show people in real time we do not look like what we have been through.
Amen.
That's what it's all about.
Amen. Amen. So like I said, I thank you so much. We're going to keep on rocking this out. And 2025 is about to be a year that's going to blow everybody's minds. But we know we are going to be strong soldiers in the Lord. And God is about to do abundant things for everyone. Because I know I plan on fasting for everyone. Everyone that's going to be on these prayer lists. Everyone that's asking for prayer. And I'm looking in the chat too. I'm writing people's names down, because nobody is exempt from needing God. The young man, I think it was Shane. Shane has a pastor's voice. I know he said he's not a religious person, but when I heard his voice, I said he got a pastor's voice. So he may not know. He may have a calling on his life that he doesn't know of. So we're going to be lifting everybody up.
That's right. And I'm going to tell you something. He is a minister in another way. He ministers through his channels of what he does. He ministers. So I know he's listening. And you hear that, Shane? You got a calling on you.
You got a calling on you.
Lakeisha, thank you so much. My little sister just popped in.
All right. I'll talk to you later. I'll be in the chat. Bye.
Thank you, baby. I love you. Happy birthday.
Love you too. Mwah.
Come up to the stage, my little sister. Oh, my sister Danny.
Hey, Nanny, how are you?
Hi. Y'all hear that? That's that vintage name, honey. Y'all don't know about that name.
Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry.
Please, that's good. You don't gotta change.
Mommy's here too.
I just came
in.
in.
Hi, mommy.
Hey.
Somebody shout out my sister Danny and my mommy. They done heard 50 stories.
I just turned up our camera so you can't see.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Vanna's here too, guys.
Hi, Vanna.
Hi. Oh, hi.
Ooh, you look pretty, Vanna.
Thank you. Share whatever you want to share, Danny. Share. I've told them so many times about that moment when I was on the stretcher and you were over mommy's shoulder crying, and mommy was telling me, "You go in there, share what you want to share." I've told them so much about you guys.
It was just a very scary moment. You don't want to see a sibling in that way, and the way they had her covered up, you honestly just didn't know what was underneath those bandages. You didn't know if she still had a face, or when you hear your sister get shot in the face, you really don't know what to expect. And your mind will always sometimes go to the worst thing. You're like, oh my God, what's her life gonna be like? Her face. I didn't know if she had like a hole in her face or something like that. Then that's very trivial, but I mean, at least, I know we all care about our appearance in life, right? But we were thankful that in the end she walked away. She worked hard, but in the end she recovered, fully. So
Thank you.
that's just a testament. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And listen, you guys have given me so much strength. There were times where I probably wasn't the easiest person to love because that's how trauma shows up.
Yeah.
Trauma shows up and it makes you cantankerous and it makes you all types of stuff. And I didn't have words to put to what I was going or how I needed help. But I don't know what I would have done without my family. Go ahead,
We
Mom.
appreciate you saying that because, when you know better, you do better, right? And going through some stuff myself too, I understand that wholeheartedly now, more so than I did back then. So I do apologize for any misunderstandings that we had in the past that I didn't understand what you were going through, and how the trauma affected you in that way.
Let me tell you something. There is no need. I tell you that all the time. This is to God be the glory. Guys, my sister is a living miracle as well. My sister endured a stroke, and by the grace of God, she is here. She is whole. She is well, and she is doing her thing. And I'm so proud of her resilience in it all. I'm super proud of her. And I just thank God for letting me go first so that I knew how to be there for her.
Yeah. And in hindsight, you realize that, God moves in mysterious ways, but maybe that was the reason for it all, for it to happen in that way. So
I love you so much. I always say this is my first child. That's
I'm too old for you to be saying that now, though.
Now they'd be like, well, how old were you, girl? But my little sister is just, oh my goodness. It gave me the ability to feel responsible in my life for the first time when she came along. I'm 9 years older than her, and she came along and she was just, I wanted to do everything for her, and I'm so eternally grateful. I got in trouble too because my mother bought this little sweater for her.
Oh Lord, not the sweater story.
The hole when you're cutting off the tag, and I was like, I won't. As soon as I reached the scissors, chomp, a big hole in the sweater. I was like, oh my God. My mother was like, didn't I just tell you not to cut off? But that's how much I love her. It just speaks to the level of love I've always had for her. I just want to do everything for her. And I thank you for being my sister. I thank God.
Oh, thank you so much for mothering me too. I got lucky with two big sisters. So not only do I have a mom, I also have two big sisters too.
Thank you so much. Mommy. Hey. Tell the good people something nice, honey. They done heard about your strength and your resilience, and they know I get it from my mama.
To God be the glory. And, God got us. He got all of us. And without God, we won't be here. But God prepares us. And he gives us the strength to handle each day and to understand and to still, accept and move forward. And you have done that. And I thank God that, I almost lost 2 children, but God had bigger plans for me. So he kept my kids and, allow them to regain and their strength and to be a blessing, continue to be a blessing to their families. So I thank God for that. And thank you. I love you all and keep moving forward, knowing that God got you.
We get it from you. My mother, listen, you guys think I'm strong. I am no measure to this woman right here. When I tell you my mother is a powerhouse, I told you guys, and I always give her flowers. And my channel knows how much I give you my flowers. My mother didn't just raise amazing children. My mother built businesses and empire and communities and empowered everybody in the community to have a government job. My mother has been a blessing to everyone. There's no amount of flowers. The Rose Bowl parade level of flowers cannot give this woman the level of flowers she's entitled to. There are people who have raised their families, bought houses, had careers, retired, got pensions and all because of my mother. I watched her do it. I walked side by side with her when it was happening. And I'm telling you, that is where I get this fortitude and this resilience and this strength. There is no piece of wood too heavy that my mama can't lift it. And there is, am I lying, Danny? There's nothing my mother cannot do and will not do. And that's why I respect her so much, because she doesn't just say, this is what I need you to do, she's willing to do it too. And that is of just a master class in how to be a great woman, how to be an amazing person in this world. And I'm eternally grateful. I would not have chosen another mother for anything in the world. I promise you. In fact, when people come up here and say, oh my God, you speak so well, you this, I say, my mama would love to hear that. I say it all the time. I say, I owe it to my mother. She would love to hear that. And it's the truth. And I'm so eternally grateful for my mother that day when I was on that stretcher. I told you guys, I've told you so many times, I didn't want to die, but I didn't feel a fight. I felt like it was just, I was just going with whatever was there. And I told my mother, I looked up at her, my mother, and I said, tell my kids I love them, take care of my kids. And my mother said, no, you go in there, you have that surgery, you get better, and you take care of your own kids. My name is grandma, your name is mother, you're going to raise your own kids. And I looked up at her, and I was too afraid to not go fight. And I was like, yes, mommy. It was like I was a 12-year-old again. I said, yes, mommy. And I knew I better not fight. And I thank her for that because I didn't feel a fight. I felt myself slipping away from the moment I got hit. And I don't know if I tell you enough, mommy, but I love you so much for that. Because I promise you, I felt like I was slipping away. And I thank you that I'm here for 25 years later. And my mother has stood in the gap for all of us, but I know me. And trust me, I probably gave her more headaches than any of her children. But I'm certain of it. But I know.
Like that you said, you're certain of it.
But to God be the glory, because in all of that cantankerousness and chaos and whatever, blossomed an amazing flower out of the concrete. And I wouldn't change my journey for the world. I promise I would not change it for the world. I've learned so much. My mother is a master class. My mother is a master class. My mother came here from Trinidad by herself at 15, the first person in our family to get on a plane and leave the island of Trinidad and come here. And she has built an amazing life, an amazing empire. We were the ones in the family everybody wanted to be like. The kids on the block, everybody wanted to be like. I would never in a million lifetimes choose another mother. And even when I get on her nerve, she's still my favorite girl. And I'm eternally grateful to you, mommy.
Amen. Amen. Thank God for the blessings, honey. Thank God.
I'm eternally grateful for you. My mother doesn't let us quit. She doesn't let us give up. You know how as a kid you'll be like, oh, I want to do this. And you're like, I don't want to do that anymore. She's like, oh, yeah? you ain't got no choice. My mother didn't play that quitting game. And I thank God for her. I thank God for all of the lessons, all of the valuable lessons, some of them hard, others easy. But I thank God for them all because they all came together to create the woman that I am. And I couldn't have done it without her. And I promise you I wouldn't choose another mother. I promise you. I'm so grateful.
Thank you, my love.
You're welcome, mommy. Thank you. Like, listen, a song that was very profound in my life was, your mama may have, your papa may have, but God bless the child that got his own. My mother made sure that we all were the child that got his own. And I'm eternally grateful for that. She's a master class in what it means to be a mother. And I only hope I am 10%. If I'm 10% of the woman she is, I know I'm batting a million. So thank you for being you, mommy.
Well, I thank God for my life. He is my strength. He is my blessing. And I just follow his direction. I ask him every day, show me the way. Show me how I can serve you more.
And I'm so grateful for your obedience. I'm so grateful for the fact that a 15-year-old girl had the courage and the foresight and the fortitude I love being Trinidadian, but I'm so grateful that you had the fortitude to say there's something else out there and I'm going to go see what it is. You know how every family has that person that's the HNIC? That's my mother. My mother has always been that person. And I'm so eternally grateful to be her child. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You are so welcome, my love.
Thank you, mommy. And my sister, shout out to my brother-in-law. I have the best brother-in-law in the entire world, and I'll fight anybody to tell you otherwise. I have the best brother-in-law in the world. I shout out to him. All of my nieces, nephews, everybody, I love them so, so, so much.
And your sister.
Of course.
Your big,
listen.
your twin sister.
Yes, everybody called us the twins, even though we're not twins. Except for 18 days every year, we are twins. I think they call that Irish twins. For 18 days every year, we are twins. But I am internally grateful for my sisters. I love them. My sister Nikki, my sister Chantel, my sister Danny. I love them. And I don't know what I would do without you guys. Like each one of you guys played such a role in my life to get me to this place. And boy, what a joy it has been. I mean, the laughter, the memories, and all that. And listen, there's no better hostess with the mostest. My sister Danny is the hostess with the mostest. When I say we had such an amazing time at Thanksgiving, she hosted so many people, and it was just, it's always, she just has a certain je ne sais quoi that you don't find. She's a class act. She is a master class in what a young woman should be. When I tell you, years ago, I wanted to videotape and make a documentary about her and her friends. The friendship that they have is, I had never in all of my years, and still to this 54th year of my life and 25th year, I have never seen a group of women that had such a pure friendship. You remember that, Danny? I used to say, I want to videotape y'all and make a documentary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because they have such an amazing friendship, and it is so supportive, and it is so, everybody needs this comprehensive group of girlfriends. I'm telling you, it makes for a better life. I've watched them all grow up, blossom into amazing women, and forces to be reckoned with in their own respective careers and lives and family structures. But the amalgamation of women in this group, amazing. And I'm so eternally grateful to be their big sister, and I love them all. I love you guys.
They love you too.
Mwah!
Everybody's big sister, right?
Yep. And I feel so blessed. Like what's better than this? What's better than this?
Right.
It's unfortunate that I had to go through a challenge to get here, but that challenge sharpened me and made me better for it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Kiss my babies for me. Where my babies? They're so quiet. What they doing?
Oh, Hendrix is sleeping.
Okay. All right. I love you guys so, so, so much. Thank you so much for coming up here.
Of course. We love you too.
Okay. Love you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Later, y'all. I'll call y'all after.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Hi, Natania.
Hi, Jalen. How are you?
I'm good.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am blessed and highly favored and grateful to be in the land of the living.
Yeah, we're very grateful that, well, I'm very grateful that you're here after 25 years.
Thank you.
Let's hope, karma's coming. Karma's coming, and it's God's timing.
Yes.
And
God's perfect timing.
Yeah.
And it's what a way for that year to end. And I mean, when I say I knew it, I knew it. I knew it was coming. So it sounds like a little reverb. Mute your if you have a device on or your TV.
My fan. But yeah, I feel like it's gonna be the whole downfall of the whole entertainment industry. And the world is, sadly ran by the devil. It's sadly ran by the devil. So you can see it in the division and everything, and time for God to come back. And He is coming back, and He's always been here because God's inside of us. And yeah, I also want to thank you for teaching me how to pray properly, because you know, before I discovered your channel and Justy, shout out to Justy and Jaguar Wright, by the way.
Absolutely.
I just, you know, my family is very religiously, well, not really some, but some of them are very religiously brainwashed. They look at God at like a religion angle, and they like study the Bible and stuff like that. And some of them are very conformed to go to church, and some of them even believe in the white Jesus Christ. And you know, you not only you, but Jaguar Wright and Justy, you helped me at least get out of that. And you know, one of those things was to teach me how to pray properly. Like I didn't even know about Yeshua prior to even discovering the live the live about the Jigga Man. And she was in the bonnet. I think she was in a bonnet, and she showed her face. I didn't know that. I didn't know who Yeshua was before I even watched that live. And you know, before like even not even a week, I didn't even know how to pray properly. Like I used to, you know, talk to like I used to think God was in the sky, but then I learned from watching Justice's channel that God's inside of us.
Right.
And you know, like another thing is just I wasn't very appreciative or like I would pray to God and like demand things instead of like thanking Him for what I have so far, and then you know praying for what would be good for me, or praying for what I see, or praying.
You know what, Jalen? I'm glad you said that, because a lot of people make God transactional, and we can't make God transactional. It's not like God is an ATM that yields to us what we want when we want it. God is we have to create that spiritual relationship. And you see what I do whenever I pray, I always say, Father God, I repent for any sin, because sin is a sin against you, O Lord. You know my will and my way, and you know my heart. And then I go into pray. You edify God first, you give reverence, and then you go in to say what it is you need, because He told us, if 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, so too am I in the midst. And so He calls on us in that He's saying, ask me for what you need and fellowship in my word. And the reason that you've experienced this difference is because I believe in spirituality and not religion. And I'm not taking anything from anyone, but religion is an organized system of control. Spirituality is a personal relationship with God. And that's so important. And I'm so glad that you found that back.
Yeah, because it was very non-existent throughout my childhood, because what I was being taught was religious programming. Now, my mom, by the way, she had a protection prayer. It was a verse from the Bible. She's always had it under my bed, and that's the reason why I've always been spiritually protected. And I didn't even know the Bible's even had spells in it.
Yeah,
there was a whole spell protecting me, keeping me spiritually protected, and I thank her for that, of course.
Absolutely.
But just stuff like, you know, just stuff about the real, like the real relation, like real, like God is a spirit, not a person. I just think God was a man in the sky, like just stuff about the world. And I just thank you for exposing. Just thank you for helping me, and not only, and probably millions of other people learn about the actual world that we live in. And
Thank
you
you.
know,
I appreciate that so much. Well, like I said, I surrendered to God a long time ago. And I said, I'm your vessel. Use me however you see fit. And whatever God tells me to do, I always go to God first. I don't want to just be speaking, especially I understand the gift that He has bestowed upon me, and that this responsibility that it comes with. And like I always tell people, it's for you too. You listen, God can call you to some work, Jalen, And never forget that. He doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies the called. And so continue to build that relationship that you've generated and discovered. Continue to foster it. Get in your word. Continue to pray, because I'm telling you, God is going to show up and call you soon, and you need to be ready. He will call the qualified. He doesn't call the qualified, he will qualify the call, and God will call you. You got to be ready for when he calls you.
Yeah.
I'm proud.
And I'm a work in progress,
You all are.
You're all, yeah, or I'm a work in progress. I'm working on myself. And I feel like God has put me, because, right for like this fall, I've been very lonely, like very lonely. And is that like isolation? Like isolation for God to work on us and realize stuff about ourselves. And I've been doing that, and I've been realizing a lot of my flaws, and it's gonna take a long time to work on. Well, not it's gonna take some time to work on them. It's not just gonna take a whole one season, but
Tell you, if
and it's not
do that, God can.
Huh?
I said, if anybody can do it, God can. God can, like that, in an instant, work on you and modify anything that you feel like is a flaw. God can change it instantly. So keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, is that why I've been realizing a lot of stuff about myself lately? Okay, because you've been working on me. And
Isolation is elevation. When God isolates you from the group, it's because he is elevating you. He's working on you. He is completely in your life, and he is making himself available to you, and he wants you to be not distracted by anything outside, and he's isolating you so that he can have a personal relationship with you. So you might be on way. Listen, you could talk to me in a few months, and next thing you know, you're a minister in a church. Like, he works like that.
Yeah.
He works like that. So I'm super proud of you.
Yeah, and I've been sensing a lot of blessings coming in, because I've been losing interest in a lot of things, right? Like, I've noticed, like, the internet is kind of getting very boring, and like I don't really watch any like television anymore, or if I do, it's like a rerun playing in the background or something.
That's what it looks like, and that's what it feels like.
Yeah, like
on your way.
I've been losing interest in a lot of things that, and like, yeah, I feels like it's kind of like a lot of blessings are gonna come in. You sense that?
I do, and there's a scripture for that. Excuse me, that's your homework for tonight. I want you to go. You can use beauty of the phone. Digital technology allows us to call it up. So go on Google and say, say Google, what is the scripture when I lose a taste for things in my past or things that I used to do? It's going to bring up the scripture for you. I want you to study those scriptures. God is using you in that way. Not only are you going to lose a taste for those things that are no longer a blessing in your life, you are going to help other people. So Google, just ask Google, what is the scripture for when I lose a taste for things I used to do in my life? It will generate the scripture for you. And I think it's a couple of scriptures, and you will know them. If any of my prayer warriors, if Chess is still in the thing, let me know. Put it in the chat what that scripture is. And put it up so that I can post it on the screen for Jalen and he can write it down. There are a couple of scriptures in regards to that. I can't call it to mind right now, but Chessa and I were talking about it probably a couple of days ago. Losing a taste for things of old.
Yeah, like is that like about like things about like losing interest out of just losing interest of things that that you let's say if you like something in November, you were interested in something in November, and then you're not interested in it anymore a month later. That's what the scripture's talking about.
Yep, it's talking about that, because that means you're on a journey. You're experiencing your growth in real time. You're experiencing your growth in real time.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. I'm super proud of you. Thank you so much, Jalen. I'm gonna make space so everybody can come up. I appreciate you, honey. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to hear more praise reports. We're gonna keep in touch. Locked, get his information so we can keep in touch. I want to personally be a part of your growth.
Okay.
To
All
God
right.
be the glory, honey.
You have a good night.
You too. Oh, I love that. I love that. I know what that feels like when you are starting to experience your growth in real time. Sorry about that, guys. I love you guys. If you're trying to come up, you got to make your mic and you got to allow your mic and your camera so that it can, then if you want to keep your camera off, then you can strike it, but you have to allow it first. The link is in the chat, guys. I love you guys so much. This has been I love you guys. Hey, Shushu. Aw. Shushu said, we're so happy you're here, Natania. Your strength and your resilience is an inspiration to us all. Just now tuning in. Glad I didn't miss the live. I'm glad you didn't miss it either. I love that. Let me go down some of these comments. Catgirl226 said, I want to wish everyone in this beautiful chat community blessings and love in 2025. Whoa! Here comes a mighty woman of God. The woman who named me. Woo! Sam, the Soul Stylist. Come up here, boo. Sam, the transformational soul stylist. Y'all better get into this. My sister is a mighty woman of God, and she's powerful too. She is a powerful woman. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi, my boo.
Hi, boo. What it do, boo?
What it do, boo? I just want to say words can't express how proud I am. Congratulations on your 25th anniversary. You look amazing, by the way, boo. I'm just trying to tell you, you look good on camera. Shout out to your whole crew following you. I'm so grateful that you guys are supporting my sister on this journey. This was not by accident. All of this coming to this moment in this time, God said it's your time. And sometimes we wait so long. Waiting is when is my time. And sometimes we lose faith, and sometimes we become impatient, and sometimes we say, God, what the hell, man? Like, for real. But your time is now, and I've been on the journey with you. I ain't been 25, but I've been in there solid from the gate.
That's
right. And I just want you to know I'm so proud of who you are, because you still day one. You've been solid from day one. You know what I mean? And to be able to see you in your moment.
Thank you so much.
To be able to see people clicking in to listen to your story and believe you and understand you brings tears to my eyes every time. Every time I click on, I say, I ain't saying nothing. I'm just going to click on, do a couple hearts and disappear. But I have to let you know, keep going. Despite you're not alone, look at your crowd, look at your audience, listen to the people that support you, that got your back, that understand that your justice is not about you getting it. God's going to get the glory for all you've been through, sis, and you're allowing him to. So I just want to say I love you. I'm trying to make some lamb burgers right now. I'm trying to
Ooh, that sounds good.
Come through after you finish.
Absolutely.
But I love you, boo.
I love you so much. And guys, when I tell you, this is the woman who gave me the name The Dopest Nerd. It just was such an organic moment.
Yeah,
helping her son and his business partner with something. They didn't know how to navigate it. She said, call Auntie Eb, she got you. I went in, boop, 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 boop. Next thing you know, 1, 2, 3, and they were like, oh my God, I can't believe it was, you just knocked it out like that. And she was like, I told you, you know, Auntie Eb is the dopest nerd. And we was like, ching! It was a whole moment, like a movie. Ching! I was like, oh my God. And I'm telling you, it encompasses and embodies. But God has that level of sight. It's that eyes to see and ears to hear. And you definitely have it. And God has that anointing on you so deep because you have spoken many things into existence for me. And you know that. You have spoken so many things. And when I tell you, I can turn to this woman like that. She got a solution. She is just as exhilarating and eclectic as me. And I love her so much from day one. From day one.
From day one.
I'm telling you, she's amazing. Her children, her family is my family. My family is her family. I love her so much. And listen, when I tell you her husband make the dopest tea in the world, you telling him to make a tea restaurant. This tea is like a warm hug. I was
Wait,
like,
Ebs, we even built a tea bar in the house, so you got to come for real.
wow. Okay,
We
I
built
know.
a tea bar because you know
I
we love
harassed
tea
him.
so much.
He was like, you need to make a tea restaurant.
Yeah,
You'll knock
for
the
sure.
coffee business out of pocket. Like, just amazing. And they're just such a dope family. And it takes that, they are the total exhilaration and exemplification of equal yoking. I keep telling people that's a part of this spiritual journey too. Finding your person and letting the process go through, but equally being yoked. And I just love you guys so much. I love you for your support. You're standing in the gap. Your love. I love you.
I love you, Bo.
Zany escapades. I just love you. I love you so much. You gotta have your girl that you got zany escapades with. Everybody gotta have your friend that has. Listen, I can literally go over there and get on the couch and just be.
Yep.
I can literally come get in one of the bedrooms and go lay down, and that's it. And I don't have to want nothing. I don't have to be nothing. We ain't gotta be nothing big. And I love it. And
I love it.
Thank God for you. I thank God for you.
I thank God for you too. This wasn't accidental, and I'm just excited and proud of you for real.
Thank you so much.
I love you, Bo. I talk to you
Love
soon.
you too.
Come get your burger, Bo.
I will. Listen, you know I'll be in that kitchen.
I know you. Love you, babe.
Love you too. Give everybody my love.
All right, I sure will.
Guys, when I tell you true friendship, I'm so blessed, not just for the 25 years, but for the journey and everybody that has come on this ride with me. I'm so blessed. I'm so eternally grateful. It is not, and listen, this is not just some love fest for me. This is a love fest for y'all too, because y'all are walking this journey with me. You guys make it so that, look at Locked. Shout out to Locked in the chat with the whole congestion relief. Listen, when I tell, come on up here, Locked. Get up on this link, please. When I tell you God has blessed me out the gate with the dopest mod. When I tell you she be Johnny on the spot, she called me. She always has such a, hey sis, what's up, queen? So this is this, and you got to do this person. This birthday is coming up. Everything is organized. She's so on point. Please get on the link and come up here, girl. Please come up here. This woman, I would not be able to do any of this dopest nerd stuff without her. You know, I always say, guys, I'm new to the YouTube stuff. She has everything in order. She greets everybody that walks in this door. She makes sure all the shoes is off to the side. She makes sure the fuzzy socks are clean. Come on, it don't get better than that. She makes sure all the birthdays are acknowledged. She will text me, look, I told you got 2 more hours, the birthday, get this done, get that done. I don't know what I would do without her. Not the least of which is we sit on the phone and laugh and kiki and carry on, me, her, and Nirvana, and I love her so much. Come on, Locked. Get up here. Get up here, Locked. Renee, when I tell you she is my blessing, and that's how I know it's God. That's how I know it's God. All of my mods are dope. I have another mod, Charlotte. When I tell you, Charlotte is the most loving, cerebral, brilliant woman of God. When I say she brilliant, Charlotte got about 922 books she done wrote. She is brilliant. All of them are. And I'm eternally grateful. I don't know what I would do without them. Locked, please get on this link and come up here, girl. I know she's probably like, no, I'm not ready for the camera. You don't have to put your camera on. Just come up, please. Bless everybody. Bless everybody. You guys know her. This is your girl. Locked. She makes sure everybody, whatever's needed, she's on top of it. And I can't do this by myself. This is certainly not, the dopest nerd is not just, while I may be the dopest nerd, it's not one person. It's a family. This is a work in progress. This is a group. This is never just me. I can't do this. There's no way I could do all of this by myself. Nobody who has a channel can. Shout out to Marsha Guy. For what you've been through, fear is normal. You're one of the strongest women I've ever seen. Thank you so much, Marsha. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hi, Katarina. Nick, you are a gem. Shout out to Nick. Mountain Goat for all of the gifting of the. Thank you, Ekaterina. Cookie in the house. Shout out to Cookie. Always listen. When I tell you, I could wake up in the middle of the night. I have a message from Cookie. Keep doing what you're doing, Queen. I love you so much. You guys are so amazing. Laura Stoner said, "Don't let your ego, fear of God, of spirit, fear your spirit is too bright." Thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate it. Look at Siri over here trying to be in my business. Ain't nobody call your name, girl. Nana Psychoville, aka Leah, with the emojis. Cookie again. Michelle, locked. The link isn't working, love. Oh, Michelle, locked. Put an updated link in the chat if possible. Do I need to drop a link? Let me drop a link. Okay. There we go. There go. Listen. This is the woman that keeps it all going. We have to give her her flowers. We have got to give her her flowers. I could not do this without her. Shout out to the dopest mod, Renee, aka Locked. Locked hair, don't care. Come on, baby girl.
Greetings, Queen. How are you doing? Congratulations and happy anniversary. Happy rebirth. Happy reborn.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. You guys mean the world to me. But you know, me and you have a special, you were there from the beginning of this journey, the very beginning. I'm so eternally grateful for you. You make it so easy. You make me want to get up here and talk about everything in the kitchen sink. I appreciate you so much.
Aw, you're gonna make me turn on my camera.
Don't turn it on, girl.
Hold on, I got the little sliding thing on top of it.
I love you so much. So much.
Hello, everybody. I have a little bit of congestion myself. I'm gonna try that recipe when we get off of here.
Mm-hmm.
I just got my little wrap on, trying to stay cozy.
Yep.
I didn't know I had to get dressed up to come into these YouTube streets.
Well, we appreciate you, sis. What would I do without you?
What would I do without you? Like, you think that I did a lot for you, but you have done so much for me just by bringing me into the world and bringing me into the real world, the good world, and not that outside world. That there's this side and then there's the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that we all got to come together collectively here and build this organic thing that we're gonna be such a connection, and it's all hinged upon you. But without each and every part, every single one of us, we wouldn't be anything.
No, everybody's a cog in this wheel that makes it go.
Yeah, so all of y'all in that chat, everybody watching, everybody in their TV screens, thank you. We love you, your family.
Indeed. I love you so much. Y'all should be keeping me in line. Did you see my email? I sent you an email. I'm like, oh, let me go look now. I love you so much. I can be a little scatterbrained and scrambled, guys, but she keeps me in line. She keeps me abreast of everything. She doesn't forget anybody. Her love is so deep. She wants to make sure that everybody is acknowledged, and I appreciate it so much.
Everybody deserves to be acknowledged. Everybody is important.
They are, and I appreciate you so much. She be cracking that whip, y'all. Whoosh, with that, you ain't never been hit with such a delicate whip. It's noodles. It's wet noodles. Whoosh, she cracks those.
Feel it.
Yeah, there you go, and keeps me in line. I'll be like, oh, because I always want to make sure that I'm not forgetting anything. And sometimes I can be a bit scatterbrained. Sometimes I'll have so much on my plate.
You got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of a little. But
I'm hyper focused here.
Huh?
I said I'm hyper focused here.
I love that. I love that. It means so much to me, and I need it. This is how this See, everybody factors into why this place is such a blessing. Everybody. None of us, anybody who tells you they do it all alone is deceiving you or lying to you. We can't do it all alone. This woman makes sure that this thing runs so smoothly. I'm so appreciative of her. I could not handle all of this. There's no way. There's no way I could handle all of this. And I don't want to do it without you. I really don't.
I love this. I love all this. I love all y'all. I love you, Natania.
Thank you. I love you too, Renee. I really do. I appreciate it. And Buddy, I know Buddy is probably out.
Buddy's over there on the couch. He's got the whole living room to himself.
He said
he's living the good life back there.
He
Buddy's
said,
my dog, everybody.
We love Buddy too. Buddy is a part of the nerd herd. He's the dopest dog. We love him. And I don't want to do this without you. I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you that.
From another mister, and I appreciate everything you do. Even those lashes. I'll be like, but I love them. I love them because
great cat.
Yep.
Right.
There's so much on
that's because we're doing something so different here. This isn't a YouTube channel. This is a family. This is a community. This has nothing to do with anything that anybody else is doing on anybody's channel. We are not following a protocol. We're not joining any kind of clubs. We're not following any kind of crowds. We're here for a spiritual journey.
And a spiritual agenda, and we're not joining any cliques to.
No, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we don't want to be in the mean girl clique or the mean guy. No, we want to just do God's bidding. And we hanging out with our friends. That's it. We are literally hanging out with our family and friends, and I appreciate you guys so much.
I appreciate you too. But Miss Dopest Nerd, I have to go back to work.
Okay. Thank you. I love you so much, girl.
I love you too.
And I appreciate how you keep everything in order. I appreciate how you acknowledge everybody. It makes it all work so smoothly. Thank you for being so dope. That's why you did this one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Drop me off of here. I don't know how to do it.
Okay. Did I? I think you're still lingering in the back. Excuse me. What do I need to do? I think yeah, there you go. There you go. I put the link in the chat, guys. Anybody that wants to come up, let me read some more comments. Cat Girl 226. Thank you, Locked. Your family, the dopest nerd community is the best. Thank you so much, honey. We love you. You are definitely a blessing to this family. Gina Tardy reaffirmed this 25 powerful number. Upcoming year is 25. Oh, God is moving. Absolutely. Look at that. 25 and 25. Now that's a blessing right there. I didn't even notice that. How many Mo said my lymph nodes are swollen. Going to Miami New Year's Eve. It was a reason. Wow. Thank you for the remedy. Absolutely. Absolutely. And make sure you order. Locke will put in the link. She will put the link in the chat for the oregano oil. Make sure you grab some oregano oil. And take it as a maintenance and not just at a time of need. Elkie Medina said, Natania, you caught my attention when you talked about someone that didn't want to be on earth anymore. That hit me. I was feeling that. Thank you so much, Elkie. I appreciate that. And listen, if you think it hit you, it really hit me. Guys, what Elkie is talking about is since I've been doing this show, I think it's probably up to about 6, maybe 7 people now. Pretty early in the channel. It was, I was liking how it was moving and things like that. But then I got a message from 2 women on the same day that said that they were both planning on unaliving themselves that day. But they came across my live, and so they decided to watch. And they both said, and these are 2 different people from 2 different parts of the world. I'm certain they don't know each other. Or maybe they do, but the likelihood is slim to none. And they both said, listening to me, listening to the care that I gave and the praying and my spiritual relationship and my belief in God and my faith renewed both of their faith in God and life. And it made them say, I don't want to quit. I want to stay and I want to try. And then, and I was awestruck. I was like, God, what measure of thing is this? Like, what this is, that's a lot. But I said to God the glory that he was able to use me in a way for the benefit of souls to stay in this land of the living and fight to live another day and to continue persevering. And for them to say that my voice was so soothing to their spirit, it spoke to their spirit, it spoke to them, and they decided to talk to God and they want to stay. I am still overwhelmed by that. And then over the time, it was those first two were the same day. And then thus far, it's been like another 5 or 6. I think it's like 7 total that have sent me emails like that. And I love you guys. And I'm so grateful that God saw fit to place me at an intersection, at a junction point with you guys so that we could all still be here. Now look at this beautiful celebration, this 25th celebration for you and me. This is not just my birthday. This is your birthday too. I appreciate you guys. This is about us all. And I thank you. Thank you so much for even pointing that out, Elkie. Sam 3 said, love you, Nick. That's those beautiful gifts. Sister Sip TV, 25 years. Wow. Thank you so much. Shout out to my mod. This is one of my mods as well. This is Charlotte. What a loving, loving woman. I think it's super late where Charlotte lives. Charlotte said, absolutely, Laura. That's a conversation that's in the chat. Charlotte, jump on the link and come up if you're not too tired, or if you're, I don't know if you're made up. I know it's late where you are, but by all means, jump on the chat. Jump on the link, excuse me. Annette Graff. I had a need to stay in and be in worship and vigilant. 100. Asheo, Annette. Thank you so much. Thank you oh so much. Bless you, Elk. You see what I'm saying about my mods? They're always acknowledging everybody. They're making sure everybody's answered. Oh, Cat Girl 226 said I look gorgeous. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Why, this whole thing, I just threw this on. Isn't that what they always used to say in the old movies? Wendy Korn said, I knew God woke me up today before dawn for a reason. LOL. Thank you so much. To God be the glory. Hey, Asheo. Thank you for that. And guys, it's Kwanzaa. You guys saw my post in the community chat. We say, and I put a poll. I said, do you know what the response for Habari Gani is? Habari Gani is an African quote that means, it's a question that says, what's the good news? And the response is, whatever day of Kwanzaa it is, that is your response. So today is Kuji Chakulia, which is my favorite. And that would be the appropriate response. So the first day was Umoja. Kwanzaa runs from the 26th through the 31st. And it's a celebration of the feast. And we celebrate with the Ngozu Saba. Do some homework, guys. Look it up. Look up what Kwanzaa is. And we gift people things. Typically, it is organic, natural things, like not necessarily organic as in organic food, but like food or actual true gifts that mean something to you, not just commercialism. Some people have gotten, commercialistic with it, but we give things to people that mean something specific to them. And it is a beautiful, beautiful celebration. It is rooted in the Black culture, but everybody can benefit and learn what the principles of Kwanzaa are. And each day here, we are all going to celebrate, and we're going to highlight the principles of Kwanzaa. The first day was Umoja. The second day is Kuji Chakulia. And tomorrow we'll go over all of it so that you guys can be prepared, because I'm going to come in like Habari Gani, Nerd Herd family, and y'all got to get in that chat. So I'm not going to tell you what tomorrow's word is. You need to go look up the 7 principles of Kwanzaa and learn them. And there'll be a test. On the Dopest Nerd, there'll be a test, guys. Have your answers ready. But I love that. I love, Katarina said, wow, I've never done that before. Thank you so much, Queen. Absolutely. Absolutely. Biblical numbers are powerful. Asheo. Powerful. Asheo. Yes, they are, said Gina. Thank you, Gina. Lisa Nay said, I started doing that. Keisha wanted to say, Natania, this is more than a celebration. It's a testimonial for all you've been through. Thank you so much. Let me tell you something. I've been through some dark times. Some of those times were very dark, but I pushed through. I wasn't going to quit. Nerese Cox said, my B-Day is tomorrow and I feel amazing. So I know you feel wonderful. To God be all the glory. Asheosis. Happy birthday. And trust me, you will have are you on the members' birthday list? I'm going to take her name down. You're going to have a birthday celebration tomorrow in the community section of the channel. But not Lock, please take down her and go sign up for the Lock is going to put the link for everybody that's in here. Please sign up for the birthday list. I am going to wish every single member a birthday. Let us know when your birthday is. We are going to send you birthday love. It matters. You matter to us, and we want to make sure. You guys have been seeing everybody getting their birthday love. You know what it feels like for a bunch of people to just wake up and bless you with all this birthday love. Your whole nerd herd family, your family. Come on in here and get this birthday love. Hey, Nick. Come on in here, Nick at Mountain Goat Productions. Hi, Nick. Your mute is on. Unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Can I unmute you? Let's see. Okay. I can't unmute you. You have to unmute yourself. Are you able to see that? Or maybe you stepped away. I'm going to take you off the stage for a moment. And when you're ready, come back and let me know. So I'll put you back up. Oh, Keisha said her grandbaby. Oh, you got to enable your mic and your camera so that it'll let you, because it's saying the devices are not connected. Enable them. And then when you come up, if you don't want to be on camera, just strike your camera. Shout out to the grandbaby. Keisha, happy birthday, grandma baby. Y'all know how I feel about that. Kim said, happy birthday. Thank you, Kim. Shout out to all the victims. Let me take a moment and shout out all the victims. I spoke to a lot of people. I want to give a shout out. You guys know that I started filming a docuseries. I wrote a docuseries called Shot, Survivors Helping Others Through. And I'm an activist in my community, and there are a lot of people that have succumbed to the very same thing I succumbed to, and some of them are no longer here with us. And I wanted to make sure that people got to reclaim their story. And so when I first wrote Shot, I reached out to the people in the community that I'm familiar with and that I'm from. And I want to shout out Delisa Davis. She was one of the very first people I interviewed for my docuseries. And we are still coming out with our docuseries. We are making some moves and trying to get the appropriate funding because we want this to be done masterfully. You guys need to see the suffering that is out there at the hands of pew violence. Y'all need to see what's out there and hear these stories and know these people. And so I reached out to a few people today, and I hope they're in the chat. Delisa Davis, she's at work and she's listening. And if you can, Delisa, put something in the chat. But shout out to her and her brother, Kevin. And I just want to give you this love. I want to take a moment to acknowledge you and let you know that I haven't forgotten you. I also have another person I want to shout out, Sakina Gunner. If you're in the chat, Sakina, put something in the chat. Get on the link and come up here if you so choose. And her son, Jalen. I met Sakina years ago. We've never met in person, but I met her years ago. I saw a story about her son, Jalen. And unfortunately, he succumbed to gun violence. He was a great kid. He was a masterful football player who would probably be about to go in the NFL right now, or being scouted at least. And he wasn't the type of kid that really went out and all that. And he finally asked his mom, could he go to a party? And She was like, okay. And she let him go. And unfortunately, he was taken from us way too soon. And when I heard her story, I searched the internet down to try to get a hold of her. I searched the internet down. In fact, I found her information, wrote her. She didn't see it for months later. And when she finally saw it, she wrote me back. She was like, oh my God, I got this message. Thank you so much. This was years ago. And I reached out to her today because I love her. And it's funny, I kept going through, excuse me, I kept seeing these numbers. They kept popping up everywhere for me. And so one day I was on the phone with her. I called her and I said, I was just so emotional that day. And I said, you know, you guys know I have a prophetic gift. And this number sequence 444 was everywhere. It was everywhere. License plates, just everything. And I just played it. I kept playing it because I was like, what are you telling me, God? So one day I was on the phone with her and she said she was having a particularly rough day. And I said, tell me something funny, a joke that Jalen would say. She was like, well, he wasn't that kind of kid. He didn't have like a favorite joke or anything. I said, well, tell me something that's special for him. And she was like, he liked chicken. And while she said that, I was literally cooking chicken. I was literally cleaning the chicken or seasoning the chicken at the time. And I was like, oh my God, I'm cleaning chicken right now. She's like, what? And I said, well, what's special to him? Tell me something special to him. And she said, he had a number, 444. And I was just like, oh my goodness. I had to go and get this lottery tickets, a bunch of them with 444 on it. And that was Jalen coming through. And I'm so grateful, so eternally grateful that God allowed us to have that. And she has an amazing son named Brandon. He just graduated. Shout out to him. Hey, Just D is in the house. Come up here, girl. Welcome to the show, Just D. How you doing, honey? Your mic is muted. Unmute your mic. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, hold on.
There we go.
Okay, give me a second. I didn't know it was gonna put me in the panel that quick.
Oh, yeah.
going down the stairs. So bear with me. I just wanted to say congratulations on your anniversary. I am so very proud of you. And every time I hear you speak, I hear the voice of God through you.
Oh, thank you.
Literally. And you have inspired me so much to just keep being strong and to not give up. And no matter what, obstacles you face. I was talking about you last night during my live.
I heard you.
Thank you. I'm glad you were there. I was like, I hope she's here because I'm telling you, you are the epitome of strength. And for you to have survived what you've survived, over almost 3 decades of you not getting justice. And when I tell you the Most High is about to rain down justice, I can't wait. I cannot wait. So I just want to tell you, I'm proud of you. I thank the Most High for you. I thank God that I was able to connect with you through YouTube and you and Jaguar. I just feel like God is bringing like the soul family together,
Absolutely. Let me shout out to
just love it.
How much you love, how much you show love. When I tell you, you show so much love. Sometimes I catch it. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and there you are. And you're like, Natania Rubin, and I'm just like, my God, I'm so like, what a blessing.
And it goes both ways because that's how I was raised. Even though I'm spiritual, I was raised in church, and then I was raised to uplift our brothers and sisters, and I feel like as a race, we've lost that, We've lost the essence of truly uplifting one another and not tearing each other down. Right. And the more I see people tearing you and Jaguar down, the more it makes me lift y'all up. Like, no, if they're going to come evil, I'm going to come with God, and we're going to combat, and we're going to come together, and we're going to win, because that's what it's about at the end of the day.
There you go. And everybody go visit Justy's channel.
Thank you.
And like and subscribe. Her link is in the chat. Locke is on top of it. She got everybody's link in the chat. I love you so much for your support. When I tell you, I'm just like, I will be groggy in the middle of the night, feeling around on my bed, looking for my readers. And then I'll hear you saying, and Natania, and such and soft voice. I'm telling you, it is God.
Thank
I feel
you.
so blessed to have.
Thank you.
I'm always, first of all, I'm always awestruck that everybody knows my name. I'm awestruck. I was in the supermarket and somebody was like, "Are you Natania Griffin? Are you Natania?" And I was like, "Huh? Like you the lady?" Or they'll be like, "You that lady on TV? You the lady on?" My daughter needed something from the Dollar Tree. We stopped at the Dollar Tree. Let me tell you something. I was facing the cashier, but I could feel this energy off to the side. Now I knew people were in line, but you know how you just focus on what you're doing.
Right.
These rays, warm radiating rays, were coming to the side of my face, and I just happened to look, and this lady was standing there going, "You are, I can't believe it." And I'm just like, "Oh my God!" Like the Dollar Tree. It is. I'm telling you, I am humbled.
You are a global icon. You and Jaguar both, God, no, listen to me. God has chosen y'all to be a global mouthpiece. It's not about lifting you guys up in the human. It's about the spirit of the Most High, that God is using you both as a global mouthpiece, which is why they come so hard to fight against it, because they don't want for people to be delivered. They don't want for God to show up. They want the lower vibrations. And so like I said, I'm just grateful because I've been praying for this for over a year. Y'all really, I'm gonna have to share my testimony tonight. Y'all really don't understand this year. My specific prayers were, Lord, align me with my soul family, a real sisterhood, not the judgmental, condemning people, like just genuinely, we all love and support one another. And above all, we want to help the victims.
That's right.
And that's what drew me to you and to Jaguar in the first place, is they're not just speaking out, but they're genuinely trying to help. Y'all trying to help Lanisha, y'all trying to help Adria, y'all trying to help me, other victims, and just pouring your heart out deserves to be celebrated. And ma'am, you have lived through 25 years of a miracle that could have, in that attempt to take your life. If that ain't enough to just give God thanks, I looked at that picture of you with the bandages on your face, and I could imagine the pain. And I said, "And my God," and she's still walking this earth. And not just walking the earth, you're not walking the earth in darkness. You're walking the earth in the light of the Most High God. And that alone is, I don't see how anyone cannot be inspired by your story. So I'm so proud of you. Congratulations on your docuseries. I would absolutely love, God told me, like, I want to use my skill set for both of my soul sisters. So anything you need, editing, whatever, I got you. Just let me know.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. God is
You're so
definitely
welcome.
in the spirit, because I tell you, there were years that I felt like having invisible scars was a curse, because there were times where I was still suffering and having seizures and swelling of the brain and all these things. And people had such little empathy. It was like, you look fine. Go, yeah, okay.
Right.
They
don't care.
What's wrong with them? Does nobody care? God said, "I'm gonna give you double for your trouble."
See?
Down, shaken together, and poured over.
Yes, and when we come together, like even right now, I'm feeling goosebumps. The only reason why I'm not on camera is because I'm about to eat my dinner and stuff, but I will be on camera tonight. But it's giving me goosebumps when I feel the spirit of the Most High within you when you talk, when I feel it even within Jaguar when she sings or she starts ministering. When you guys were singing and praising God, and this is not to be negative, but with Adria, do you know that ministered to me? And I know that she was your focus, but there's times I go back and listen to that live when I feel discouraged, and just to hear you and Jaguar praying and Jaguar singing, it uplifts my spirit. So when I tell you from the bottom of my heart, God, I feel like God answered all of our prayers, the whole family. We all got more than what we were expecting. I just want to give God thanks in this moment. I thank the Most High for you so much.
Thank you. It's never just for one person either. Like today.
Yeah.
Today might be a love fest for me, but it's really about obedience. God told me to do this.
Yeah.
God told me to come on and have a 25th anniversary show and do this. This is what God asked me to do. And I am about obedience.
Right.
Obedience till when you are obedient for God, it may look like disobedience in the world for someone else.
Right.
That's how you know it's God.
Right. And you are a walking miracle, ma'am.
My mother
shot in the face, a walking miracle, literally.
My mother might tell me go right, but if God said go left, I have to take that butt with him.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? And that's what it is. And so thank you for saying that. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. I want you to be encouraged.
Thank you.
Every time you come in my energy, just like with Jag, I start praying for y'all, sending y'all love, sending y'all positive energy.
I
And
appreciate
just know, I don't care what comes your way to try to discourage you. You have me and my whole channel. By the way, my D's peeps and Jaggedies be showing you love too. So
Oh,
you have this whole community of people that just love you, and I honor the God that I recognize within you. And I'm so grateful to know you.
I
Seriously.
love you guys so much. Indeed. I appreciate
You're
you so
welcome.
much. God bless you and your crew.
Thank you, and God bless you. I want you to have many more years. I feel like one of these days soon, God's going to bring us all together and we could just have a good old time.
I say,
All right,
indeed.
my love, I'm about to eat
Thank
my dinner,
you.
but I had to stop through and just tell you congratulations with capital letters. And I'll give you a shout out again tonight on my live.
I'm looking forward to it. You know, we always got love for you over here. Thank you so
Thank you. And
much.
shout out to Lot too. Thank you, my love. I
Absolutely.
want to give her a shout out. Your head mod has been showing up and showing
Baby,
out in my lives. Matter of
baby.
fact, I'm gonna give you a wrench tonight, Lot. So jump down in the chat so I can go on
Hey!
and give you a wrench, okay?
Listen, she's so dope. The woman is organizationally intact like a mug.
I
Okay,
can tell. I can tell. Yeah, you picked the right one. So I love
listen,
the family.
she picked me and God picked her for me, and I appreciate it, honestly.
Right. All
Thank you.
right, my love. I'm proud of you and congratulations
Thank
again,
you.
family.
Thank you again. Come up here, mute your TV or your phone and listen to. Hi, doggy. Nick, can you hear me? I'm getting feedback. Whatever you have in the background, your TV, your phone, whatever. You only leave the item that you're. Don't mute the item that's in the back. I'm gonna you off so you and then come back. Y'all saw the cute little doggy. Oh, guys, can I tell you, I am overwhelmed by the love. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, Annette Graff. Guys, you guys rock so much. Yes, Archangel Michael George Akbar said God was working through the judge, one on the chalkboard. Indeed. 1 point for justice. And matter of fact, a few points, because look, we not one, we got a few more. Him not getting out for all those bail attempts, Asheo. That ain't nothing but God working through the court system. Everything has its day, and something's got to stop. Ekaterina says, and she didn't just deny Alex Spiro. It was like a whole F around and find out vibe. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And it was much deserved. Because I told y'all the other day, it was that New York big talk grandiosity. It was histrionics and a lot of hyperbole and, oh, we're going to do this and you need to do that. It wasn't real. We knew it. It was posturing for your client to make your client feel like you're doing something big. How many Mo said, it's amazing, warm, strong, heartfelt energy with you in my heart. Every time you appear on this TV. Thank you so much. To God be the glory. That means so much to me. When I tell you guys, I promise you guys lift me up. Elke said, it is absolutely despicable what NBC did to that poor woman. Absolutely. Horrific. No care. No. Now, we all see that on the news, they say things like, when a tragedy happens in a building or at a school or something, they always say grief counselors are on site to assist the people with the grief, to assist the students and anyone who are in need. Why wouldn't you have a grief counselor at your show for a woman who clearly has a diagnosis and went through such a traumatic event? Why wouldn't you have a grief counselor on board? Why would you allow her to suffer the indignities of, having to deal with this with the pressure of an intense scrutiny from a reporter who is neither trained nor qualified? The Bible says, show thyself approved. She ain't approved to handle nobody with trauma. She was doing the bidding of the other side. I mean, it was apparent. Like, the one thing about the media is supposed to be unbiased. you are supposed to at least give both, prevailing points of views. And it's supposed to just be unbiased. There was nothing unbiased about her line of questioning. Her line of questioning was very directed, targeted, and in an attempt to demonize her so that she can elevate the other side. And we don't appreciate that. And NBC should be ashamed of themselves for not having a compassionate care counselor for Jane Doe in that interview. They understand what it is to be on the spectrum. They do not respond well to stressful situations. It was inappropriate on a host of levels. And the spreading of speculation and innuendo about her dad and this, that, the other. We have no proof. You've not displayed any proof of any of that being a fact. However, you were so willing to put that out into the lexicon, into the landscape, and muddy the waters. And it was disgusting, and it was important. It was just poor conduct. It was nasty work, as they say. It was disgusting. And like I've said, I've done my research, and God took me through my own research and showed me this reporter is the reporter that did the Loved Fest pieces for Kylie Cosmetics so that they could get that false valuation of Kylie being a billionaire. They used that fraudulent information to leverage loans from the bank that they were neither qualified for, and they ended up selling the company to the Coty company. So what they did was use this woman in this unique scheme to give unfair and improper valuation to a company that had not attained that level, and then use that to leverage a sell to Coty and give them a company that was far overpriced and not producing or yielding what they said it would. That's unfair and, to the best of my knowledge, criminal. Outside tampering. Sounds to me like it qualifies for some RICO activity because it was nefarious actions at play to elicit interviews and, love pieces on someone in an attempt to help get a false valuation on a company. So you cheated Coty out of the money that they paid for a company that did not value what you said it was. Out here trying to compete with our girl Rihanna, acting like they were both billionaires when only one was. Like, I don't like that kind of messy work. If something is the truth, then stand on the truth. The truth don't need a kickstand. The truth should stand on its own. I think we have a few more in the chat. Yes. Shout out to Michael George Akbar, Archangel. God bless you, my sister. Enjoy your day. I will keep the dose low today. Love your strength, kiddo. Thank you. I love my carrots from you. You never got to make it low. I love my carrots from you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the love, and thank you for the super chat. You guys, this is just a love fest. Like, this is what the world could be. You know how dope it would be if the world felt like this in every day? If people had this kind of compassionate care for each other in every walk of life? You know how dope this would be? Come on now. And it's possible. All it takes is y'all, my nerd herd family. Y'all know what I always say. Give 3 compliments a day, 3 times a day. Give 3 compliments in the morning, 3 compliments in the afternoon, 3 compliments in the evening. You are changing somebody's life. That might be the only positive contact that person has with anyone. And come on, it makes a difference. It makes such a difference. We got to be kinder to each other. Listen, guys, we are in a time where we literally, I never thought I would see a day where we literally have unidentified flying objects in the sky and people out here having crazy YouTube beef and foolishness. I'm like, what, God, did I miss a memo? Is there some memos that went into my junk email? Because what's happening? It just doesn't make sense, guys. I want to also shout out my favorite channels that I send you guys to watch. I am QHEF, the letter IAMQUEHEFF. Locke will put it in the chat with the link. Go watch I Am QHEF. It will give you an education and open your mind to a fresh perspective about things that we've been lied to about, that have been falsified, that you never learned. It will help you start the process of deprogramming from all the lies that we've been told and reprogramming. They're on YouTube. Also, my favorite, Dre_OG. That's DRE_OG. It may be Dre_OG Reacts or just Dre_OG. Mod will put that in, Locked will put that in the chat as well. And then my boy Wright7X, WRIGHT 7, the letter X. And I know his channel was I think his channel was flagged for a while. And so it is the he has a second his backup channel is the Lux family, I believe. But Locked will put it in the chat with the link. Also, Perky, PERKY. Perky's younger. Check her out as well. Definitely start doing your research. You guys need to open your eyes. We have unidentified UFOs are in the sky. UFOs are flying around. Where when I was young and people talked about UFOs, it was like, oh my God, when UFOs come, we're gonna A, B, C, D, E, F, G. UFOs are here and people beefing on YouTube. No, that is not the package I signed up for, God. I need a refund on this one and put me back in. Put me back in. I want the package I was supposed to get, the deluxe package, because I don't have time for foolishness. I'm not going to participate in foolishness. When people are attacking you, they want your undivided attention. Hey, how many more said the dopest nerd with the dopest herd? We all need you, a real blessing. Thank you. We all need you, a real blessing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I think this was the scripture I was talking about, Isaiah 54:17. Thank you, Annette. Shout out to the prayer warriors in the chat. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I'll take a double portion of that. Shout out to the dopest chat and the dopest subs in the world. Like, we are family. Ask and it shall be granted unto you. You have not because you ask not. Woo. Nana Psychoville said, it's lovely to see beautiful, strong ladies whose souls are just as, if not more beautiful too. Too many people look real grand, but they have very dark souls. Absolutely. Unequipped. Asheo. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father God. Speak in this space, Holy Ghost, because that is the absolute truth. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Marcia Guy said, thank you, bless you. Absolutely, Marcia, bless you as well. Thank you so much, guys. You guys y'all rock so hard. What? Don't know what I would do. Bliss Forever said, please, at Lakeisha, put me on the prayer list. Everybody needs some prayer. Shout out to you, Bliss. Everybody needs a little prayer. LA Chick said, please add me to the prayer list. Thank you. Absolutely. Hey, Locke said, Mama Nerd and Sister Nerd. Whoo! Mommy and Danny, shout out. Where's my other sisters? They might be at work. Let me text my other sister. I have my phone on silent because, I get 5 million texts when, oh, look at all these texts. Oh, Lord. So many texts. Wow. I didn't even see all of this. So many messages. Thank you, guys. I love you guys so much. I love you guys so much. You guys rock so hard. Really do. Absolutely. Family is absolutely a gift from God. Marcia said, family is a gift from God. It is. And it doesn't matter if it's the family that you share blood with or your tribe that God has sent you to find, because we all have a tribe in this world. Life is made much better and much more tolerable when you find your tribe. We should all seek to find our tribe. Expressions of Miss Honesty said, wow, bless you at Danielle. What a miracle. Absolutely. My sister is truly a miracle. So much love. Blessings at Danielle. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. Family is super important. Michelle said, oh goodness, not the sweater story. Yes, the sweater story. Boy, when I tell you I got in so much trouble. Oh my gosh. My mother said, whatever you do, don't cut that sweater. I was like, I won't. I promise I won't. Clip. Thought that sweater was the scissors. I thought it was so far away from the sweater. Baby, not only did I cut the sweater, trying to cut the tag off, a hole like this big. I said, oh my goodness. Carrie Ann Young said, Natania, you always got me up till the small hours in the UK. Sorry. Y'all be somebody listen, my people tell me they be nodding off at work. I always tell y'all, bring your boss. Then it won't be a problem. Superfan said, I mean, to God be the glory. Asheo. Annette said, yes, a mother has a rough road, but he walks us through it all. Absolutely. Absolutely. God is in control and at the helm of the wheel, driving this bus. And I thank you. I always want to be on this bus. It's never my stop. As long as I'm with God, I'm on the right bus. Oh, Charlotte said, what a blessing your mommy is. Thank you so much. She is. When I tell you, that's my homie Pastromi. That is my homie Pastromi. Katarina said, oh Lord, I am crying. Listen, girl, tears. Tears are purification for the soul. Kim said, you are very lucky to have a mom like that and a sister like that. Thank you so much. They are dope. I promise you. They really are. They really are. And I'm so eternally grateful for them. Lisa Bruno said, your daughter and sister has been a blessing to me, even though we have never met in person. I love her so much. As you can see, there is so much love out here for her. God bless you all. Thank you, guys. Let me tell you something. This is such a love fest, but I promise you it's about obedience, and it is for you guys. Oh, I didn't even see I had. Oh, look what Tish said to my mommy. Miss Gloria, love you. Absolutely. Listen, my mama know Tish been down for a long time. Oh, look at all of these messages. I didn't even see all these guys. In the side chat, I am so sorry. In the private chat, I didn't even see all these. Y'all know sometimes I'll be like an old lady. Now y'all know I'll be an old lady sometimes. Thank you so much. I didn't even see all of those. Oh, guys. Oh, I smell some good food down there that the Trusty Dusty show producer has prepared. Smelling delectable in here. She's so amazing. Wow. This is so true, Nick. She said, strong mothers make strong daughters. Is your mic good now, Nick? Can you come up?
Yes.
Hey, Nick. Oh,
Hey.
there you go. Okay, good. I couldn't hear you before. And you look so cute. Greetings. How are you?
Finally, well, I'm nervous.
Don't be.
I'm nervous. I get nervous when I speak publicly.
We are, you are in the company of family. We are all family here. No need to be nervous. We'll take you, and I'll definitely take my time with it.
I know. Thank you. Now I just want to give Dee a little kick in the butt. I sent her an Instagram message to say, "Come on now,
Just Dee."
I'm a Jaganator. I'm a nerd herder. I'm in the Wolf Gang.
Yeah.
I'm a Jaganator. I don't know if I'm repeating myself.
No, you listen. All of the gangs have to get shouted out, and we are all one tribe.
I'm just very happy to be here with you today.
Thank you. I'm happy to have you.
And I've stopped watching TV. since I found my soul family with all you guys, with the family.
Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. We all did too. So many people say that every day. Like, I don't even watch TV anymore. This is all I need.
Yeah, and I love that. I love that you keep mentioning about the UFOs, because no one seems to be talking about that much.
Isn't that weird? I'm so shocked how quiet everybody is about it.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's. I mean, there are a lot of distractions happening, and it makes me wonder what's actually happening. Like, what are we really missing? I know that there's a lot happening, but there's so many distractions.
There are, and so many people are acting like, it's just run of the mill to have these weird flying objects that we don't have an understanding of who's flying these drones, where they're from, are they organic, made, within our stratosphere of human hands, or are they otherworldly? The orbs, the drones, eventually I believe that they are, and I want to hear your point of view. I believe that they are some agency we're not aware of, or maybe the government or whatever. But the orbs are a totally different thing. And some of I'm not sure. But go ahead.
I think that the drones are the distraction away from what's really happening. And what's really happening has been happening for the last 70 years.
Wow.
And it's only all coming to light, like Cat Williams said, this 2024 is the year of truth.
2024, yes.
Yeah. And there's just so much to pay attention to, that it's being in Australia, probably like people in the UK, I don't know. There's a lot of countries to keep up with the Atwood family. That was the family I left out. So I'm a Capricorn. I'm a little goat running around in the Atwood forest.
Hey.
With the jaguar.
That's right.
And the wolf. And Maggie. I forgot Maggie. And Maggie the black owl.
That's right.
And with the spirit family of the nerd herd and the Justice peeps.
Absolutely. Listen, now that is a tribe. If you got to belong to any tribe, that's the tribe I want to be in.
That's the tribe I want to be in for sure.
Right. It sounds like a powerful tribe. But what do you make of the orbs? I've seen some of the orbs on certain channels, like when I watch Dre OG and all of that. They are like radiating and pulsating and responding to words.
They look natural to me.
They do to me as well.
Yeah. They look natural. I don't know what they are. They could be spirits. It's energy. It's a ball of energy.
I believe that.
We don't know what's happening. We with the aliens, that situation, we don't know if they're our future selves.
Absolutely.
We don't know if they're from Earth and they've always been here. These are just my ideas. We don't know. We don't know why it's happening now. Next year is going to be so interesting. So interesting. And I'm turning your age on the 5th.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, girl. Isn't this the best kept secret?
What, our age?
Our age. Listen, when we were younger, we thought, to be 20 or to be, I am so in my element and in my, I love 50s.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever saw Fried Green Tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe.
Yeah,
when Kathy Bates, the girls crash into or steal her car park in the car park. And she just loses her mind and she says, she crashes her car into them and says, girls, I'm older and I've got more insurance.
There you go. There you go.
I was younger than Kathy was in that when I watched that, and I thought, I can't wait. And that coming of age when you turn 30 and then when you turn 40, it starts to kick in.
Yeah.
And then when you turn 50, you're like, that's it. I'm not taking any crap from anyone anymore for any reason. I'm done.
I think we step into the fullness of who we are as people. It is a glorious place to exist. I absolutely am in love. I love my 50 plus self. I think I filled out the way I want. I could lose a little pounds around the waist, but for all in all, I love the skin I'm in. I love who I am. I love the level of wisdom. I absolutely love it here.
I love it here too, and I want to tell younger people, because I don't have any children. I want to tell just my dog, just my Archie that's on the screen.
Hi, Archie.
He just turned 9. You know, I've got 2 nephews, and I want to tell them stuff, and I really wish that somebody my age told me the stuff that I know now when I was younger. But your brain's not ready to hear it.
On very rare occasions, we come across some young ones who their brains are ready to hear. But like you said, you're right. For the most part, they're not. Because I tried to tell some young people stuff, and I had a young girl. Well, I don't want to call her a young girl. She was in her 20s, I think pushing 30s, and she was like, "Look, old lady." Oh,
look, old lady.
What are you calling her, old lady? But and that was the first time it hit me that somebody saw me as an old lady. I was like, I had a few young girls call me auntie. I'm cool with that. But she was like, old lady. I was like, okay, find out for yourself.
Well, you don't look old to me.
Thank you. I don't.
And and you've weathered your storm very well.
Thank you. You know what? Music to my ears. I appreciate that.
That's okay. You're very welcome.
I think all in all, that's what makes it so good. I get to still be here and feel and look this good. I appreciate that. And I say that with the most sincerest humility out. Like, I really feel like I've come into my own, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's awesome. And I love what your mum said to you to get you to get up.
Yeah.
And get in the game, you know.
I love it. I think about that all the time because, like I said, I didn't feel any fight. It just felt. You hear people's story; they say you just going. You just feel
you were slipping, yeah.
And I promise you, she whipped me into shape, and I thank God for it because I would have just slipped away.
Yeah, your mum sounds like no nonsense.
Yeah, she's
a no nonsense woman.
She really is no nonsense, and I thank you for her. She is a pleasure. She is funny. She keeps you on your toes. I've learned so much. I've learned so much being her child, and I'm eternally grateful. Like,
I miss my mum. I lost my mum 3 years ago.
Oh, my condolences. There's nothing like a mom. There's nothing.
Nothing on this planet.
But I'll tell you something. I have a theory. I said, we all know that everybody has to go on to glory. We will all transition and go on to glory. But I tell you, something so special, and not that you want to lose your parent, but I think when God takes your parents, he knows that you are strong and resilient. As strong as I am, girl, I will come to the floor crying, with snot crying. And you wouldn't even be able to talk to me. I promise.
So,
it's a level of strength that God sees in you.
And I want to say to everyone, nobody warns you prior to losing your mother how hard it will be. No one prepares you.
That's right.
No one. And it really is. It's something, depending on your relationship with your mum, but you know, no one gives you the little heads up. So I'm giving everyone the heads up. It's something that you just can't believe it. It's very surreal.
Yeah.
It's very surreal.
And guys, you know what that means? That means that is a lesson for you guys to heed and listen to. Cherish your parents while you have them in the land of the living, because there is no one that lives forever. We all must transition. So cherish your parents, really.
Yeah. And I'm a genealogist, and I've done a lot of work with my own DNA, and I have a theory about that I want to throw out there to you.
I'm listening.
You know, we have DNA that the DNA that they actually look at, not the entire DNA. They only look at a little bit of it, but the DNA that we have in our living bodies right now goes as far back as like 6 generations of great grandparents and so on and so forth. And that DNA that came from them is inside of us, and it is still alive.
Yeah.
Therefore, they are still alive.
That's right. We
inside of us.
Ancestors come again. Yep.
Yeah. And you know, and the more I learned about my DNA, the more that I felt, and the more I learned about my ancestors, the more I felt them rise up in me.
That's right.
And empower me, and that DNA activated in me, like,
That's
big time.
right. And let me tell you something. I know what you're saying 100% because I feel the exact same thing. I feel them. I can feel their presence with me, and I am so eternally grateful for it. I feel their presence at all times. I could be going through a specific thing. I'll always reference this, like when I was on the live with Lamisha. My grandmother, somebody put that 91st Psalm, and I felt my grandmother and God simultaneously quaking my body.
Yep. It vibrates.
Yeah.
It vibrates, and it changes you, and I also think it's got a little bit to do with deja vu. You know, that feeling when you go somewhere, you feel like you've been there, or something happens, and I feel like you're walking where one of your ancestors that you may not know about has walked, has breathed that air, stood on that soil. You know.
You know what they theorize also about deja vus is that is ourselves in a parallel universe. Like, there are continuums and parallel universes, and these are very eclectic conversations. Some people have not had them; they're not ready for them. Go watch those channels I told you, right? 7X. I'm gonna review one of their. I think I'll review one of Right 7X's spiritual things on the channel maybe tomorrow. Right 7X, Dre OG, Hugh Hef, Perky. There is so much education, and that is why they want to take TikTok away from us. You know why? Because we have people have gotten a PhD in TikTok University that they've never gotten in school. You learn so much in social media. You learn so much. They don't want us to be an educated race of people. And I don't mean as in color, I mean human race. They don't want us to be an educated race of people because then they can subjugate us and keep us as their working class. The minute we become too cerebral and too erstwhile and get all this information, they cannot lie to us anymore. They cannot subdue us anymore. We will rise up and take control. And that is the greatest fear of the elites.
Yes.
The greatest fear is education.
Yes, but forever, for the entire history of time.
That's right. That's right. Because
that time is coming to an end.
It is
at the end of this year.
It is.
It is over.
We're
spreading the word.
Absolutely, and I'm so happy to be alive at a time such as this. I am so exhilarated, even with the uncertainty.
With us being relatively the same age, I don't know if this is happening for everyone else, but time seems to move really fast.
It does.
And so much has happened in our short lifetime.
Yes.
And just me doing some genealogy research, it's not that long ago where there were just horses and carriages, and it's not that long ago.
Absolutely. But I think if, for those of you who are familiar with CERN, if you're not, look it up, CERN. Yep. CERN has something called the Hadron Collider.
Yes.
And the purpose of it is they are trying to, or not trying to, they have accomplished it, orchestrate the control of time. And so the more and more educated, the more and more cerebral, the more and more aware and conscious of what the real truth is and how they've lied to us that we become, it is my sincere belief that they hit that Hadron Collider and roll us back, because we are advancing far quicker than they ever anticipated mankind to advance. And not all of us. Some are still caught up in the matrix, but boy, oh boy, have we busted through that glass ceiling of the matrix. And I'm telling you, that is their greatest fear. They can only hold a lie will only hold as long as it will hold. When people start to scratch the surface and realize that that gold is not quite gold, but gold plated, and we see what's behind, like the Wizard of Oz, we see behind the curtain, They can't hold us anymore. And we are going to change this world.
Don't you think though that all of this has happened before? Like I think that
Absolutely.
the level that where we're at now, we're not even where it was 3,000 years ago. That's what I think.
I agree. But I do know that there is a place called, if those of you may not be familiar with it, but if you are familiar with it, you know what I'm talking about. Those of you who are not, go watch those channels I suggested and learn about it. Tartarian Empire. They were far more advanced than we were at an earlier point in civilization. The Tartarian Empire has been all but eradicated from the history books. It existed. It existed. If you don't believe me, look at old pictures in the books. There's something they call vanilla sky. It is an outer, it looks like someone traced the outer perimeter of all the buildings. And look at those pictures from 1880 something. They trace the outer perimeter and it looks like a vanilla sky because they are obliterating whatever is in the background. Whatever is really happening in the sky, they don't want us to see. And so they've whited it out on all of the old pictures. Look up Tartaria, Tartarian, or Tartarian Empire. Locked will put it in the chat. I'm telling you, there's so much to learn. There's so much to learn. And if we bust out of the matrix, if we stop wasting time being catty and cat fighting with each other, and people stop attacking people who are sharing the good news and good information, we can all get there quicker and get there together. We can all be made more aware of what's really out there and get there together. But as long as we allow ourselves to be used to be a distraction, to be in the chat talking about someone else and maligning people, instead of, if you have alms with your brother, you are supposed to speak to your brother and deal with them on that. You're not supposed to take up your channel and malign people all over the internet street needlessly for shits and giggles, for folly. We are being given a responsibility. Yeah. We are called to be news bringers.
Yes.
Like have the crier, the town crier. We are the town crier.
Yeah.
YouTube. We have to hold that responsibility with better, respect and integrity, and not this foolishness that's taking place.
Yes. I mean, I'm a moderator for Magic, and I spend half of my time, alerting other mods to the trolls in the room, and it's just it drives me insane. That they're like, it's kind of like they're a swarm of bees. Pardon the pun.
Yep.
Of the pun. But it's just so annoying, and it's distracting us from getting all this good information and sharing all the good ideas and just getting everything out there.
Absolutely. But what it highlights and it illustrates, and I always say, no one robs an empty store. If someone is coming to your lives to be a distraction, if someone is constantly nitpicking and trying to align you, it is because you are bringing value. Because within the confines of your storehouse, you have value in your coffers. And that is what they come to kill, conquer, and destroy. And no weapon formed against us shall prosper.
Do you know, I have another theory about those pesky little trolls. I feel like, yes, they come in to distract, but I think they actually come in for some good value information that they take on board. I think that slowly they're like, I think they're melting.
I believe so too. I truly.
They come in, they're everywhere, and when they pop in when something really good is being spoken about. And it's a very strange time for them to pop in, but just say they pop in on Jag and Jag singing, it's like, how can you not hear how good Jag is? Like, is that not just vibrating your soul? How can you speak any filth when Jag?
They do feel it. They just are trying to fight the gravitational pull to the goodness. It's like they're trying to fight it. They're just like, no, I must resist. I must. I'm telling you. There's one person who calls my name, writes my name so much. I'm like, he is so obsessed. But I said, you know what? I'm not going to be angry about it. He is attracted to the light.
Yes, exactly.
This good light, it is attractive.
Yes.
And so even if he's attracted to the light for the wrong reason, he will stay and get the goodness.
That's
He will
right.
get the glory on him. You can't help but to get the glory of God and some of this good anointing on you when you stand close to the light.
That's right.
So it's what it is.
That's right. Thank you so much for bringing me on. I'm sorry I didn't understand what I was doing with StreamYard, but now I do.
Oh, that's okay. But listen, thank you for being such a blessing and gifting memberships. Thank you for showing love. Like that is how you stand in the gap for people.
Yeah.
That is how. And we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We love you.
Very welcome. Very welcome.
Thank you. To God be the glory for you. Hey, Expressions of Miss Honesty said, 1 Corinthians 1:27. I'm telling you guys, look up your birthdays. Look up your birthdays in the Bible. Find the scripture read all of the scriptures that correspond with your birthday. Find, excuse me. See, look at Prayer Warrior up in the house. 1 Corinthians verse 11. When I was a child, I spoke as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things for the young man that you just gave to the assignment to. That was for Jalen. Thank you so much, Chessa, and all of the people who put it in the chat. Nick, them lamb burgers sounded good, didn't they? Yep, yummy, yum, Sam. And Chessa said, 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 11 is what I was trying to post. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, Nana C said, your testimony brought this group together. Here we are 25 years later, loving one another with you as his messenger of goodness and grace. So much love to you, Boo. Thank you so much. That is what we are supposed to be called. And and shout out to our resident prayer warrior, Lakeisha Garland, with Philippians 3:8. Look that up too. Take all these down, Jalen. And everybody, take all of these down. Keisha said, Natania, all these wonderful people in your corner, you are so blessed to have them. They all play a role in this journey on 25. Listen, when I tell you I couldn't get here, have you ever seen a movie called Slumdog Millionaire? And it was all these different experiences this person had. It's almost like a Forrest Gump type of thing. Literally. I might make some merch with a Forrest Gump type of thing because it really feels like that. Each one of these people played a role in this journey for me to get to this triumphant place. And I am so ecstatic. I'm so ecstatic. It wasn't by chance. It wasn't by chance. And that's why I always tell some people say, oh, you were at the wrong place at the wrong time. No. If we believe in an on-time God, and we are believing that God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, he is everywhere at all times and everything. We cannot say wrong place, wrong time. That is a slap in the face to God. And who is so mighty in their ego that they would dare slap God? Baby, if anybody is so mighty in their ego that they would dare slap God, please remove yourself from the roof that I stand under, because when that fire and brimstone come down, I don't want any to get on these lovely sequins. It will make them melt and go in a different direction. Please don't be standing under this house, because I don't want to catch some of those rays. We have a jealous God and a God that says vengeance is his. I want to catch no strays now. I want to catch no strays, like, honestly. Somebody is coming into the chat. I'm waiting for her to come into the chat. I might have missed her. I'm so behind in the chat. Child. Look how far away. Guys, you guys are I love it. I just love it. Hey. Shout out CGKZ60. Hallelujah. I didn't even see you in here today. Thank you for being here. Kim said she makes a person feel welcome. Not all places I go to do that. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. We are a family. Sometimes you just want to You want to hang out with your friends and not do anything big. You just want to chat and just hang around, put your fuzzy socks on and relax. That's what it's all about. That's really what it's all about. And Rachel Bland said, the indomitable dopest nerd. They tried to bury you. They didn't know you were a seed. Hey, they didn't know. And that good fertilizer, baby, oof, that word of God is the fertilizer. That word of God is the fertilizer. My God. Absolutely. Here come, listen, guys. You saw me. Shout out to Tisa Tells also, the Tattletales. I was on an interview on Tisa Tells. She was my first major interview. My first interview. I did go on Mims, Make It Make Sense. It was informal. I had on a little tank top. I looked back at it. I was like, girl, you shouldn't have had that shirt on. But it was so impromptu. But my first actual interview was on Tisa Tells and the Tattletale. Shout out to Tisa. Tisa has such a pivotal role in my story because I was watching Tisa Tells when I heard her reading Little Rod's lawsuit, and she got to count 119 and then 128 and 129 or 126 and 129. And then I heard those counts where he said Puffy admitted that he pow-powed me. And he tried to bully Little Rod to get him to succumb to his disgusting advances. And he literally confessed. And it was in the counts of the lawsuit. And that's what led me to make that TikTok. And that here we are. So shout out to Tisa. I love Tisa. I have to go back over there and visit Tisa. It's been a minute, but shout out to Tisa. Natalie Louisa said, happy 25th celebration, Natania. Blessed to know you at the Sean Atwood channel. 2 Corinthians 5:17 highlights that in Christ we are transformed. Old desires fade and new ones aligned with God emerged. Hey, hallelujah. Thank you for that. Jalen, I hope you see this one. Get this down to locked. Put this in the chat. I want to bring up somebody who's very special. Excuse me. I need my own little remedy. I hope somebody didn't get me sick. Shout out to Carla. In that Tisha Tells video, you heard me talk about Tish and Carla. Here is Lady K. This is Carla.
Oh my gosh. How are you doing? You look amazing, amazing, amazing.
This whole thing, I just threw this on.
Hello to everybody also that's listening. I must say we have history, but I'm blessed to get to know you from, you know what I mean? The history that we have, it goes far beyond with, what I learned about you later in our friendship. But, the history that we have, when I tell you people, like this woman has been so pivotal in my life. This woman, without even knowing, has in her own pain, in her own survival, has rescued me, pulled me out of depths of depression. I mean, in trials without me even knowing what she carries. So, what you've been through, you don't look like it. When I'm looking at you, I'm not even looking at a survivor. I'm looking at a blessed light, a city that just shines. I promise you. This woman even spoke life into my first child that, I wasn't even, I was told that I would never have children. And this woman came into my life and just spoke life into that. And she was the first person to hear it. So, just to hear where you've been and just to see and get to witness, because I've witnessed the ups, the downs, the lows. I've witnessed when people say she's lying. No, every bit of what she has encountered, been through, and even the things that she hasn't said, it 100%, I can't unsee what I've seen. And I've seen it. It's not what I've heard. I've seen it. I've witnessed it with my very own eyes, with my very own ears. And, I'm happy that I can even say that, your story has not changed. Nothing has been fabricated about who you are, what you've spoken. who you continue to be. You know, everything has been its honest truth. I mean, you if people always say there's three sides to a story, your side, their side, and the truth. And your side and the truth always coincide with one another. Has never ever changed. um you know, just to watch and see you continuously move up, continuously keep going, you know. And like I said, people, you don't know her like I do, and I'm privileged to know you in that way, you know. Man, you know, even in your triumphs times, you've came around even when I didn't deserve it, and you've blessed me. So the little bit that I can give back,
You
you
always
know, I'm honored to do that. I'm definitely honored to do that. And, you know, I know that a lot of times people may attach themselves to what they think, you know, they may get out of you. But I promise you, every person that has tried to attach themselves that had been ill-intended is being exposed. From the stars to the riches, you know, to those the snakes around you, the snares, those that try to chip away at your feet, they are being exposed. I mean, this is your time to really allow God to just really show who you are, what you even mean to him. You know, even yesterday I had a conversation with a young lady that you spoke life into about 2 years ago. She called me and she said, "Where's that lady?" And I said, "What lady?" I immediately knew she was talking about you. And she said, "Everything this woman has spoken into my life, exactly how she spoke it, word for word, has come to pass. Everything." You know, and I'm saying to myself, call her and let her know, even post it, because sometimes the strongest ones, they need to be checked on. They need someone to say, "Hey, are you okay?"
Friends, indeed. And this woman always checks on me. Always. Sometimes I wonder how did I get so worthy?
Mm. I say the same thing. I say the same thing. I pull from your strength. I have watched you. I have, you know, you're not supposed to be envious, but I envy your skill sets. I mean, your words, whew, this is a wordsmith woman right here. This is a woman that has told me, please don't waste 250 words if it's not a meaningful conversation. Pick up a book, learn something from a book. And, you know, every time I get stuck with my words, or even when I need a light of wisdom, I call her. And one thing, we have to learn how to pour in and sow into each other's gifts. So anytime she even, you know, lets me borrow a bit of her wisdom, I make sure that I don't leave without giving her something or putting something in her hands, because you know, a lot of times we hold more faith into a little bit of change and not realize the wisdom that you walk away with, the wisdom that you know, enlighten in others. You know, you've seen me in my highest, you've seen me in my lowest. Again, you know what I mean? The little that you feel you may have done has been riches upon riches upon riches in my life, in my children's life, and where I'm even at now, even my success. I have to come back and say, I honor you. So tonight, Natania, I honor you. You are an amazing, amazing, amazing individual. You know, I just shine and gleam from the background and I say, this is not someone that I say, well, I used to know her. This is someone that I say, this is my friend. And I don't take that lightly. And I don't call just anybody a friend. So thank you for being my friend.
Thank you for being my friend. Thank you for being there for me. And it's almost, here's the thing, when you have true relationships, I promise you, I can be everything could be going okay, and then something will happen and I could be at a low place, and I promise you my phone will ring and it will be Carla. She feels it. I have certain people that literally feel it. My son is one of them. My son Devon. Literally, I could be having a good day, standing in the supermarket. Some lady turns around and is like, "Get out of my way, miss. I'm going first." And I promise you, my phone will ring. Ma, you okay? Because he has that gift too, but she definitely has it. She definitely has it. Carla will call me out of the blue. Hey, you okay? She has this tone that's in her voice. Like you kept coming to my spirit. Everything okay? And I promise you, one of the things God is working on me with is vulnerability or seeking help. That is my cross to bear. We all have a cross to bear. That's mine. I will never ask for help. And Carla is so blessed by God to have the foresight or so connected to her spirit to know when her friend is in need. She will come and do it some kind of way like, oh, can you do, some random thing? Oh, here, I sent you a little gift. Like, because what it is, this is an exchange of dignity for dignity. It's an exchange of God told me to be obedient, and I never want you to feel like, I don't even know the word, but it's an exchange of dignity for dignity. And we have to be mindful of that with each other. Just like she said, when someone pours into you, pour back. You don't have to pour back that day at that time. But trust me, iron sharpens iron. One hand washed the other, and both hands wash the face. And I know this woman has washed my face many a times. Plenty of times.
Man, I mean, it goes back to how many times you washed my feet.
Thank you.
And truth be told, me and Natania can write sequels on when we used to work together. But we went through it together, and you have to remember, God always set people up 2 by 2. David had Jonathan, Elijah had Elijah, Moses had Aaron. He always set them up 2 by 2. And you know what I mean? To me, it's like, wow, we haven't even spoken in a while. And we have the type of friendship.
I was talking the other day when I was at Home Depot.
Oh, that's right. But we just in other words, we can go a while without speaking and pick right back up. You know what I mean? Right back up where it felt like it never, we didn't take a break in between. And I've always appreciated that. I've always appreciated your true, candid realness about you. You know what I mean? But I must say, it's interesting. We got stories to tell. Boy.
Listen, let me tell you how infinite God's majesty is. God's majesty is so infinite. Her husband and my husband had the same
name.
Okay? Same name. I'm talking same name. It was like, huh? Ow. So that much, that part. Okay? God has, but I love these fibers, and I'm loving that everyone is getting to experience this simultaneously with me. This is God. This is how God shows up. There are ties that bind us all. They talk about 6 degrees of separation. All of these relationships, all of these people you've had the benefit of seeing, all of these are acts of obedience. 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 God wants us to understand his obedience. And sometimes we may not understand it, but trust me, we lose so much of God's glory and grace because we push back too much.
Yeah.
You just surrender yourself and say, okay, God, I promise you, what falls out of your belly will flow rivers of living water. I am this rivers of living water right now. Because I'm telling you, I've been in my season of living water flowing from my belly because I said, I'm not going to push anymore. And Carla, no, I'm resilient. Excuse me.
Listen, you are a jack of all trades. I remember, when I met you, it was like, man, what can't you do? To the point that you a phenomenal writer. You're an impeccable speaker. You're an advocate at heart. You know, you're a leader. You know, and then it's like getting to know you even more. I'm like, you do hair and you cook. Well, goddamn, what else do? You fix houses, you repair. Like one day I called her and I was like, oh, you just gonna be him, right? You a carpenter. You just gonna be Jesus.
You just
And you were in the back.
Because I am a carpenter, guys. I am.
Oh my goodness. Let me tell you, I've watched this woman make an amazing centerpiece out of styrofoam cups. And I was like, where you get that metal piece? She said, child, this is styrofoam cups spray painted in silver. I said, hell no.
Yes.
What with the creativity, I mean, you do it all. And that's why I was like, well, damn, you just gonna be him. You just gonna be Jesus. Like, what don't you do? And that day you was in the back reupholstering a couch.
Yes. For those of you who don't know, I also reupholster furniture. She's not exaggerating. This is not hyperbole. This is facts.
I've seen it. I've seen it. Oh man, and it does clothes. Makes her own clothing. To me, it's like, what can't you do? What can't
know
you
what?
do? You know.
It's so funny because it's funny to me. I always laugh, and if I had $1 for every time somebody said that to me, baby, I'd be loaded. But I would tell you, it means so much when certain people say it because it just means that they've been around. They know all that. I'm blessed with all my gifts and skills because they're around me. Because I'm not like building a couch and sewing and doing all this simultaneously. They'll see. So it's over a period of time. It's because we fostered.
Let me tell you how crazy this is. Remember when you came, when I was living in New York, in Brooklyn, and you came, the hairstyle that I have in the picture right now, you did that hair. And you was like, child, you only need 1 pack. And I'm like, no, it's not. You trust me. I mean, you're known as the track master.
And clients gave me that name, guys.
Man, I said in 25 minutes, I said, I'm paying $220, for 2 people to do my hair. And you did it in 20 minutes with 1 pack. And this is my best hairstyle at that.
Mm.
And like I said, everything that your hands have touched is blessed. Everything. Your hands are blessed. Here's the other day. I actually sewed. There was this minister, and it's not like I subscribed to sewing, but I sewed $612. And God said that's for Natania. That is not only your birthday, that is your number. That is, and I could show you the cash app.
That's how you know
612.
Oh my gosh. I feel honored for that. And those are the type of things that mean something to me. It means so much. And she's such a blessing. Like, the stories are endless. I promise you, there's not enough.
Oh man, we gotta write a series and sequels. I mean,
and full of zany adventures too. Not just some serious things. When I tell you wackadoodle adventures, me and Carla got some stories, honey. I remember when we worked together, we both went through a dry spell, honey. I was like, oh Lord, things is a little tight. She like, girl, don't worry. Let me just get the petty cash. I was like, what? I said, what? She was like, that's what it's there for. It's petty cash. We'll put it back. And I was just like, are you sure? I was like, are you sure? She was like, girl, please, come on. And we always did, but I love, you gotta have those type of girls. You're right.
Oh yeah.
You gotta have those kind of, no matter what, like, if I go grocery shopping, she go grocery shopping, she get this, I get that, and we push it together, and we got everything we need for our household. Like, I love that. And I cherish and I value her. First of all, my nieces and nephews, my God, I loved it. Let me tell you how infinite it is. She called my phone, and maybe a year passed by. She called my phone. I was like, congratulations. She said, oh, what? I said, you're pregnant. She said, how did you know? I just found out. I was like,
Yup.
right or wrong?
Yup. Yup.
And
Just
2
like
years
that.
later, and we talked in between then. And then 2 years later, ring. I said, congratulations. She said, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
I said, congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
And she had
Just like that.
We just found out. And God told me. And she was just
Just
like, wow.
like that.
But that's the people that know me personally and are in my life. That's how they absolutely unequivocally know that this is the real deal, that it's really God, that this is no show. Because there's some people on YouTube that are like, oh, please, she fake. She ain't nobody that Holy Ghost fell. She fake. Like, okay, until God tells me something about you, watch out.
Mm-hmm.
Revealed things to me and said, go whisper in that person's ear and tell them I said blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And I tell you, if anybody who doubts your gift, this is the number one way that they know it ain't fake. When they draw back and go, what?
Mm-hmm.
Who told, how you know that? And they know the only person that knew was them and God and me.
Yep. Yep.
It's not fake. I have a lot of people. There are people that attack me. There's one, he's a hyper obsessed. But
oh gosh.
I understand that it's the light.
It is.
Light.
It is.
They may not think they're here for the light. They may think they're here for the tear down, but baby, when that light get on them.
People don't realize favor ain't fair. Favor is not fair. You know, and when you got it, you got it. When God blesses, no man can curse. That's it. That's it. You know, you are predestinated. You've been outlined. You've been selected. You've been picked for such a time. I mean, thank God you ain't out here stuttering with a stick like Moses. But, you know.
Because I could have been. But God saw fit. And I always said it. God said it to me back then. One day I was going through and I was like needing a hug, almost like emotionally just needing a hug. And people were kind of like, hey, you look fine. Come on. And I was just like, excuse me, why are they so, what's going on? Like, why are they lacking such empathy for me? And God said, look, I left you whole because when that time comes, I do not want anyone disfigured or any distracted by your disfigurement. And God collected and gathered me. Now dust your shoulders off and get to it and shut up. Stop complaining. And I was just like, okay. And this is what it was for. Could you imagine me up here speaking so, waxing so poetically and speaking so effervescently, but, you know, there was some disfigurement and people were just like, mole, mole, mole. Like, look at her face. Like, he didn't want anybody distracted by a disfigurement. This is not just a love fest to stroke my ego. This is obedience personified. This is who walks a road for 25 years saying the same thing. Who? In the face of adversity. I told y'all I endured. I was a targeted individual. I was gang stalked, harassed.
And I witnessed it.
She witnessed it, threatened, all measure of harm and attacking coming upon me, and I never folded.
Never.
Folded. And I promise y'all, I'm a woman of God, but I'm a young scrapper from Brooklyn. A little young Trini from Brooklyn. So listen.
Hey, they say Jesus was difficult.
Hey.
So you could just imagine that. Break down the word difficult.
Hey, like I tell people, I'm a woman of God. I don't mean anyone any harm. That is not my calling in this earth. The spirit in me has lived to millions of years. I feel my ancestors running through my veins. I feel the reason I can do so many things is because every time this spirit was born into a body, every skill that body had is stained on my spirit. And that is why there are so many things I can do. But one thing I'll tell you, in this incarnation, I'm a young scrapper. God's that's to make you spiritual because I am the personification of run up and get done.
Oh, she could. Them hands is quick.
Oh, Lord. And I promise you, I don't ever want to be. I make a conscious decision to not be her because I could. I could give way to doubt and just go back and be that. I refuse. I refuse.
Well, the beauty about you is that you can have a, you can have a moment. We can get heated up, discuss what we need to discuss, and then you in there making angel eggs. 'Cause she don't call them devil eggs. She in there making angel eggs and getting a whole feast, and we eating.
Yeah.
We eating. That's one thing about you. You get mad, you say what you got to say, direct, straightforward, but then you know how to get past it and move on.
Yeah,
Many a times where I've heard you say, you still on that? You bringing the problems of the 90s and the 2000s? I mean, come on now. Let's move on.
Yep, I'm not a grudge holder at all.
At all.
It's not my thing. God didn't even wire me like that. Like, I'm like, come on, collect and gather and move on. We grown. We are grown. And that is what, if I can share any message, that is what I would share. Guys, we cannot live in lingering, holding on to infinitesimal things, holding on to the nothingness of life, carrying angst and anger and alms towards our brothers and sisters. You got to let things go. Collect, and you hear me say it all the time. I collect and gather you, but then I move on. We cannot be holding on to grudges. There are people in families that do not speak for decades. Ask them what the argument is. They don't even know.
Remember, Rob.
You can't do that. This is a walk in obedience. This is a master class in obedience, faith, perseverance, resilience. It may look like a love fest. It might look like, oh, they stroking her ego, because I'm sure that guy is going to make a post tomorrow and say, Natania Rubin has a live stroking her ego for hours. No, this is a master class. I promise you, he is going to do it. We were looking for one of our comrades in the struggle. Shout out to Ronnie Bo. We were looking for one of our comrades in the struggle who, thank God for one of our family members, our Nerd Herd family, Auntie Leah. She realized instantly that he wasn't responding and no one knew where he was. She reached out to me instantly and was like, and here's the thing, she had sent me a message and I didn't get it. And so I'm on the phone with Locked, the dopest mod, and I keep hearing chink, 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 the sound for Cash App. I'm like, who's sending me a bunch of Cash Apps? I go over and get the other phone. Auntie Leah has said, let me Cash App her. And she's putting messages. Ronnie's missing. Ronnie Bo is missing. And we're looking. So when she gets on the phone with me now, we're discussing, we're trying to figure it out. I try to get in touch with Jag. I don't get Jag. I say, okay, we are on. Thank God we got on it quick. This is what it looks like when you have love. Because suppose she never realized that and everybody's just going through the motions of their life and they're not paying attention. Guess what? This man could have been missing and nobody realized he was gone for a long period of time. But it wasn't a day and a half. She was on it. Like, oh, what? Where's Ronnie? I promise you, this guy made a post and said, Jaguar Wright, Natania Rubin, and Sean Atwood sells out Ronnie for some Cash Apps. I was like, all I could do was laugh. I said, my God.
Man, you know what though? On behalf of the dopest nerd, Natania, I want to do something special for your audience. And you pick them. Put your Cash App up. You pick 3 of them, and they're going to be blessed tonight just for listening, just for tuning in, because I believe that one hand washes the other. We support, I support you in what you do, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, on behalf of the dopest nerd. Put your Cash App up, give me those 3, and come back and say thank you.
And
that's all we ask for.
One of the 3 is Locked. When I tell you, she does so much. She does so much. So Locked, throw your Cash App, which I know her Cash App anyway by heart. I mean, Butterfly Blue, I think. But put your Cash App in there, Locked. And let's go. I'm gonna find 2 more. Oh yeah, I see Gina. I know Ronnie has been found. Thank you. Has Ronnie been found? I think they have an idea of where he is. So I don't want to say anything before, you see this one? Can you see it, Carla?
I see butterfly blue.
Yes.
Lock D. Okay.
Locked, yeah. And let's see. Oh, we got some specials. Okay, I'm gonna scroll this thing and I'm gonna close my eyes, and wherever it stops. Nick Mounting. Do you have wait, she's in Australia. Nick, do y'all have Cash App? I don't think they have Cash App. She's in Australia. Tell me, drop in the chat, Nick, if you have Australia. If you have Cash App. I said if you have Australia.
Okay, that's a new app.
Yeah. Diane Brown said if they would have listened to you 25 years ago, he wouldn't have caused all this chaos for the last 25 years. Natania, God timing is always divine. Fed success rate is 98%. That is never getting out. Victory. Matter of fact, Diane, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. Put your Cash App in the chat, Diane. Let me roll the thing, and wherever I stop. Oh, I stopped on lock again. I stopped on lock. Let me find out.
I'm gonna see if I spelled it right.
Oh, Marsha Butterfly, BADDAFLY Blue, right? Right, locked. Butterfly Blue. Marsha Guy. Marsha, do you guys have? She said you are all doing an incredible job. Cat Williams brought 2024 in, and Natania, and you all are bringing it out, standing on truth. Ashe, oh. Marsha, do you guys have Cash App? Do you have Cash App? Are you in a country that has Cash App? Some of our guests are from like England or Canada, Australia, all over. Let me know if you have Cash App. I gotta press this thing down. Y'all drop your Cash Apps. Okay, Chessa Hill, this mighty prayer warrior. You see that one, Carlita?
Hold on. Ooh. Let me see. Which one is it?
She said the first spelling was wrong. Let's see. Marsha said, no, I don't have Cash App, but I would like Locked to get mine, please. Oh, all right. So Locked will get hers. And then today is Lakeisha's birthday. Give it to Lakeisha, the other one. So Locked will get Marsha's, Locked, Lakeisha, and I don't want it to sound weird like I'm just giving it to my mods, but Locked really deserves this, and it's Lakeisha's birthday and Chessa. So what do you what did you say, Chessa? The first one is wrong. Okay, I see. Chessa Hill. You see it?
Okay, so just text them to me.
Okay, Marsha gave up hers to Locked. So Lock's move over to Lakeisha for her birthday. Let me text it to you right now. There's so many people from so many countries, and everybody doesn't have Cash App. What a blessing.
Butterfly, if you have a picture of a little girl on yours, confirm it for me so I can send you.
Do the old dollar thing.
Right?
What a blessing. Like when I tell y'all that this is how love shows up, this is how it shows up. Y'all think I be joking. I'm not joking at all. My peoples are thorough and real ones, and I mean it. I mean it. Because God is my witness. I mean it. God is such an almighty God.
Okay, Butterfly, if you got it, let me know, and then I'll send you the rest. We gotta do we gotta do old school way.
Yeah, listen, I'll be having to do it that way for everything because my behind, I don't know, that dyslexia kicking. And I don't have dyslexia except for if I have to send a Cash App. I'm like, is this the right one? Unless if you feel so moved, you want to spread that thing through. Lady B, since you Lady K, Lady B, blessing will spread it out so they could all get it. Is that rain?
Huh?
Is that rain? It sounds like it's storming out here.
Yes, that was me. Okay, Lock, so you did get it? $3:30 here in UK. Shout out to UK who's tuning in.
I know we have all different time zones in here, and that's another thing. I have to remember that we have all these different time zones. Locke said that's her.
Auntie Leah said, I'm sorry, I missed what we fundraising for. We ain't fundraising. We giving it to the people today.
Carla decided to be a blessing and just send Cash Apps to bless some people in the chat. 3:30 a.m. Woo. Good night, Gina. Gina said it's 3:30 a.m. This is why I love you guys so much.
Okay, who was our next person that was getting it?
I sent it in your text.
Got it. Okay.
She said it's 3:30 a.m. here in the UK. I have to bid you beautiful ladies good night. God bless. Nighty night, Gina. Sleep well. And I always tell you guys, some of my people say, girl, I'll be nodding off at work. I say, invite your boss to the nerd herd, and then she won't judge. Wow, it's 2:30 in Australia. It's 4:29 here. Were you in Italy? The one that said 4:29? Wow.
Oh wait. Okay, so Lakeisha Garland has 2.
Lakeisha Garla. Lakeisha.
Oh, Garla. I see.
Garla. Yeah.
Okay, I see one. Okay, I see which one. All right. Lakeisha, go ahead and post when you get your blessing.
Is that Bruna Simone? Is that Italy? Are you in Italy? Expressions of Miss Honesty said nothing at Auntie Leah. The beautiful Lady K gifted 3 people. See how God shows up and shows out? Oh, yeah. She said yes. That's Italy. Wow.
Okay.
Chessa said, what did that thing, the chat be moving so fast? Y'all know. Chessa said, may God bless you abundantly, a millionfold for being a blessing to you, for being a blessing to us, Miss Carla. Oh, Carla is so dope. I tell y'all. Telling y'all.
Okay, I just released the rest to Lock. She confirmed. All right, let me see who else we got. We got Chelsea Hill. Okay.
That was Chessa. Chessa, not Chelsea.
Sorry.
Yes.
Chessa.
Chessa.
I got a lot of nerve to get upset when people spell my name with a C, but I can't ever spell people's name or say it correctly. So I'm working on that.
She said it's 2:30 p.m. Oh, wow. It's 2:30 p.m. in Australia because you guys are so far ahead of us. In the afternoon in your future. That is so dope. Isn't that beautiful for us to be in one time zone and speaking to somebody who's already in tomorrow simultaneously. There is a scripture in Revelations about that. And I learned it years ago, but I can't remember. Lakeisha said, I received my blessing. Thank you so much at Lady K Speaks.
All right. Chessa, check your stuff.
She said it's 11:31 p.m. in Barbados. I think it's 10:32 for us. So it's similar time, like an hour off. So you guys would be with the equivalent of like mountain time or central, if I'm mistaken. Tia said, I love it here. Yeshua is mighty. Thank you so much. Asheo. Yeshua is mighty.
Okay. Blessing out IWUH.
Yeah.
Yes.
IWH. Yeah.
So let me
Besides, that's so awesome. Expressions of Miss Honesty said, "Love your spelling, Lady K. Carla." Cookie said, "Praying."
You know what? You know what? I budgeted for a certain amount. We can do 2 more people.
Okay, I'm gonna go from the bottom up. 2 more people.
2 more people. It pays to be obedient. So if you put your Cash App up.
From the bottom up, there was 2 more people that I saw, and I'm gonna just go right from the bottom of the thing. Masai H Sweet Summer 11. Let me put that in the chat.
All right.
$ Sweet. SUMMER. Sweets.
It pays to be a listener here with the dopest nerd.
Hey.
It definitely pays. We definitely look back for those. We definitely want to be a blessing.
And I think the chat went so fast. We passed all of those. All right. If you do your chat, do it in the chat again. Let's see, whoever's at the bottom. One more. Somebody throw your Cash App up there real quick. Oh, it's 10:29 where you are too, Keisha. The next one that come up.
Okay, I see Tia.
Leishan, yeah. Tia Leishan.
Tia Leishan. All right, Tia Leishan.
That was fast.
All right.
I'm like an old lady. I be moving so slow when I'm typing. My computer will be like, "Give me a phone, let me do it." I'll be like, "What? I'm trying to move." Woman, stop typing so slow. You know, I'll be one finger pecking.
All right. Tia Leisha. Okay. Sweet Summer 1111. Please check and confirm that you got.
You know what you say? You near the SA border in Victoria? Nice. Close to Melbourne?
All right. There we go. Here's our last one. Tia Leishan.
Look at what an awesome and a mighty God we serve. Now look at that. What up, Jay? Awesome and a mighty God.
Oh, wow. So it won't let me send. It's saying I've reached my max for the day. Okay. All right. No problem. I'll send it to you. You send it to her.
Okay. I didn't know what we were doing. That's why I asked. Okay.
That's crazy. It wasn't even like that much.
There's like they checking
anything. No, you know what? I realized that anything we do when it comes to you, it always stops. Remember?
Yes. It's the hackation. We talk about this on my channel all the
without fail. I bought you a plane ticket. You got there. What happened? We don't see that on record. Nothing.
Let me tell y'all that crazy story. You think when I talk about the hackation, I'm just joking?
Oh no.
So
I'm a witness.
I bought a plane ticket. I got to the airport. They said my ticket was canceled. I was on the phone with Carla early that morning. I said, "Oh my God." I'm standing in the airport. I'm flustered. Carla's like, "Let me book you a ticket right now." She books me a ticket. I got to go to another gate. I get there. They said that flight has been canceled. So I was like, Lord Jesus. Listen, I was in the airport freaking out, clean out. I think you booked me another one and that one went through.
Yeah.
Then she booked me a third. Well, that was the third ticket. She booked me a second ticket. So that would have been my third ticket. And that one went through. I was OJ Simpson running for the Hertz gate through that airport, okay, to get to that other gate on the way to an insurance conference. I was so flustered. I was just like, I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of this. Because anything they see attached to my name, if I use my card, they will. I tell you, I'll be in a restaurant. True. I'll be in a gas station. Nope, your card can't go through. The hackation. Carla has seen the hackation in real life. Not too many people can say that they witnessed that firsthand with me. Carla was like, calm down. It's okay. It's all right. Relax. I was, boy, when I tell you my nerve was plucked.
What?
I think one of the time the guy took me in a wheelchair because I was so stressed out. I was like, I need a wheelchair. And they wheeled me to get through the gate. I was like, this is ridiculous. That is how much the hackation happens to me, y'all. Real time. Nobody could explain why all of my plane tickets were canceled. I mean, could you imagine?
Man.
It so happened that I was on the phone with Carla early in the morning.
Yep.
And it was early because I was flying out early, and Carla is 3 hours different behind my time zone. So it was early, but this is what grace and mercy looks like. This is what obedience looks like. This is what resilience looks like. This is what faith and love looks like. This is what the faith walk looks like. I'm telling you, people could not, so many people, and I think we're all capable of it, but so many people would not have made it in my, like Carla, did I have opportunities and justified reasons to quit a million times?
Oh man. What?
I wouldn't.
Yes.
Every time they try to do something to me, first it made me angry, then it made me stronger. I promise you. Whew. But obedience, this is what obedience looks like, guys. Learn it, take it in. I'm telling you. You might say, I'll hand somebody $10, and then God will replenish you 100 times. You got to stop holding on to that 10. I know people that say, oh, well, I ain't gonna give that guy my money because he probably gonna go buy drugs, this and that. You are missing the point. God didn't call you to try to control what another adult does. If you are giving somebody a blessing, let it be a blessing and release it. It is not a blessing if you're still holding in your mind like, oh, he probably went and bought crack. He probably went and bought beer. I saw a homeless man on the side of the road one time. He had a sign that said, look, I need me a beer. That's what I need the money for. I'm letting you know up front. I'm stressed. I ain't got no job. I'm homeless. I need a beer to calm these nerves. I said, brother, I have to. Because you got to respect the sincerity and honesty. But even if you know what they're going to do with the money, God has not called you to govern other adults. He has simply asked you to be obedient and hand that over, release it, and he will bless it back to you. But too many people be holding, oh, well, why the pastor got to drive a Benz? I ain't got no Benz. Like, because you chose a Hyundai Sonata. Don't be mad at the pastor. You have to want more. What Chessa, tell me the scripture we just talked about the other day. About your faith is, Chessa said, I've received my blessing and thank you a zillion times. May your harvest runneth over. See? Let's see.
Pays to be a listener here with Natania. It pays. Let your friends know, you know. You never know. You never know. We pop up, we bless, we keep it moving.
There you go. Messiah H said, I got it. Thank you. Asheo. Marsha Guy said, this is beyond generous. God is so good. Ashe. All the time.
Tia, for some reason, it's telling me that I went over my limit. It's not that I sent that many cash ups for the day, but we got you. We got you.
We got you.
If you have Venmo, put that up. You know, I make sure you walk away with what's deserving to you.
Absolutely. Look at God. Ain't God amazing?
If there's one thing I've learned from you, Natania, is to make sure that my words line up with my actions.
Absolutely. Michelle said, the hackathons. That's right. The hackation is, when I say that thing is live, you would not believe the type of things they have done to me.
But you know what? I bet you the same one that stalks you and wants to talk about you self-praising ain't gonna mention how you gave and blessed.
No, no. Listen, I didn't get, when Auntie Leah was sending me cash apps to get my attention, they were for $1. One was for $5. She sent multiple. I think maybe the first one was for $5 and I didn't hear it. And then she sent 3 others to say what, because Cash App, you can write a message, but the line is only but so long. And she wanted to get this message to me. And I promise you, this man went and said, we sold him out for Cash Apps. I said, come on now, Lord. You ain't gonna let this lie in the internet, YouTube streets on your child? I said, all I could do was laugh. All I could do was laugh. I said, Poke dang. Poke dang. Shout out to Locke. She said, at Marsha Guy, thank you for thinking of me. What an awesome and almighty God. And listen, Marsha Guy will be blessed too for saying, we don't have Cash App, but give mine to Locke. Listen, God is so amazing.
He is. A little goes a long way.
I sent it to Natania because I didn't know who to send it to. And shout out to you, Auntie Leah. This is who it was that realized within a day. She knew instantly that, matter of fact, not within a day, that same day, she knew instantly. And she said, listen, you know how ingenious it is to send somebody Cash Apps to catch their attention? I just kept hearing a little ching. And then the crazy thing is, usually I forget to turn that phone back off. Once I do a live, I have it on, like right now, I have it on silent, and I don't ever remember to turn it back off until later on. And people's like, I was trying to reach you. Tia said, that's scary. We rebuke the enemy. Yeah. Could you imagine standing? And listen, this was, what time of the year was it, Carl? I think it was like July, was it around like 4th of July or something? It was sometime. It was a high volume time. Maybe it was June. High volume time where buying a last minute ticket was almost going to be ridiculous. And
right. It was like it was around that time.
She didn't mince. And I'm telling you, when my name is, nobody could understand. Jay Mizek said, who's messing with you, Nats? Listen, I share it all. Nobody could understand. And we never could get it. Nobody had to tell me. Now, in the natural, they were like, we don't know what happened. I knew what happened.
Right.
I had to tell people. And as a matter of fact, it was on that trip. See, oh, hallelujah. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together, Carla. It was on that trip. Once I arrived, Sam, the Soul Stylist that was on with us, Desiree, all of us, we were all going together. Once we arrived, that is when God gave me the revelation that Puffy was going to fall. And that's when I told it to them, when we were waiting to get the rent-a-car. When we were waiting to get the rent-a-car, God gave me that revelation, and I told them after the hackation of the 3 tickets. And here go the big joke. They all flew Delta and I didn't. And them suckers was in the Delta Sky Lounge, and my behind was...
I think it was Frontier.
It was like, see you, hate to be you. And they were right up in that Delta Sky. I just took my book out and I was just like, chapter 1. I wasn't even, listen, I didn't have no malice or nothing, Lord. I was like, chapter 1. And I just read and all I could do was have a good laugh. And then we ended up at the other end when we got back getting together. I think they had to wait for me when I got off the plane. Oh no, I got there first and then they got off afterwards. They was up in the Delta Lounge. Smacking and macking. I said, oh Lord, the hackers should be putting me in some precarious situations. But listen, all I could do was laugh. And God was so amazing because look, just 3 years later, look at where we are now. How you like me? I said, how you like me now? You had to go through that hackation because I needed this. I needed you to stick a pin there. I needed you to remember.
Remember when you was trying to file for the unemployment? Everything was in the system.
Ooh, baby, now that was a hackation. Let me tell you how this looks like.
We both was on the phone with that one.
This is old. This is years ago. Years ago. Child. So this is before my settlement. I was trying to file. This is how long they've been harassing me and how intense. So I was filing unemployment. Hold on. There's a bug going around. I think I got it when I went to pick up my balloon. Somebody in that store was sick. Lord. But anyway, I was filing unemployment and I was like, what is going on? I went to the store. I went to the unemployment thing. First, I filed it online. Then they said you have to come in and do this little thing, get this paper. So I went in, I do everything. I get the paper. I say, when should I hear something? She said, oh, you should hear something. You should get your first payment by such and such a date. So I'm like, okay, cool. I go. That time comes and goes. And I'm like, calling this number. And I'm like, what the? So I go back up there and I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to find out where's my unemployment, this and that. They were like, oh, you got to file for it first. They don't just give it to you. I said, huh? I filed. She was like, who you filed with? I said, you. She was like, oh, me? She said, there's nothing in the system for you. I had to go through the process. I said, how is that possible? I was just here. I had to go through the entire process again. This time I said, that paper, stick it in a timestamp machine and make a photocopy and give me one copy. Give me the original and you keep the copy. She was like, okay. Do you know they hacked every single one of those applications? I had every time I would go back, I had another paper. I had 5 papers. They were like, nothing's in the system for you. I said, what the? When I tell you I was stressed, I was talking to Carla, I was stressed. Then finally one time it started going through the system and I called it and Carla was on the phone with me. We were trying to call the man. I was stressed. And then apparently there was something in the system for me. By the time I got to the office, when I walked up to the desk, there was a young lady who I heard her accent, Trinidadian. So I said, I went to her. My eyes were watery. I was like, she said, what happened to you? And I was telling her my story. I said, I had all the papers. I had like 5 or 6 papers. I said, I keep filing and they keep going through. And then they keep saying there's nothing in the computer for me that I never filed. And she said, where you from? Trinidad? I said, yeah. She said, I will tell them you're my cousin. Shh, don't say nothing. She went and got her manager. She was like, hi, manager. This is my cousin. She's having a problem with her thing. Look, all these papers she have. And they said her paper's not in. And the lady said, oh, that's your cousin? Okay, well, come. And she said, come in the back. She went in the back. And then she came back and she said, because first she kind of looked at me with her face skinned up. When she came back, she said, come with me, young lady. She took me to the back. I was crying, that little, because I was frustrated. And I was so upset that why are they playing in my face like this? She took me to the back. She said, at first, I thought you were lying. She said, but being upper level management, I have access to background screens. She said, I've never seen this in my life. And I've worked here for 25 years. The woman went in the computer, typed a few things and turned the screen around. She said, this is the master. This is behind the scenes federal master. She went in and showed me the screen. She said, somebody wiped your file clean. She said, these initials here, I don't know who they belong to. You know how a computer, you have to put your initials in every time you make. She said, I don't know who these belong to. I've never seen anything like this in my life. She said, somebody is messing with you. Mm-hmm. I had, when I tell you, not because I wanted to cry, but because somebody heard me. Only because the girl said I was her cousin, she went the extra mile. She said, nobody really accesses this screen. This is upper management screen. People, no managers, no supervisors can get into this screen. She's like, somebody wiped your file clean. I've never seen this before. I mean, I didn't get no unemployment. I went home and cried. But before I left, I went in their bathroom and I took 2 rolls of toilet tissue and some paper towels because we was dry up in my house. And I took them home with me. And eventually I was like, what? You know, I got to figure something out. But I'm telling you, this is what I endured. The hackation. And yet and still, I kept persevering. I was like, nah, y'all not going to knock me down. I would get so angry. I would have to go to God or go to one of my confidants and be like, yo, this is what's happening to me. And then there was another thing with unemployment. Do you remember that letter, Carla?
Yep.
Listen, I filed unemployment when I went back to New York briefly. I filed unemployment in New York. They sent me to a hearing. There was a letter that was sent that said, Miss Rubin is out of control and she was this and she was cursing at the people and this and that. And they denied my unemployment. I said, what? I said, none of these things happened. I don't know what they're talking about. This doesn't even sound like me. And it was for some company, a nonprofit organization, just like we worked in the field we worked in, upstate in Rochester, New York, though. I said, I've never lived in Rochester, nor have I ever worked in Rochester. Baby, whoever this fake Natania Rubin was a maniac. And they said it was me and denied my unemployment. I was like, what? And this is when I was still fresh learning about the hackation. Y'all have no idea what this was. I still got that paper downstairs. I promise you, I could make Nirvana take the key, go in my file cabinet, and bring that paper up here and show y'all. Do you know, years later, probably last year, Nirvana said, let me look in here. She took that information. The first page said Natania Rubin. The second page said Natalie Rubin. Nirvana went and typed in and found the lady. She was Puerto Rican. Wasn't even me. But they insist they had my social security number and everything in this letter. I was like, what? You know why I saved that letter? Because this is such a long time. Thank you for saying that, Carla. You know why I saved that letter? Because I said, when I write my book, no one will believe me if I don't have proof.
Exactly.
I got the letter. I'm going to put the letter in the book. I promise you, these people had my social security number. I'm going to block that out. But they did everything to stop me from getting anything I was entitled to. The company we both worked for rejected my unemployment and I never got a dime. Yet, and I had 2 sons, I continued to persevere no matter what. And it wasn't easy. But here I am 25 years later and it's all good in the hood. Thank you for saying that, Carla.
Yeah. I mean, when I tell you I have witnessed these chain of events, even when
You brought me groceries.
Man.
You brought me groceries because we were broke. Carla said, come, let's go grocery shopping. You brought me groceries. God is my witness. God is my witness. And I had my head hung down. She was like, lift your head up.
We're not doing that.
We're not doing this. No. Like, please, sir, can I have some more? She's like, what you want? I was like, I'll take a bread. She's like, go grocery shopping and cut it out. Like, okay. But that's what love looks like. Who are we standing up for in our present lives right now? Who's in your life right now going through that needs your help and you're disavowing it or you're not doing it? Be the Carla in their life. Be that Carla in their life. Be that Natania in their life.
I promise you, it comes back around 10 times fold. It comes around. Now this is the crazy, and I hate to even say this, but every time I promise you go through something, God, will turn around and will bless me in a way where I come back and I say, okay, listen, God is blessed. We're doing this. And you like, damn it. It's like I'm just hanging on that cross, another nail. I'm bearing it for this one. I'm bearing it for that one.
I got all up in my hand. Okay.
But I promise you, I remember calling her and I said, you know what? I don't understand what's going on with CarMax. Remember, I said they really got me. And she had went through her own spiel with that because that's another whole, and I'm like, these people just sent me my title and a reimbursement check apologizing because I overpaid. She's like, I can hang up right now.
Yeah, for real. But Carla, let me tell y'all a funny story about an egg mattress, okay? This is what fun. Now, Carla's husband, Trinidadian, long locks, all that, tall, dark skin.
Ex-husband.
There you go. Get it right. Ex like Malcolm. So we go to a store. Where were we on Myrtle Avenue?
Yep.
Myrtle Avenue in Brooklyn. So those type of stores that like houseware stores. They have this, that, everything for the house. We walk in the store. So she's like, Roger, just go ahead and take the air mattress back to the store. He said, you want me going to the store for the people to say I stole the thing? No. Carla was like, oh, please, it's not that big of a deal. Carla took the air mattress. Air mattress got a hole in it. Carla goes to the store. Oh, Poppy, get up. He's like, oh, go ahead, take another one. What? Me and Roger looked at each other like, what is happening here? He told her, take another one. He ain't asked for no receipt. Nothing. I said, what am I watching? He didn't even look at it good. He said, oh, put that over there. Take a new one.
Oh, man.
This is what favor looks like. So he would have ran me up out of that store. Okay? Call the police on me and everything. All I could do, we laughed. I said, girl, now this is favor. Okay, Carla was laughing. She's like, what? Well, they would exchange it for you. I said, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. They would not have exchanged it for me at all. They would have sent me running and told me, get out their store, and I stole something and I'm trying to get over on them. Carla has favor. I mean, I know we all have a measure of favor, but Carla got favor. Shout out to Jules Awake that gifted 5 memberships to the Dopest Nerd. Look at this love fest that's going on here today. Blessings in the house. Shout out Jules Awake. I love you for that. God bless you. Anybody who is so blessed to be able to receive one of these blessed gifts of membership, please come back in the chat and say thank you to Jules Awake. Thank you so much. We appreciate you so much. Guys, we have did this person already say something about me? Look, I told y'all. Wait a minute. Is this in my chat? Because I'm about to laugh my behind off.
Wait, am I reading the same thing from Black Road?
The person he must be in here because he literally mentioned me in a post and said, let's address the elephant in the room. Are Haitians really free? Because I promise you, this man said, they said, are Haitians truly free at the Dopest Nerd? You know what he called me? He said I was a Haitian voodoo priestess with a fake Jamaican accent. He loves me. He loves me. I feel the love. That's love. If you've thought it not robbery to come by my 25th anniversary celebration fest, I love you. That's love. And I'm going to give you love back, brother. Come on to the light side. Leave the dark side. Come over to the light side. I know you want to be in the crew. It's okay. I'm like that. People want to be down. It's okay. You're welcome here. You're welcome here. The doors of the church are open. Come. Won't you come? Won't you come? Come on. To God be the glory. Won't you come? I know you want to leave the dark side. You were there because you had nothing else to do. This is a new time. We're ushering in a paradigm shift. I mean this with my whole heart. Won't you come? The doors of the church are open. What a beautiful way to bless this show, Carla. What a beautiful way to bring us to this point. What a beautiful way. And shout out to Jules. Thank you so much for your amazing blessing. You did not have to do it. Don't worry, Tasha. You're going to get blessed. She said, I never get lucky enough. You will.
I promise you. You know, God works in mysterious ways.
Absolutely.
And a lot of times people think that the most unconventional ways are not of God. You know what I mean? They don't realize, you know, God blesses in the most strangest ways. And you got to just be ready to receive no matter how it looks and no matter what way it looks. I remember telling somebody, if God told you to dip yourself in that dirty mud, you know, water, in that puddle,
that's right.
You know what I mean? You'd be like, I'm not doing that.
That's right.
But if he told you, you know what? Go climb up on top of that mountain over there and pluck the left side of the wing of the eagle, you're going to say, yes, that is the blessing right there.
Right. That's right. Talk about it.
I promise you. I promise you. And so I look at the most unconventional ways. I've had, you know, and this is how crazy God blesses. I've had homeless people who have recognized me, came back to want to buy me something. And I can't even look at the fact that it's like, oh no, you're homeless. I don't have the right to turn someone down from being blessed.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So for me, it's like, you know, however it comes, whatever way it comes, you know, when you know it's God, things happen where it's like, this can't be real. This can't be real. That's how you know it's God.
That's how you know it's God. It's supernatural. Anytime it is unexplainable, there you know God is in the midst. because God operates in the supernatural.
He does.
Operates when it is bonkers and just zany and weird. That's God in the midst. I'm telling you, I've seen it come to pass. People, like you said, people want the glorious. They want the glorious.
Oh, yeah.
They want illustrious blessings. But I'm telling you, God has put me in some situation. I remember when I was starting to walk in my prophetic gift and really starting to understand what it was. And I was somewhere just minding my business in Kroger, minding my business. And God, I was like singing a little song. And God said, that lady in the red shirt, go over there and tell her, go have her breast exam. And I was like, come on, God. I don't even know that lady. Please, no. God was like, I said, go tell her. I was like,
I said, go tell her. Yep.
What am I gonna? What do you say? How do you walk up to a stranger in the supermarket like, can I give you a word God shared with me? Go get your breast checked. I was just like, but that's God saying, if I can trust you with little, I can trust you with much. And I promise you, God made me go tell that lady that. And I was standing there. I walked up and down that aisle back and forth for so long. I was like, then she started moving. I was like, and I walked over. I was like, that blouse is, oh my God, your blouse is so pretty. And she was like, thank you, sugar. And I was like, you know what? Heavenly Father gave me a word for you. Can I give you a word? And she drew back like, like what you want? I felt the burn in me. I was like, ugh. I said, I don't know what your spiritual affiliation is. I know this may sound peculiar, but the Holy Spirit gave me a word to give you. And he asked me to tell you to go and have your breast checked. And she just clutched her chest and looked at me like, because clearly she already knew that something was amiss. And she just stood there and looked at me and she just was like, she never said anything. She just looked at me and held her chest. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to be obedient. And she just looked at me like, and I promise you, she never said a word. But the way she held her chest, I knew that she knew that was confirmation. And so God will put you, sometimes it's not going to be comfortable. That is how the Almighty works. That is how the Most High operates. It's not going to be comfortable. It's not going to, this is not a parlor trick. Like people be like, if you see anything for me, tell me. Listen, honey, this is not no parlor trick. This is the Most High God. When he gives it to me, I give it to you. It took a very special person in my spiritual walk to tell me, when God gives you something, get out the way. Screamed on me. Get out the way, get out your own way and let God use you. It ain't for you. It ain't about you. You're a vessel. And I had to clutch my pearls like, why are you screaming at me? But he was 100% right. And I have to give a shout out to Derek Wright, Pastor Derek Wright, because he ushered me into that spiritual walk maturity. And iron sharpened iron. He was my pastor, but I met him under another capacity. And I promise you, I used to butt heads. He would be like, you're going to write something and go present. And I was on the phone with Chester the other day. I talked about it. It was called Woman at the Well. I said, no, I'm not. And, you know, I tell y'all, I'm a scrapper. I'm very scrappy. And God had to settle me out of that because he said, there's something happening and I need you to write something for it and go present it. And I was like, excuse me? No, I got things to do. Click. He was like, excuse me, did you hang up on your pastor? I said, no, I hung up on Derek. I'm not writing. And he said, yes, you are. I was like, no, I'm not. He's like, you're disobeyed. I was like, I'm not. But see, I was spiritually immature. That was the ego in me saying, who you think you calling me and telling me go somewhere? I wasn't planning on leaving my house. And then I said, I'm not going. He kept calling me. I wouldn't answer. I kept pressing the red button and sending him to voicemail. It was audacity. Trust me. God flogged me for that. God looked at me. I sat down in my thing and was watching TV and God said, get that pen and paper and write it. Not only are you going to write it, you're going. And I was just like, what? And I had to call him back. I had to humble myself and call him back and say, okay, I'll write it. And I wrote it in probably 8 to 12 minutes. And I sent it to him. And he was like, I'm going to give it to somebody else to read. I said, excuse you? No, nobody's reading my work. I'm going to do it. But I said to Chester the other day, wow, he played psychological warfare on me. Because at first I didn't want to do it. Then he was like, I'm going to give it to somebody else to read. And I was like, excuse you? You ain't going to give my words to nobody. These are my words. And it ended up being so beautiful. I said, they better put me first because I'm going to go. I'm going to say it. And then I'm leaving. I'm not staying for the whole event. Do you know, not only did I stay for the whole event, I was helping people put chairs up at the end. And when I tell you, I got a standing ovation. And people were walking up to me saying, oh, is that published? Where can I buy this? Where can I buy, what site do you have this published on? I was like, thinking to myself, like, I wrote this in 8 minutes. And it was called Woman at the Cross. I'm going to read it to you another day, possibly tomorrow. I read it to Chessa and she was like, my God, 8 minutes. So God, you got to know your gifts. God has blessed us all with gifts. Look inside yourself and find out what your gifts are, and then allow God to use you. Not only will God use you, you have to use your own gifts. Play to your strong points. Play to your strong points. Shout out to Nick's Mountain Goat Productions for gifting 5 memberships again. God bless you. I feel so blessed. I feel so blessed. The Spirit of God is moving through the house, and I'm so eternally grateful. Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you. I appreciate that. Guys, if you were so blessed to be able to get one of those gifted memberships, please come back in the chat and let us know and say thank you to them. What a beautiful, look at all of the love going through this place. Look, who was it that wanted one of those things? Hurry up and get it. Somebody wanted one and they said they always miss out.
Tisha T, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Tasha T. And even Nick said, Tasha T, I tried for you.
Tasha T, I hope you grabbed one. Let's see. I want to see did Tasha T get one.
Yes, it's not letting me, she said.
Oh, are you subscribed? Make sure you subscribe. I don't know if that plays a role in it. Carrie Ann Young said, Natania, would you be able to give a prayer of guidance and strength, please? Absolutely. It's 5 hours, guys. We have been on for 5 hours. Let's say a prayer. Let's start wrapping this up. I'm going to pray for guidance and for a prayer that just covers a multitude of requests and needs, and for all of us, covering everybody.
Yes.
Thank you. Chessa said, genius is what you are. I read it for Chessa. She said, my goodness. My goodness. I'm telling you, I wrote that thing in 8 minutes. And I was so froggy. Forgive me, Father God, still. I repented back then, but still forgive me, because I was like, I'm not going. I'm not going. I like, who do you think you are? God was like, who you really think you are? That is the man of the man of God for the church that you worship in. He asked you to do something. Who do you think you are? But I was spiritually immature. I was like, no, I'm not. I got things to do. He was like, you gonna go? I was like, what? You know that spirit in me, Carla. When somebody tries to push too hard, I'll be like, you're rugging. But that is what I'm talking about with our spiritual maturity. We have to learn to not push back so hard. Hey, where's Andy? Nope. Andy from Popcorn Planet. Locke, please drop that link. Shout out to Andy. Let me drop the link right now. Andy from Popcorn Planet in his house. I feel so blessed. What an amazing birthday gift. This has been a magnificent birthday blessing. What an amazing birthday. My goodness. I feel so blessed. Come on, Andy. Come up. There's the link, Andy. Jump up. No, you're not too late. Oh, look, Locke done dropped it already, right? Alien Loves Earth is a new member. Shout out to you, Alien Loves Earth. Thank you for joining the Nerd Herd family. Welcome. Let me hold $1, cuz. That's your official welcome.
Now, if I had $1 for everyone that said that, let me hold $1.
Listen, you have a whole lot of dollars.
Right. Ooh-wee, but this has definitely been a blessing. This has definitely been a blessing.
Absolutely. This is God moving in the spirit. It doesn't get better than this. Even the ones who, are talking about the elephant in the room that want to criticize, they can't help but to love. They can't help it. It's it gets on you. You know, that grace and mercy, it'll get on you. And it's so revitalizing and it's so renewing and it's so amazing to your spirit. You just want to do different. And it's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. Sometimes people get trapped. Sometimes there's succubuses and incubuses that get on people and they don't know how to escape it. And it takes a praying. Listen, a lot of us, our success, we think it's our own. No, we are our success. We are the evidence of a praying grandmother, mother, aunties, ancestors all over. Trust me, we are walking on grace we did not earn, many of us. So if you don't know God, you better act like you know. You better act like you know. Hey, shout out to Andy Signore.
Hey.
Thank you so much, Andy, of Popcorn Planet. Guys, those of you who are not following Popcorn Planet, you guys, everybody knows who this is. This is YouTube royalty. But if you are not following Popcorn Planet, go over to his channel, like and subscribe, and let him know you came from the.
Oh, we're here to celebrate you. Don't worry about me. I'm good. But
No.
I'm. You got night, Andy. I finally threw my glasses on. I love them because they make my eyes look so. That's how bad these are the thin lenses. Look at that. Can't see anything. But I'm here with my shirt that's fitting for the night. Keep going. That's what you've always done. And I'm just so honored and impressed for the invite. And sorry I was late. I'm glad I caught you. I've been out with my kids. We were doing some stuff out. We're going on a family sort of vacation on Sunday.
Cool.
So we had to do some stuff, and it took longer than expected. But I'm glad I got to catch you and make an appearance and support you guys and the channel. And yeah, congrats on the anniversary.
I'll tell you, Andy, you missed it earlier. I said I was so afraid to leave the house today. I was just like, no, I will not.
25 years.
Right.
Years. My God.
Right.
Boy, was it a journey. It was a journey. It was a journey. But I had good people in my corner, even through the rough patches. I had good people in my corner.
And I feel like justice is coming.
Yeah. Hey, now there you go, right there. That's the icing on the cake.
25 years, but hey, never too late to get justice.
There you go. Well, God said, I will reward you for your good and faithful servitude. I will reward you for being not weary in well-doing. You suffered gladly, and now here are the spoils and the rewards of your faith walk. And I'm eternally grateful. I thank God.
Yeah, look, I'm just incredibly impressed at all you've done as a voice in this space who's out there fighting it. I just learned about, I guess, different. Well, the Stampede. I didn't know about the Stampede.
Oh wow, you didn't?
Yeah, I mean, Cam filled me in because I'm banking stuff for next week. So I did a whole video because I saw some of the survivors sort of putting a memorial for it, and just the fact that one of Diddy's early. Just it never ends with the Diddy reveals how much this man has hid and tried to get away with and avoid the accountability. As I was looking into the details, I was just floored that, and then judge even deemed it 50% his responsibility. Like it was no joke. I mean, it's just so much. You go back in history of just how the writing was there on the wall from the beginning. This man was problematic and never seemed. It just kept, as I have the button. I don't know if you hear it. The savage, he's a savage. He just, that was the mentality. It feels like from the beginning, and I can only imagine someone who's that. And again, allegations coming in, and he was doing it, the same type of stuff, putting substances in drinks even back then. And to think just how much, if that's true, I got to be careful. But if that is, which I don't doubt, just how much worse it gets, the more power you get, right? And just the entitlement and sort of the expectation of I can get away with anything is just horrifying. Yeah. And I'm just grateful that this seems to be the year or the time when a lot of that is getting uncovered, because it's not even just him. Jay-Z just got a huge L from the judge, which was it was so great to see the judge being like, you are not above the law, sir. Like, enough with these shenanigans. I assume you like that, seeing that response, no?
I did. And remember what I said when I was on your channel, Andy? I said, it's New York big talk. I see the play they're running. I knew what it was. And the judge knew what it was. And that's why he slapped him down. Like, cut the histrionics. We know what this is. The law has a certain course that it has to follow. You can't come up here, but he understood that all of the histrionics and hyperbole was for the benefit of proving to his client, like, oh, I'm working hard for this money. I saw right through it. I knew it. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm familiar with that. I know that one too. So we are definitely racking up wins on this side. You know, when you make the 4 ticks and then the 1 cross and then 4 ticks and then 1 cross, we're racking up wins. All of the attempts to get out of jail, no go. This admonishment from the judge, bam. Time is here. We are in the season of victory. We are in the home stretch, and I'm ecstatic. And Andy, did you know that the City College Stampede, that was 91, but that was December 28, 91. When I got pow-powed, he had just settled the last case.
Okay.
So they said he went out feeling victorious, like, I got away with that. And then pow for me. And I'm December 27th. We are 8 years to the day.
It's wild. The amount of anniversaries that man has is really depressing.
You can't make it up. It doesn't make sense that unalived 9 people on December 28th, 1991, and then December 27th, 1999, pow somebody in the face. Come on. The statistical anomaly required to make that happen. No.
Yeah, nothing surprises me anymore with this dude. It's been shocking to see the amount. I'm still waiting to see if this even will happen in May as planned. But I'm hoping they do, because it's interesting because he has a right to a speedy trial, and it's like he wants to get the heck out of there. I wonder if he will almost make sure the feds do have to stick to that date, or will they find a way to sort of stick it out? Because I can't imagine prepping for everything they got to prep. Everything's got to do. It's definitely time. He's got to do that case with his hands behind his back, and I don't feel bad. But it is a task that he and his team are up against to defend. And I'm just curious to see, do you think it's really still going to happen in May, or do you think more is going to come out that's going to cause that delay? Do you know what I mean?
So here's the deal. Like you said, he is entitled to a speedy trial, but it was not lost on me that God is still in the midst of blessing, and my ancestors are still working, because the trial date is supposed to start May 5th. That is my stepdad's birthday.
Wild.
So please go in on May 5th. Yes. So my dad can be at work. When I heard that date, I said, Ashe, oh, ancestors, thank you. Thank you. Because does it get better than that, Andy? Like, look at the redemption.
It's my kid's birthday on the 4th, so close. Yeah, we got a lot
to celebrate.
Star Wars Day, yeah.
Great. And I think here's the deal. I heard in that last filing that came up where the federal government said, the U.S. attorney said, we are ready to provide all of the discovery, as much discovery as possible for December 31st. However, we have not attained access to all of the digital files because it was like 9 terabytes, right? We haven't gained access to everything. However, we are gaining access on a rolling level, and we will provide discovery on a rolling basis as it becomes available. Here's what that says. We don't want to give you access to all, this is just my opinion, all of the discovery at one time, because there are names that we are still trying to protect in this superseding indictment, and we give it all to you, those people will disappear. So we can't get in everything. As we get in, we will provide it for you. Masterful. It is a master class in how you finesse the finessers. And I'm not mad at them. I know God, everything has its course, has a time. The Bible says for everything there is a season. And now it's the time to rejoice. And he's at that season, and that's just what it is. He had his time to celebrate and to, exalt himself and to aggrandize and do all those things. 30 years is a good run. Everything comes to an end.
Everything sure does. And his reign is definitely coming.
Yes. Yes, it is. And I'm ecstatic. And I'm so happy to be here. And I know it's my birthday, but I want to shout out to you, Andy, because like I said, TV is not what it used to be. A lot of people have sworn off of TV and they get their major news and everything and their interactions from YouTube is TV for people. And the landscape is crowded, but I can always count on you to give very level-headed, very well-informed, very well-researched information, and you provide that for people every single day. That is how I became a popcorn head, because I said, okay, this is something different in the landscape, because I don't, and no disrespect for anybody, people have what they have. I don't like the gossipy sites. I like places where I can get a level-headed story, newsworthy, and you give us that. You and Kim give us that. And shout out to Kim. I love you guys for that. And I, like I told you, prior to me ever coming on, I watched. I was a fan. And people want that. We have a grown demographic. I know you look at your analytics. I look at mine. My demographic is that 46 to 54 and 55 to 60 something. They love me. Those people look straight, no chaser. We don't want to hear all the craziness. We just want the word. And that is what you give every day. And shout out to you for that.
I mean, that's very kind of you. I appreciate it. I mean, we still have some gossip from time to time, but what I try to do is, of course, just make it clear this is gossip. We have some fun from time to time, because you got to try to have some fun. And that's the thing. There isn't it's weird. Like, I go back to Wendy Williams. I was doing a video on her too, breaking down Beyonce's pregnancy. Some of those videos are dropping next week. And she always was, oh, she's salacious. She's awful. She's just causing the drama. But I was watching more of it. I'm like, no, she was pretty clever and really trying to push for stuff that nobody wanted to talk about. And sure, I'm sure at times that was pissing off the celebrities, right? And maybe at times she was wrong. But it is interesting. I'm like, she's doing a lot of what we were trying to do, and we still try to do in a way. And maybe she wasn't always perfect. Of course, I don't know the history of it. But in watching that, I could just tell, like, she was asking questions. And she did it in a very similar, like, it felt like Wendy Williams felt like today's generation of YouTube, where she's like, allegedly, like she was even doing it. And I was just sort of impressed. And then they shut her down. Like, I really do believe they tried to shut her down, which now in hindsight, and shout out to her, because I know she's going through a lot with her health and stuff, but many people trying to connect that to, did they, try to take her down? I don't know. I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but my point is, like, there were people out there that were doing it and that were always treated like, oh, you're crazy, you're too mean, you're salacious. And the reality is, like,
that's right.
I quickly learned, like, you got to humor it all. You got to respectfully humor it all, hear it out.
Yeah.
Call the BS when it's BS, but also have those conversations. And that's why I appreciate you, because, even the Jay-Z stuff, like, I watched that go down and I could see what Alex Spiro was doing. And I never believed he was being fully honest and not doing his own shenanigans. Of course, every lawyer's allowed to lie, and they do. But I was pretty taken by, like, they're now, Tony Busby looks bad. He did, because Spiro is not, he's not a bad lawyer. He knows how to, like, run rings around these guys. But it was very encouraging to see that the judge was, like, not having it. It was like, enough. You don't get to dictate when this ends, and you're not more important, and stop bad mouthing and being so defamatory to the other counsel, which he was in all those unnecessary briefs. And it was encouraging to see, like, yeah, enough. You can pay. I mean, God, how much do you think he paid Spiro? Jay-Z must have paid him a fortune for that slideshow. You know what I mean?
A ton of money.
Every minute to make that with multiple team members, like, because you made a point, like, that's not regular. They don't do that very often.
Well,
but to that much detail, the research, the organization of it, I mean, we're talking millions of dollars, I bet, just for that PR thing alone, that one PR day, which, granted, I guess, Jay-Z's got it, but it's going to start costing them money. And now that the lawsuit's continuing, I imagine that's going to start finally being an annoyance to him, of, like, this is now, Alex, why is this still going? I thought you paid me a fortune to get this thrown out early. And I do a smile and be like, I like that now we're making Jay-Z have to pay more, be more stressed, like, all of that to me is a win-win, right?
And I'm certain that day when we were on, he was watching, because remember, they put the statement up, then they took it down, then they put it back up, then they took it down, then they put it back up.
Whether he was or one of his team members was 100%. They are paying attention. They pay attention to all of it. I'm sure they got their alerts, and they got certain channels that they're just sort of keeping an eye on, have to give the notes. 100%. I mean, if he's as good as it seems like he is in really monitoring it all, right? You sort of have to at this point, because Jay-Z's paying for that sort of full PR crisis junket. And that not to tangent, but like that's why this Blake Lively story has been so fascinating to me. I don't know if you followed or your audience is.
I haven't followed it yet. I'm gonna look. I'm listening to your coverage so I can know.
The last video I did, I did it on Christmas Eve. I'm like, no one's gonna. This is so much in the weeds of Hollywood sort of crisis, lawyers, PR, all of it, and I'm like, no one's gonna watch this video. But I was so fascinated because I see through it all, and I'm experienced with that sort of world, and I saw sort of some of the truths starting to get exposed as to where the text came from and the other PR companies trying to throw their competitors on the bus. And there was so much like dirty work behind the scenes. I was like, oh man, this is crazy epic. And it's important we know. And Jay-Z's law firm, Quinn Emanuel, is repping one of the publicists now. So I was like, I got to do a video. I'm going to throw it out. I'm sure it won't do well, but it took me a while to organize sort of what happened. And I'll be damned. That video took off slowly, but surely. It was one of my highest performers in a while. And I was just glad. And I was reading the comments like, oh my God, you're so like, they were paying attention. It was a lot to digest and follow. And I was encouraged because it was like one of those benchmarks where I was like, people are starting to finally wise up. It's not as clear cut as they tell you it is. You got to really look at it. And I'm not trying to say Blake Lively's a mean person. I don't know. I know as what I saw, she wasn't the best behaved. And I think she has her own thing she's got to take accountability for. The other guy she's suing for harassment stuff, I wasn't there. I don't know. It does sound like he's got some of his own things he's got to address. But there's a reality that I think not enough people accept where it's like, they can both be bad. Like they both can be bad.
What do I always say? Two things can take place at the same time.
1000%. And that's what's happening in this Blake Lively thing because she got raked over the coals from a PR standpoint. And it really did, I think, do some damage to her.
Wow.
But I don't believe it was because of Justin Baldini's smear campaign. I think it was because of her mean girl behavior that she got caught for in those junkets and sort of bad PR optics in the junket, in the marketing of the movie, selling her alcohol brand on a movie about domestic violence. It's like, girl, that's a bad look. And you can't blame Sony for that. You were out there selling your Betty booze to a movie about abuse. Bad look, girl. And yeah, that pissed people off. So just apologize and move on. She was the same one who was calling out Princess Catherine saying her cancer was fake. Like she got caught. And it's like, wow, you can't, but now her and Ryan Reynolds are like pulling every power move they can do. And it's an unpopular opinion, or at least it was. It's an unpopular opinion to be like, she's lying and wasn't harassed. Like, I'm not saying that, but I'm trying to say like, if there was a power imbalance, you can't underestimate how powerful Blake Lively is. She's massively popular with her husband. Taylor Swift's her best friend. Those are some scary allies that can turn against you and cancel you like that if they want to.
And powerful. And they have those tentacles that are far reaching and spread wide. And if they want to stop you in your tracks, they can. And but remember, like I say, shout out to the Emperor, Cat Williams.
Yep.
2024 forecast. He said it's up for everybody. The Reckoning 2024. A lot of people don't know what the word reckoning means. If they did, and I hear he's about to come back on Shannon before the end of the year.
Oh, that'd be good.
That would be great for them. Maybe we need him for predictions for every year.
What a closer for the year. He should do it. It'd be such a good follow-up.
Boy, that thing would do even bigger numbers than. Listen,
I love to hear him go on a rant about Diddy and actually now start.
Listen,
I'm waiting. Like, why isn't Chappelle doing it? Like, I'm waiting. Like, Jamie Foxx just came out and made a couple jokes. Will Smith suddenly now out there, cracking some distance.
Well, that's his Will Smith. That's his little group. So I got to go look and see what he said because that's their little crew. So
he specifically tried to distance himself. I don't know anything about the Diddy stuff. Don't involve me. And I'm sitting there like, dude.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't ever talk about stuff, and I don't mean to, but man, I was at no Diddy parties. It's like, Will.
Eyes.
Will.
Listen, let me tell you something. If love and prayers healed people, did you see the video of Wendy Williams at her son's graduation, scooting around on her little scooter? I said, Wendy is back. I cannot wait till she gets some lashes and get on a little purple scooter and give us some love. And she doesn't have to, she just was very spot on. She used to be our radio DJ in New York before she was the Wendy Williams show on TV.
Yeah, and didn't Diddy like get her shut down?
He did. He got her fired and sent off to Philly.
For implying he was into guys, right?
For showing a picture that happened in Cancun, and I was there in Cancun, so I know it was the truth. I was there on that trip, and somebody snapped a picture and sent it to Wendy back in the old school days in the 1900s when we emailed things, and emailed it to her, and that was all she wrote. Wendy Williams was off the rig. They said before we get back to New York, she better be gone, and she was excommunicated to Philly because the non-compete clause. She couldn't be hired by any other station in New York. So she had to go to Philly for a while. And then when she finally, that non-compete clause was over, she came back to the New York market and then went on WBLS and snatched Arbitron ratings and was the top ranked person again. But I'm telling you, the woman has always known her stuff. She would drop T and always get it right. And she was just doing her job, what she was doing. They would come to her when they wanted to promote something. So if you're coming to me when you want to promote something, don't be mad when I discuss you when it's not in such a favorable light. Perhaps don't do those things.
Yep.
So, but this landscape is definitely missing Wendy Williams. It's definitely like, this is her story, her victory to celebrate as well.
100%. And it's sad because I from everything I've read, and I think it is, she's what is it? She has is it Alzheimer's or?
But listen, no, you saw that video. Wendy Williams was talking plain Wendy Williamsese. She's fine. She may have overarching medical issues, but on a micro level, she's here. Because her conservator said she's incapacitated, bedridden, and there's no return. This woman was scooting around in a scooter, reading and collecting and gathering people. I said, no, that's old Wendy Williams. And I
hope so. I hope she's good.
I'm going to pray for her every night in my prayers.
We do need Wendy back right now more than ever because, yeah, we don't have a lot of those truth tellers.
Yeah. And there's something so special about the truth.
And so many people tried to shut her down.
Yeah,
it's wild when you go look at it because even I at the point was like, oh, she's just salacious, sort of like a more gossipy Jerry Springer type. Oh yeah, whatever. And no, the more you look back and you're like, she was onto it. She was ahead of a lot of people.
Let me ask you a question. So is this the first time you ever saw the belly fold down?
Well, yeah, and I thought Kim helped me organize it because I was like, I think you tipped us off a bit and others had too. And so I started doing a little bit and I saw the fold video, but then she tracked the whole Wendy episode. That whole Wendy episode's really, which they've tried to scrub and it was harder to find, but it's there. And she does a whole breakdown, talks about what the theories were. And then she even brings 2 pregnant staffers of her own to sort of sit and do it, which is really kind of fun. But I was just in watching her it was like 8 or 9 minutes of that whole section. Cause I've seen Wendy before. I'm a fan, but it's like in that specific instance, watching the way she covered it, I almost related to it in a way because she even said like the alleged love child of the alleged Trinidad, I was like, oh my God, she's doing the same thing my lawyers told me to do. It made me believe her more, in a way, because I'm like, oh, she's onto something and she's just afraid legally. But in watching it, when I watched because I went and it's all in a video where I break down sort of the conspiracy theory of that whole thing. I'll be honest, the Sunday, the real footage from that bend down, which we found, they showed 3 other angles, and it does look like the dress folds when you see the more higher res version in slow-mo, like the clothes definitely fold. Now it's still odd. Like there's something off there, but there's enough other stuff there where I'm like, we also found Beyonce's response to it. She did respond to it. So I tried my best to be like, look, I know some of you aren't going to want to hear the other side of this, but here it all is. Like, here's the clip. Here it is in slow-mo. Here's the back shot. Here's that. Like, I got it all. And I tried to put it all in one video so people can really hear from her, from everything, and watch it and really give. Because I'm curious what the people say. Like me, I'm still torn. Like there's definitely something. And then when you go look at Carol, it's her name, Caroline, the woman who died, who was the alleged mistress of Jay-Z. And as we look at her and sort of the resemblance, it's there. There's definitely resemblance for Blue Ivy. Absolutely. But there was I couldn't find too much to prove that the baby was there. That's where things got a little bit more wonkier, but doesn't mean it's not still true. Like I looked at all that. I'm like, okay, I'm not mad at this theory. Like I understand why people have this theory. Do I fully like believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I still have some doubts that I think it could be true. And when I watched Beyonce sort of say it, like when she talked about like being a mother is the most important thing, and you don't do that. Like, I don't know. She fooled me. I was like, she seemed like genuinely upset by it and wasn't like trying to be a I don't know, phony about it. Like she explained, I think, the right answer as to why you would never do such a thing, to fake that kind of thing to the public. But I don't know her, so I can't. She's an actress, so what can I say? I can't know what her true motives are. What do you think? Like, to me, it's like there's enough smoke there that I understand why people go there. But as I really laid it all out, I'm like, I can't definitively agree with them and say, oh yeah, this is for sure true.
As they say, there's some there, and there's
Yeah.
enough there for a discussion to be had. Absolutely.
100%. That's why I wanted to humor, and I thought there's enough here. You guys look at it all out, but there's enough here for that. A lot of you are going to say, I don't believe it. I think it does debunk itself, but there's still some questions that even I had. And I think that's what Wendy's staff said too, the pregnant staff, because they sat down and nothing moved. But one of them was like, no, I don't believe it. And the other one was like, I have questions. And that's, I think, I'm leaning more towards no, but I still am open to
questions.
Yeah, what do you guys, who believes Beyonce faked it?
I've had 3 babies and my stomach never folded once. In fact, it is so in the way.
Trust me, I'm not pregnant, but I know what you're talking about.
It's so in the way. So there's enough there for a conversation to be had. Like, no one can deny. If it was just total nonsense, you'd be able to dismiss it and it would have been long gone. But to me, what really made it even more wonky to me was the shutting down of Cedars-Sinai. Nobody can enter the hospital up on these 3 floors and all of it. When she was, what manner of nonsense is that?
Well, it's funny because Meghan Markle did the same thing. And there's actually a lot more clips of her folding. Like, there are several, there's a whole theory online. There are people who think Meghan Markle and Harry had fake killed. They don't have any kids, that they're actors that they use as props. 100%. And I don't go that far.
I didn't even heard of that.
Oh, it's deep in that. Yeah, you can go find it. But just look up Meghan Markle moon bump is what they call it. Okay. But in doing my due diligence on it, I did think the first pregnancy, there was some questionable belly movements. Like, it's legit. There's several of them where she just bends down and it's like, I'm sorry, how are you bending like that? It doesn't. And then her belly shifts. Like, it'll go up and down. You're like, what's going on? And part of me was like, is this really my business? Like, who cares? Okay, so maybe they wanted to, not have it real. But then you go into it and it's like, well, this is part of the bloodline of the royal family. Like, this is a valid thing that people are asking the questions about, because if it's not really Harry's child or whatever, like, that becomes an issue for the royal family.
Here's the thing too, though. To grow up, now, whether it's true or not, I'm going to look into it because I didn't even know any of this. However, growing up and having someone call you and your brother the heir and the spare, that has got to have people looked into the PTSD that this young man has to have. They're calling you a spare, like a spare part, your whole life. They're questioning your paternity. Oh, look, he must be the pool guy's, the trainer's child. That's what they used to say about him. He looks exactly like Diana's brother. He looks exactly like Diana's brother. But people are so short-sighted, and this is what I talk about, doing the research. Why I love you guys. You're willing to do the research. If people just did simple research, they would see how much Harry looks like Diana's brother and all that.
Well, it looks like Diana's lover.
Well,
actually,
people would always say Diana's lover, but have you seen her brother? Her brother.
Yes, the brother does. Well,
like Harry. But for your family,
I don't think there's a doubt that it's Diana's child. It's the husband that's in doubt. I don't see a lot of Charles in him. And if you look up Diana's lover, there's a dude who looks. I'm gonna find it for you so you can look. So you can it's wild.
But here's the deal. It's easy to believe that. That's like a lot of people used to say, not to invoke them, but a lot of people would say, oh, Chloe, that's OJ's child. No. Have you seen the hairdresser? They're virtually twins. They're virtually twins, but people always take the shortcut. They take the easy road and they don't do the investigation. So whatever sounds clickbaity, they go with that. People are lazy and they don't want to do research. And that's why what we do is so important. And so, I'm a student. I'm a popcorn student.
There's I'm trying to find it because there's this picture. I'm trying to figure who his actual name is. Is it James Hewitt?
The lover, I think that is his name. It sounds familiar to me.
And it's just someone showed it to me like, damn, they look exactly. Yeah,
they do.
This shot, particularly the nose, the red hair, you're like, dude.
And then here's the other thing.
Does it let me share in this? Can I present? Oh, I can. Here, sharing my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Does it let me? Like, look at this, dude.
Let me add that up there.
Look at that guy.
I can see it. Where? Okay.
Hold on, wait. How do I?
That really does look. Good grief!
Right? I'm trying to make it bigger. Hold on, wait. Here, I'll go down. That looks insanely like him. That shot, particularly. Look at that nose.
Yeah. Okay. Take it all back. But here's the deal with that. The way Charles treated this woman, if she sought the refuge of another man, who could blame her? He used to let me tell you something. Being an old schooler,
you go get it. Do what you want to do privately. None of my damn business.
I literally watched the wedding of Charles and Diana in Trinidad as an 11-year-old girl. And I'm going to tell you why I remember it. My grandmother had a mole on the back of her neck, and we used to call it grapes because it grew kind of big. And so I would rub my neck and I had a mole right here as well. And I was like, no, I don't want the grapes. I don't want the grapes. And so I would pick the mole. It was a little flesh. It stood out a little bit and I would pick it. And then I was feeling woozy while I was watching the wedding. I was so drowsy. And my aunt came out and said, what happened? What happened here? And I was like, what? I'm just watching the wedding. I had picked the mole so much, I bled out all down the back of my nightgown. It was on the floor and everything. I didn't know that. And that is why Charles and Diana's wedding is indelibly marked in my brain. He gaslit the daylights out of that woman. He traumatized her. So she is just Harry all over again. He is his traumatized mother. And she is she was traumatized. He was traumatized. It is all a condition of something else, elevating one person over another. And that is an obedience call that we have to listen to. You knew you didn't love this woman. She just fit into the whole marrying a royal, and you couldn't marry Camilla because it wasn't allowed. And you used this woman's whole life for your pleasure. You used her belly and her womb. You used her young naivete to think that this man really loved her and she was going to live this princess life. And then you gaslit her. She was anorexic. She went through all these things. He didn't treat her right. Didn't he bring Camilla on their honeymoon?
Yeah.
He brought Camilla on their honeymoon.
So.
You know what? My pool boy might start looking good. And I'm no fool. You know what? I might have to look at him and say, look at that ginger. He's kind of cute there. I mean, she sought the arms of someone who would give her respite from her pain. Charles is the cause and the cure. He caused that. So there's some get back. Look into this angle also, Harry. The fact that they called him the spare and then he married a black woman, their wedding was on Queen Charlotte's birthday, right? You know who Queen Charlotte is?
Yeah, I think
royal. Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg. Her birthday is the day they got married. That was their proverbial to the family. Look it up.
Don't get me started on Meghan and race and all of it.
It's a viable part of the story. Harry is an disestablishmentarianism. That's what it is.
I don't believe for a second he even thought she was black.
Oh,
I'm sure found out later she didn't even consider herself black. There's a lot of stuff on it.
You see her mama.
Well, but sure, but I'm just saying at first sight, she didn't, and she didn't take herself that way. She tried to hide that. She went to she's declared herself numerous races. That's whatever basically suited her, and she became 45% Nigerian recently. But before that, if you go up, it was some other weird country she was obsessed with.
Now, here's something I will say though. Nigerians, a lot of Jamaicans are descendants of Nigeria. That's a genealogical thing. A lot of Jamaicans are descendants of Nigeria. So when you trace back their mitochondria, the mitochondrial DNA, let me show y'all how much of a nerd I am. Their mitochondrial deoxyribonucleic acid. When you trace it back, Jamaicans come from that lineage of Nigerians, and they are virtually the same. Like I call Nigerians the Jamaicans of Africa. I call Jamaicans the West Indians of Nigeria, the Caribbean. They are virtually one and the same. Look up that lineage. Her mom is Jamaican. Now, if she could tell herself that she was choosing other things, but to other Black people, we know you Black. We can see it all in you. She might not have wanted to acknowledge it, but it was so obvious. It's so obvious.
Well, I mean, but again, I don't want to get in that argument because again, I don't even try to, because as the white dude, it's not my, whatever, it's my place. But I've had numerous conversations with, other Black people, and just like, there's a lot of people on all sides of it that just don't appreciate her race war. And she's done a lot of race baiting, especially labeling the royal family racist. That has a lot of other people upset. But beyond even all that, like, she's just a manipulative person. Like, she wore Diana's perfume when she met Harry. This is from like one of the royal biographers that I interviewed with. And then acted like she didn't know the royals. She's like, oh, I don't know the royals. I don't know who the prince is.
You just call that the finesse. How many people do that in their everyday life?
Well, sure, but come on, girl. You're a phony.
Listen,
you're trying to bag a prince, and I wish she'd just admit it, because I'd like her more than all the phony shenanigans she's trying to put out there. Like, oh, no, I'm just a genuine good person.
Yeah, she might be a finesser, and she might be trying to, but and like I always say, two things can be at the same time. You're 100% right. She could be a finesse. I don't know that much about their whole love affair because I'm not into that whole royal stuff. However, I do know that Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg was a Black royal, and she received the same type of treatment that Meghan did, and that's why they got married on her birthday. There's a whole thing there. And most people who don't know that don't know. The same way Queen Charlotte was rejected, and that's why we have Charlotte, North Carolina, Mecklenburg County, because she was so rejected by the royals, she had to come to the New World. It's a whole thing there. And just like they left and came to the New World, people got to do that deep dive. I'd be glad. I would love to go and do that with you.
All right, we can come on Palace, and my audience will hate you. They hate Meghan Markle.
That's okay.
I love having the conversation. I don't hate her. I'm dropping a Meghan and Harry docuseries on Monday on our Patreon. It's basically, if they divorce, like, what would that actually mean? Like, it's not about people are going to try to spin it like, oh, you're wishing them divorce. It's the absolute opposite. I'm merely talking to all the experts, divorce lawyers, barristers, like, okay, there's like literally Harry's brought it up now in interviews, like, okay, well, let's humor it for a second. If they got divorced, what's that mean? Does it happen in London? Does it happen in California? Who gets the kids? What's the money? And so it's like a 3-part series where we really break down sort of some speculative, but also sort of, real facts about divorce, royal divorces, history of royal divorces, etc. And it's pretty, I gotta say, I'm proud of it. It came out well. That's the first one, money. But then I'm doing a second documentary with since I had all these experts. Why does everybody hate Harry and Meghan? Like, do I hate them? Am I harassing her? Am I bullying her? Like, it was a question I wanted to force myself, because I felt like, let me really look into it and see, like, challenge myself. And like, why am I reporting on it? Why do I dislike them so much? I flew out to London and talked to the people, like, man on the street, like, do you hate Harry and Meghan? And it was fascinating, some of the answers I got. And so I really wanted to and I talked to a lot of their critics because I had access to them. And so it was an interesting piece to sort of break down like the truth of like, what do people really think about them? Because they like to victimize themselves and throw a pity party. And that's, I think, part of the problem with a lot of people of why they're just enough. You guys literally are the epitome of privilege, and you complain all the time. Like, stop.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. In order for that to be a comprehensively told story, there has to be another perspective, the race perspective in it. And it has to be acknowledged and addressed.
Oh, it is.
Harry's like the outsider because he's the ginger, the one they call the spare, the one no one's studying. You're not going to be the heir apparent, so who cares about you? He was ostracized his whole life. Megan has probably also being the outsider child, well, not outsider, but biracial and wanting to maybe assimilate more to the white. And listen, really, she shouldn't have to choose. The only reason she has to choose is because America's long history with racism saying one drop made you black. And she's saying, I'm both. I want to be both. Or maybe I want to be more one, whatever. But in order for that to be comprehensively dug into, the whole landscape has to be really investigated. I would love to work with you on that. That would be dope. That would be a dope popcorn.
I mean, I have a lot of feelings on her and the way she's used race to her advantage. It frustrates me because I do believe she's done it. It's like the timing of some of her things just rub me the wrong way.
And
so
here's
it's like I've also seen like during again, I got to be careful what I'm sharing with you, but we're in the circle of no one's really paying attention. I've spoken to some of her friends, like off the record. I've spoken to some of her friends, like real ones, like not crap, messing with me. And there's genuine hurt there. And one of them in specific, who I can share the story because she did give me permission to share it, was like her bestest friend was there when Harry and Meghan met, was at the wedding. She was like a hard person to get. Like no one, she doesn't talk to anybody. She's never really talked to anybody on the record. And I was doing a video about her because I forget what the reasons. I didn't know a lot, but I was I was a dumb American learning my ways about the royals and Harry and Meghan particularly. And I was reporting on this woman. Her name is Jessica Mulroney. And she got Meghan sort of just cut her off. And the reason Meghan cut her off was during Black Lives Matter. This woman, who was a white woman, she made some comment. It's been a while, but a colleague or socialite of hers basically threw her weight around during Black Lives Matter and just tried to paint this other girl as a racist, which she wasn't. But there were definitely some people during that movement that felt very, I'm now all powerful. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want, because everyone was sort of just like trying to, adjust and legitimately, fairly realize, how do we fix things and what do we do? And I do think there were some, Black people who took advantage of that and maybe took it too far. And this woman did, in my opinion. She just canceled this girl like crazy. And what was fascinating was Meghan did nothing. Meghan stayed silent. Meghan avoided it at all costs because she didn't want to risk being thrown in the race mix and then having someone point to her as well as the Black woman and the friend of this, like best friend of this girl. Like her whole character was put into question as she was a racist, and Meghan just left her in the lurch. And that was literally out of nowhere, didn't come defend her, didn't back her up. And it was shocking. So anyway, it was interesting because I made a video about that. And as I was making a video, I literally, as I'm recording the video, I'm like, wait a second, something's wrong. I stopped recording. I went down that wormhole and I looked into her story, like figuring out, wait a second, was she racist? What did she actually do? I'll find the video. You can watch it because I lay it all out and sort of played it out fairly. I post that video. The next day, Jessica Mulroney follows me on Instagram, messages me privately, and gives me her phone number. She's like, I need to talk to you. She was bawling. And she did say I could share this part. She was bawling on the phone. She's like, thank you. I can't tell you how frustrating it was because no one saw my perspective on that. And it hurt me so much the way that I was labeled falsely and that no one really came to my benefit, because she did write some article later that didn't get much traction to try to help justify herself because she was basically labeled a racist for the whole wide world. And Meghan, her Black friend, just left her in the lurch and didn't come support her privately, publicly, anything. And anyway, I share that just because yet another example where Meghan could have probably really stepped in and actually been a good healer and person to try to talk to both people and say, what's going on here? How do we help? What's going on? My friend isn't a racist. There must have been a misunderstanding. How do we learn from this? She just went, just dipped out. And this friend was hurt. This friend, like it messed her up.
I'm really eager to watch it. And here's a perspective why. A lot of times it's incumbent upon the person who is receiving the racism to be able to identify it. There's confirmation bias where someone doesn't understand that what they're saying is inappropriate because they've said it for so long, they've said it in mixed company, and they never had any flashback or any price to pay on it. What happens is confirmation bias will let you say something, not understand that you're impacting someone else, or do something, not understand that you're impacting other people. And then when the ish hits the fan, it's like, well, no, I'm not racist. Listen, if you go down to the jail, every single person will say, I didn't do it. There has to be a conversation. It's America's original sin. There has to be a conversation where people have to hear what character, how they get that characterization and understand it from a deeper level. So if Megan just left her friend in the lurch, that's foul. But her friend has to also see from both perspectives. I cannot wait to watch it. I want to watch it.
I just texted you because I would love your perspective. Yeah. What am I missing? And then part 2, where she followed me, I sort of share what, because she did give me permission to share that. I mean, we've spoken a lot since then, to be fair, about stuff I haven't shared, which only helped reaffirm my beliefs on Megan. But that specific instance and how she felt and hurt, it was fascinating. And again, I didn't do that with any intention other than as someone myself who was canceled, right? Back in the day and labeled things I wasn't. Because I'm not a conservative person. Everyone thinks I'm super conservative and all this stuff, and I'm not. But I'm very independent. I have feelings on both sides of the spectrum, is what I mean by that. Because I try not to put my politics into what I do. But when I got canceled back in 2017 during Me Too and stuff, which I was, I've that's a whole nother. I don't want to take over. We'll talk another time. But cancel culture it doesn't really exist anymore. It really did change in a way where even I don't feel comfortable talking about it the same, because people overused it, over exaggerated it. Everyone was a victim when a lot of people needed to take accountability. It just became a mess. And even I was tapped out. I don't want to talk about it anymore. But at a point back in 2017, I was destroyed, and I had to work my butt off legally, publicly, to rebuild my name and brand. But because of that, I really looked at things differently, and I ended up getting more closer to a lot of conservatives because I was Hollywood liberal for a long period, and they all cut me off. They're like, screw you. We don't want to give you any chance to freedom, to redemption. You wronged us.
I'll tell you, there is an unspoken, well, it's spoken within the community, but there is an on a macro scale, unspoken acknowledgement that the liberals are sometimes the most racist because they are not presenting their actual face. I would much rather a conservative who says, you beep, 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 and I can say, okay, I know where you stand.
Exactly.
You too. And it's the liberal that's like, oh, bless your heart, sugar. How's your mama? And those are the ones, sharpening their Ginsu knives. But we know that. There are a lot of microaggressions. I've gotten more microaggressions from liberals than I've ever gotten from conservatives. Conservatives will just tell you
1,000%.
They will collect and gather you and send you on your now get. And you have to respect their position. The liberals are the most dangerous because they come, a wolf in sheep's clothing.
The extreme ones, to me, it's like the extreme conservative, the extreme liberal, to me, are both problematic to the extreme.
Absolutely.
It's the independent liberals and conservatives that I get along with the most because we can have conversations. We're not in a cult where we have to believe everything our party tells us. That's the problem. If you go, you're 100% right. And I would argue even the hardcore liberals, the extreme liberals, are worse in a lot of ways and for certain things than even the extreme conservatives. But 100% right. And that's part of what was interesting is as I came back, it was the conservatives who were more open to trying to converse with me to figure out, what do we do? How do you make yourself better? Where did you screw up? And a lot of that was from religion because a lot more conservatives were religious. Right.
Well,
and so
the conservatives need to look at themselves too, because some of them are fake religious.
100%.
Evangelical fake, no.
Totally factual. But it was interesting because a lot of those people were more open to let's solve this, where the liberals were like, you're done.
Yeah. Because but it reiterates what I was saying. The liberals, not all of them, but the large part of them are fake. But we know that. That's the same woman at your job who will give you a microaggression. We know that. And those are the topics that are not discussed. Like we have to really push that and breathe that out and have that discussion, because I think it's why everybody's on eggshells. Once we have greater understanding, I think 25 is going to be that year where people just have discussions. And I think
I hope so.
we have YouTube, we have the platform and the landscape for which that to blossom. So I think big things are on the horizon.
Well, I was going to say, because the thing that shifted me is as I was sort of this hardcore liberal Hollywood person trapped in that bubble for the longest of times until I got canceled.
Mm-hmm.
And then it forced me to really open my eyes and talk to other people. When I left California, it was the best thing I'd ever done. When I moved to Florida, like I went to the bar, like a bar to hang out with a nerd. We had a nerd night, which is what I went out and sort of I had to start over and met new people. It was this thing called Nerd Brew, which saved my life at the time because I was so depressed. I wasn't online. I was like so skinny at that point because I was just a wreck. And I went to this place and I got to like meet people and they didn't really know who I was. And I got to sort of start over. And it was amazing because I'd be sitting there and I'm like playing, Magic the Gathering with a mailman who's a Republican. And, California Andy would have been like, see ya. And then sitting there playing and just talking. And the guy was way more open. And it wasn't like he was some extreme Trumpist. Like I quickly was like, oh my God, I've been a complete idiot cult member who didn't realize that the majority of this country just has different thoughts and they're totally open to it. And they're not crazy. They're really good people and they're working really hard as opposed to all these idiots in LA who aren't, who are just trying to like do the quickest thing to make a quick buck and screw you over.
I call it,
and you just realize when you get out of that and you interact with people, you're like, my God, the world is amazing. And everyone really is more talks to you more than you realize. And that was honestly the game changer that helped me sort of change my whole worldview and Popcorn Planet and everything. I was like, my God, I really got to, and I think all y'all do, we got to sometimes step out of our bubbles to really look at the whole world, right? And see, it's not as scary as you think. Yes, they're scary, but if you really go out there and converse with people and put yourself out there, you'll be pleasantly surprised at how amazing, not only the world, but people can be.
Listen to my takeaways, Andy. So what I hear you saying is you got your freedom papers. Shout out to that.
Yep.
Cancel is a weight loss regimen.
Yes.
and people aren't so mean after all. And nerds for the win.
100% nerds for the win. Nerds tried to cancel me, but then a lot of nerds came to my defense later and helped. And once they learned the truth and they were there, but and a lot of them, that was the other thing. The biggest takeaway from cancels, I was just so scared to go out, like, because I was like, I wasn't a celebrity, but my story hit everywhere, and it was bad accusations were about me that were false. But it makes you like, look over your shoulder, like, do you? Yeah. Oh, because I saw it happen where people were like, oh, that's that guy that was accused of, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And that was awful. So like, you got to get over that. You got to be a strong person. And thankfully I'd done enough. And eventually I put myself back out and just kept going. Hence the shirt. That's my motto in life is keep going, get back up and keep going. But, I know slowly you realize also just people don't know who you are when you get out of LA, they don't care about you. And that was the most humbling thing I needed to learn, which was like, oh my God.
New York.
Because the LA mindset is like, oh my God, it's all this and that. And
it's a mindset. And trust me, once you escape that bubble, the rest of the world is a real place. Those are the places that are not the real place.
But now, after Johnny Depp, now it's gotten back again where I'm like, literally, I'm shopping at Target and the checkout lady's like, you're Popcorn Planet. And I'm like, do I have something weird in my groceries? Now I'm back to like looking over my shoulder again, like, oh, I gotta be careful. Like if I get angry with my kid and because my kid's being crazy, and like I'm like, my God, my wife's always reminding me, careful, there could be a fan.
Listen, I had that wake up call the other day, Andy. I was 2 times. I was in the supermarket, and a lady was like, and sneak taking pictures of me. And then I was in the store, and this lady was like, you're Natania Rubin. Oh my God. And I was just like, I'm in Dollar Tree. But when people love what you do, they love you, and they're going to see it, and they're going to see you, and they're going to respond, because all in all, people just want to be adjacent to people who make them feel good. And that's what celebrity worship came from. People wanted to be adjacent to people who were famous and acted in these movies that resonated with them and reminded them of home and reminded them of grandma or when they were little, something special. It's just another level. I just hope that we in the YouTube landscape watch the dichotomy of what happened to the Hollywood landscape and don't fall prey to the same things. I hope that we stay humble and understand that this power is a slippery slope. And in the untrained hand, it is poison. It is.
Oh my gosh! I mean, that's all. We'll have to continue these conversations because I could go a whole stream about the mistakes I made with the power in my own head. That part of my cancellation, because it's like, while there were false allegations, there were things I had to take accountability for. Like, there was stuff I did do wrong. I'm not perfect. I'm a human being who messed up and had my own issues at the time. And the rise to fame, the rise to access, it F's with you in a way that that's another thing most people aren't prepared for. And it's scary, especially in this sort of quick rise that social media can give you. It can tear you down. It can lift you up. And no one really understands what that actually means or how to navigate it. We're just a tear down culture now that just wants to, do it or save up your money or pay your taxes. Like, there's so many things like that can really destroy you. And our culture doesn't care. They don't want to help. Everybody wants to be an influencer, but they don't realize how much work it is to actually be an influencer.
There's a responsibility that comes with it. Listen, my whole thing is, I'm not trying to be an influencer. I am just trying to love God, hang out with some cool nerds that want to be down with the nerd, and talk to my friends. I could have a cup of coffee and a donut and we could sit here and chat forever. And I just like it. It doesn't feel like famous or this, that, the other. It just feels like I'm with my friends. It's like Golden Girls. Thank you for being a friend. That's what it feels like to me. For me, it's never about famous. Listen, I keep telling people, I had a love-hate relationship with, I could have been a YouTuber a long time ago. I had a love-hate relationship with social media because when I got pow-powed, there was no social media. And I was viral before there was a such thing as viral. It was hideous. I did not have a moment of peace. And I hated it. So that's what took me so long to come here. My son said to me the other day, he's like, woman, I'm so proud of what you're doing, but you could have been here a long time ago. I've been told you to get on YouTube. And I just was like, but everything in God's timing. So you're in your perfect place now. Listen, had it not been for that bad
both of us
we went through, we wouldn't even have Popcorn Planet. And I love this. I didn't know about the other stuff, but I love this, Andy. And it's dope. So you're right where you need to be. It's a fire burning. In order to make gold and all that stuff, you have to be purged. That's why I always say I went through the fire and I don't smell like smoke. I don't even smell like a little barbecue.
No, I mean, that's why I'm not at all trying to compare myself, but it's like, I think, many people have been through that fire in other ways. And I have been through my own fire, similar to you, where you got to look over your shoulder all the time. You lose it all. You think it's over and you got to rebuild it all. And it's like this motto is such an important one for everyone to live by, because life is fucking hard.
It is.
It is hard. It is not easy. It is not. And they don't teach you what to do. Being a parent is hard. Being a husband is hard. Being a friend is hard. It requires, work. You got to be good at it, and and we all try to be our best. But it's a nice reminder to see people like you that people can watch and be inspired by, to say, my God, look what she did, that she got through that and she got stronger and built what you've built. It's an inspiration, and I'm glad we all can be here to connect and share those life lessons.
Oh, thank you. That means the world to me. It truly does. To God be the glory. That's what it's all about. Shout out to my girl, Kim. It's Kim. I love Kim.
Shout out to Lady K. Sorry, I've just been steamrolling.
This is my friend Carla.
She's fine.
Oh no, don't worry about me. I've been enjoying. I'm like in the gossip.
This is my friend.
I'm like,
so amazing. You know what she just did, Andy? She just blessed she's like, throw down your cash apps. I'm going to bless some people. So, and she just sent people blessings. It's just a love fest. I love that. These are my real people from my real journey that have supported me in so many ways all this way. And I love what this is. I love what this is. Like, I truly feel blessed. God,
as you should.
Thank you.
I'm glad, after everything you've been through, that's encouraging. And I hope I imagine that the audience is as well, to see that, you know, you've made it through it, that you're living so strong and not afraid, because I imagine most people would be too afraid to do what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I know, you know, I have this hotline to the Lord, and he's already given me prophecy. He showed me myself as an old lady in a big open field of property with all these intergenerational members of my family, like a family. It looked like a family reunion. And I was very old, and the little girl was brushing my hair. So I won't have my locks later on in life, but she was brushing my long natural hair, and all of the family was around me, and I was really, really, really old. God showed me. I know I have a long one. So I'm grateful. I don't have any worries. No worries.
That's strength right there.
Mm-hmm. And I believe him. He's every single thing God has shown me, he has proven it. So I believe him. I have no doubt.
Yeah, that's hard. That's a hard thing for people to accept. I still have too much stress in my life every day.
You gotta surrender.
I gotta deliver this. It is a hard. Because I'm not as religious. My wife is
not religious, but spiritual.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like that's what I was saying. I don't. Well, it's different. But I absolutely support, of course, religion, and I have my own sort of exactly. I've said it all throughout my when I got canceled. I was like, you know, it was the universe was my God. Like I was like I can't explain it, because I've always been agnostic. Like I used to be with a hardcore atheist, and I'd get into massive fights because I'm like, how can you say there's no such thing when you have no proof? But then is that the same thing as the people who claim that they exist and they have no proof? I'm like, by your logic, you're just as bad as them. So what is this? I refuse that. I've always refused to say there's nothing. I like playing more in the middle. Like, I don't know. I'm not picking a side because I don't want to have something wrong. But in my I go to church with my wife from time to time, because she is more religious church wise. But it doesn't mean I'm not still spiritual. Exactly. And that's what I think is important, because people, that's why I try not to judge. Everybody's got it in some version where I think it really can help faith in something or a belief in something that, how else do you explain it? I don't know how else you can. Like, it's just too magical. There's too much going on. And there's definitely something. There is something. And I like that I like when we can all agree on sort of at least that spark, right, of that moment of whatever we want to call it, to remind us of how important it is to have that belief in something and know that, because I'll look in space and that'll blow my mind. That's my church. I'm just like, I stare out at the stars and I'm just like, I did it a little bit ago. We were in the desert for my father's 80th birthday. And I took my son, who's 12, out, and we on the golf cart to just sort of go out. And there was just we were out of the city. And it was just pitch black, and we got to really see the stars, which I don't get to see as much here. And that was just mind blowing to just sit there. Say which?
I said, wasn't it beautiful?
Oh my God. It's God. It's everything. You're just like, how do you explain this? The infiniteness, the endless possibilities and creation of like, what are we? And then I think some people, and I was saying to my son, like, it could be very easy to look at that and feel small.
Yeah.
But I don't. I feel the opposite. I'm like, I am so lucky and grateful that we are literally get to see and experience this and be part of this moment in time, and that we get to enjoy it and still continue is, a gift.
I agree. And especially with the orbs and all, I'm like, listen here, y'all YouTube people, y'all better lay down your YouTube beef and look up at these orbs and these drones and all of this stuff. Like, this was the day that when we were kids, theorizing about. It's here now. People are so lackadaisical about it. I am awestruck. I'm like, is this a sci-fi movie? I need a rewrite. I need to go into the other shift on. I can wake up and say, Nirvana, we're in a shift. I can tell. And she'll be like, oh, really? What do you see that's different? And I'm like, that patch of, what was it called? I don't know why it just popped out of my head, but it's a bush one of my neighbors has this bush. It was spilling out into the street. And then I'll wake up the next day and it's not there. And then 2 days later, it's there again. I said, we in shifts. And so I've come to peace with that. I don't resist it. I don't fight. I don't push back. I just be like, oh, let me see what this day holds. And I live it and I enjoy it and I take it for what it's worth. And I chew up, like Chess always says, separating the wheat from the tare. You just got to exist and experience. So
I'm trying to find you. I want to share on this day as we're before we wrap it. I'm trying to find this photo I want to share with you so you can see where I really come from. But hold on, give me a second as as you two converse, because I
absolutely. Let me tell you something. When I say I love all of this, God has us right where we're supposed to be at this very time, because it doesn't get better than this. It doesn't get better than this. And I'm just ecstatic and in awe of God's majesty and thankful to be counted in this number. I love it. I love it.
Oh, wait, do I might have it actually. I don't know if I have it here. I might have the video.
Put it up.
Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, there we go. It's even better. It's video. Ready for this exclusive?
Share your screen so I could.
Because we're talking about religion and God. I feel like if there's ever a place to share this. Look at this. Look at this, man. There I am. My first. My parents. There it is. When I did my dad's 80th, I found all these old home movies that I tried to make. But sadly, it was a quick and in and out. But there I am. Look how cute I am in that white suit.
You look adorable. Hey, Andy, you wasn't at the white party where you. Now I'm messing.
This was a white party.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I went to CCD and I was Catholic for a while, and I went through all the CCD and all of this First Communion.
I did too.
Confirmation, all of that stuff.
I went through it too. I used to go to
the teachers hated me because I would just ask so many questions.
Let me tell you something. I used to go to. Sorry, hold on one second, chat. I used to go to St. Ignatius. I did my First Communion, all of that. I was right up in there. So I know what it is. Trust me. My grandmother, I said I was going to write a book about my grandmother called Desperately Seeking God, because she loved God so much. And she went to so many different religions. And it wasn't that she didn't. I think there was something more. She always had this thirst for God. And so she was always seeking, well, is it over here? Okay, let me check over here and see if he's over here. Let me check over here. And he was all of those places simultaneously. But she did, I remember when my grandmother became a Buddhist, and I used to go with her to Madison Square Garden to Reverend Sun Young Moon, where they would build human pyramids of 300 people. And I was like, why does everybody look like they're in a trance? Is it me? Do you see that, Grandma? Look at the men. All the men look like they were in a trance. And my grandmother would be, things get so indelibly marked in my brain. I remember her, she had this little thing and she had to ding, ding, and she would be like, why do I still remember that? I was 10 then. I am 54, but it stuck. Everything sticks. Her whole thing was that she just wanted God, and she would look wherever it was. And I love that. I'm going to write that book as an homage to my grandmother. I'm going to write it.
You want to hear about my book?
Tell me.
My book is called The Bench, and I never got to make it because Meghan Markle wrote a book called The Bench.
Really?
Her book sucks.
Her book
is the worst book. So I've asked my audience, I'm like, I've always had this thing with benches. My wife and I have this special thing where we'll go when we go on trips together, because we try to I do travel more. My haters hate it, but it's like I've been lucky enough to do okay. And I'm like, I want to give my kids those sort of experiences while they're young and can do it together, because I know that it'll formulate just really lasting core memories rather than stuff and whatever else. So we do, but I also make a point to travel with her. But we have this common theme where we will just take a time on our trips to sit on a bench, her and I. And when we get to sit on those benches, like in Boston and Chicago and whatever, it's some of my favorite moments in the trip because we just slow down, we people watch, and we get so much insight into the world. And so I've always really wanted to do this sort of kids book about that, about the slowing of slow it down. And, you know, from young to old, as like right now I'm still young, but realizing just how nice that bench really is, that a lot of people walk by those benches and never actually sit on them and experience for a slow down in that moment instead of getting to the next one and going through your trips to like sit there and like with someone you care about or by yourself and embrace the world, because those benches are everywhere. And typically that's why they're there, is because they're there to make you sit and enjoy the beauty of where you're at. And so that's the theme of sort of this kids sort of family book I've always wanted to put together with her, but I stopped because Megan made her crappy bench book, which is awful.
Make your bench book. Make your bench book.
I'll make a spiteful bench book that's better than Megan's. That's my goal.
Make your bench book. I want to read it. I am looking forward to the bench. And first of all, it's a thing. You might create a movement that changes the world.
It's such a small little thing that I feel like hasn't really and I have photos from all these benches that we've been in where we take that moment, and now it's become a part of it where I'm like, and exactly, I feel like everybody needs to embrace their benches. It was our cake topper on our wedding this past summer. We got to do this nice silhouetted cutout piece of us from behind on the bench that's on the top of the cake, and it just was so beautiful. But
make it an interactive thing. God just put something on my heart. Are you guys recording any little like snippets of video footage while you're sitting on the bench talking?
I don't know if we've done videos. I've done stills.
Do your stills and your videos. Make it interactive. In your digital book, put a link for people.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah.
And
I probably have some live photos I could put together.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just rename it, Andy. My bench is better.
Hey, there you go, Carl. Come on. There you go. Listen. I love it. I can feel a thing. That's my new thing now. I'm gonna go sit on benches, and I do, but I'm gonna make it a thing.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's weird, right? Because we do it. We don't appreciate it. You don't really acknowledge it or notice it. But they're there, and they're there for a reason. And it's amazing when you schedule that into a trip, because most times we're rushing around and we only do it when we gotta tie our shoe, we're eating a snack, or we gotta call somebody. And I gotta sit. But like, I urge all of you, next time you're out and about somewhere beautiful and you see a bench, take 10, 15 minutes, put your away, just sit on that bench and appreciate where you are. Look, take a pause. It really will, I think, affect you in a way. You'll be like, it'll stick with you. And we are so chained to these things. So depressing. And we are addicted to it. The tech companies know it. I remember the good old days. My kids are. It's like, I feel like the worst parent given the amount of phone time I do or they do. I'm always trying to be better, but any chance you can get, especially when you're out in the world, to put it down and just appreciate the world is only going to do so much better for your mind, your soul, everything.
Absolutely. Listen, I remember the good old days, the 1900s, back yonder. Those were the good old days where we didn't go anywhere with phones, and we would go off and hang out with our friends and actually talk. And I literally can remember one time years ago, I was in New York and I saw I remember the days where we would carry the big boombox and all gather around and interact. And then I saw these kids on the train one day in New York, and they all had iPhones and they were texting each other, standing beside each other. And you could see who in the group was texting who, because they would bust out and laugh and then go back to their phone. I was like, what kind of insanity is this? I felt like a really old lady because it was strange. They were still gathering, but no one was talking. It was bizarre. Let's get back. Let's make 2025 the year we get back to real life.
Amen to that.
That's right.
I second that motion.
Third.
I think it is going to be a
beautiful. Put into law.
Damn. So ordered. I love you so much, Andy. This was so dope. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Yeah. My God, you've been streaming for a while. I don't want to keep you up longer.
This is a long one. Although I had one before for 5 hours, and I tell you, people were like, oh my God, it just gets so juicy at the 5th hour mark. I was like, wow, I didn't even realize I was on that long. And people were just like, it's so much fun in here. When I said, guys, we got to go, they were like, oh, I was like, wow, what is this thing I'm building here? But I love it. I love it. My team is amazing. they have my back so much. My people are amazing. I have to truly say what a gift this life has been. And I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, God. I'm just saying how sweet it is. It really is. It really is amazing. And these are the times, you know, I guess this is my bench where I get to sit and take it in. And I couldn't ask for a better thing. Even with the ups and downs, trials and tribulations, and the pain and the suffering. I wouldn't trade this. I really wouldn't. Might sound strange to some people, but I wouldn't trade it. I've grown so
Don't
much.
say that too loud. You still have some settlements you got to get.
Oh, listen, listen.
It's still tough at night, guys. It's really brutal.
This is the night. Well, this is the time for me to
We're just giving her a lot of love. She's a little delusional. Don't listen to her.
There you go. And listen, this is the perfect time for that bag. It's like right off into the sunset.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's true. All the old suffering still needs to be paid. Yes,
absolutely. Yes, old retroactive suffering. And
right.
Suffering. Yep, indeed. And don't forget to send me that thing, Andy. I asked you for. You're supposed to send it to me. You forgot.
The link? Which one?
I'll text you.
Okay, I text you the Megan lip. If there was something else I owe you, I've forgotten. So remind me in text.
Yeah. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I can't wait to watch this.
No, I for real. Tell me your feedback because I haven't watched that in a while. It's been I some of the stories older for me, but I think that's probably a good summary because I did put it out there. But the first video is what triggered her to call me, where I learned even more, and then the second video sort of I share what she sort of talked to me about.
Definitely.
But I'm curious. Yeah, I mean it's yeah, I don't know. Look, I don't hate Meghan Markle. I do think she had a tough. There was definitely some unfair treatment to her, no doubt. But I don't think she's the victim she paints herself to be. I think there are way more important, bigger things to focus on, and it's a distraction. And I think she uses people more than she wants to admit.
And that could very well be 100% true, and she could still be a victim because that's the thing about the isms. They're very subtle. People understand the nuance of the subtleties of the isms, and they'll get you. I'm talking classism, everyone. The subtleties. That's where they get you. I just had that certain je ne sais quoi where I wouldn't let anybody slide with any of the isms. Nope. I see what you're doing and I call it out because it's the only way for it to stop. And I experienced those. Me and Carla we worked together for years. Like this is one of my old friends for years. And trust me, I was the queen of calling things out. I remember our director would walk around. She loved I don't know what was on Carla. That director loved Carla so much. But she also had an affinity for me. Her what was Elena's position?
She was the HR director.
Elena was the HR director. She loved me. Now Carla said Elena didn't really care for her, but Elena loved the ground I walked on. And I'm telling you, people would walk down the hall and the HR director and the director of the whole facility would be sitting in my office hanging out with me. And I would literally be like, what do you have on? What are you wearing, Margaret? You look like you just fell out of the bed and put that on. Take that off. And people were just like, what is wrong with this girl? Why does she talk to the director? I am not afraid of authority. They really want us to treat them like equals. They don't want us to walk around and do the paper shuffle when they come around. Like, I'm doing work. I'm doing fake work. No, she would come in my office like, hey, kiddo, what you working on? I'd be like, trying to get these tickets to this show. I'm online. And I just was always very honest and transparent. And they just were like, you know, Elena would always say, I don't know what it is about you, kid. You got a lot of chutzpah. I do. And I'm not afraid of authority. I'm very comfortable no matter. The Bible says God is no respecter of person. He doesn't care if you are the president and this guy's a sweet steeple. We're all equal in his eyes. And so I treat them that way. And she loved me because she's so used to, she says, every time I come to everybody else's desk, they're running away, shuffling papers, acting like they're working. Nobody's working 24 hours a day. She would come in my office. I'd be sitting, my feet kicked back with my hands behind my head. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, nothing. But she loved it because she knew she would get authenticity from me. And I love that exchange of authenticity. I think we need more of that in the world. There was a time where, remember, Carla, people was like, she must be a spy. Who hangs out with the director that much?
Oh, yeah.
The director wants to hang out too. She wants somewhere to chill out, but people were afraid of her. Everybody was running from her. And I was like, come on in here. And we would hang out. I would be like, I don't like that outfit. Throw that shirt away, girl. You done got your money worth out of that. And people would be like, what am I watching? But I'm always sincere and honest. People value that. People
for
value
sure.
that.
That's rare these days.
It is very rare. People thought I was crazy. Like, why did you say that to the director? I'm like, she knows that shirt is old. What can I say? Now, she loved her some Carla, though.
Oh boy. I used to run from her. She would come look for me. I did whatever I wanted to. Bring dogs to the place.
Everything. I would get in trouble for being late. That was it. That's my shtick. Late. But outside of that, I'm always going to give it to you real. And I think people appreciate that. And they, you always know where you stand with me. There's no fakeness, there's no ambiguity. You're not wondering. People know where they stand with me, and I'm comfortable there. And I think we should all take a page out of that book. Life would be better.
Side note,
now that's the story we're going to tell on the bench.
I tried to send the link to you guys. I guess it won't let me send a link. I put it in the private chat. If you want to give it to the mods to try to paste, people were, I want to see the Meghan Markle video. I gave it to you in the private chat here. If you want to share it to them. Wait till obviously the stream's over before you go over there. But if you want to watch it,
oh Lord, look at me trying. Can you still see me, guys? I don't know where I disappeared to.
I see you.
Okay. Oh, I pressed something and I just went into a whole nother world.
I think that took you to the video I clicked by accident. But yeah, you can either copy and paste it or send it. If people look it up you got to look up Popcorn Palace is the channel, and you can look up Disgusting. Why? Here, I'll put the title in there. Look up this title on YouTube. You'll find it, guys. When you're done.
Popcorn Palace.
Do it that way.
I like that. You have such a good play on words.
Boom. Look up that title, copy and paste it, and you'll find the video. Because it thinks I'm spamming when I post the link.
It's not letting me get it either. Oh, I see.
But anyway, yeah. Bravo to you for being real, keeping it real. It is absolutely an incredibly important quality in life, but on YouTube. Hence why I think you're becoming so successful here. You are. People can see a phony.
Yep.
People can see a phony, and if you keep it real and honest and you push back on things that people don't really want to push back on, people will come. If you build it, they will come.
Hey, Field of Dreams.
Right.
There it is.
Right. If you build it,
yeah, we never get to. So what is your? I want to end on this for me before I get out. As the dopest nerd, what are I want 3 movies you want to tell me right now that are your favorite?
Oh, The 5 Heartbeats by far. Nights like this, I wish raindrops would fall. That is one of my favorite movies. So The 5 Heartbeats, and I don't know why I just got a brain freeze, but The 5 Heartbeats is definitely one. Enemy of the State. I absolutely love that.
Oh, with Will Smith.
Yes.
And Gene Hackman, yeah.
All of the
Tony Scott, yeah,
all of the technicalities, when they showed us Google Earth before we knew what it was, when they were sitting in the little computer room, but they could see, okay, he's in the bread store now. Now he went into the lingerie store. Just all of that stuff. We knew, well, we didn't know then, but it was projecting what was to come. I love things like that. I'm a suspense thriller kind of girl. And then,
have you ever seen the film Sneakers?
Sneakers.
Robert Redford, Sidney Poitier, River Phoenix, Dan Aykroyd. Put it on your list.
Sneakers.
I'm not going to tell you anymore.
Okay.
It's a throwback like thriller from I think 1991. I want to say 92. Oh, love it. Now, granted, some of the technology is a little dated nowadays, but still, the premise is really fun. It's a good thriller. Similar sort of technology. Probably still relevant to today. Strangely enough, fantastic cast like Redford, Poitier, all together, and they're like, I don't want to. Ben Kingsley. It's a good one. Put that on your list. Not a lot of people know about that one.
My last movie I would say is Divergent. Because
wow,
I think
not what I would have called with Shailene Woodley. The movie, yeah.
Yes, I consider myself that way. when I watched that movie, I was like, wow. Well, hello, twin me. Yeah. I could see. Tell me yours.
I don't think I took that movie seriously. Maybe I need to give it a rewatch.
Yeah.
I remember doing the honest trailer, and we definitely made fun of it.
Well, given the climate of the world today, it would probably be worthy of another look.
Okay. I will give it a shot. I liked her. I like Shailene Woodley. She was good in with Decemberist. Is that with Descendants, rather? The one she was in with Clooney? Anyway, she's good. I like her. She was good in the Nicole Kidman show, that All the Little Lies.
You know, I didn't watch that.
It was pretty good.
Certain things don't catch my attention. Certain things I'll be like, yeah, that's not for me. I want to hear your 3 movies.
Well, you might like just today or favorites of all time. It's such a hard question. Like, what? Give me parameters. What do you want me to? What's the topic?
Your favorite all time.
If we're going with all time, I think I have them right here. I'm gonna just bring them out. Here we are.
Uh-oh.
I have definitely that one. Hold on. Do I not have that one? I do. I don't know where it went. That's tough. Well, it's interesting. This is a good stack. I don't have it here. Where'd it go? Oh, I packed it in a special box. I collect my favorites on VHS tape. It's like a weird. When my dad, when I was growing up before Netflix and everything, we had a video store in my house because he would buy these movies. My old number 1 movie is Shawshank Redemption, without a doubt. So I have it on my poster. It's on my wall, and now even after everything I've been through as Annie Dufresne, I consider that. My other favorite always go to is Airplane by the Zucker brothers. It just makes me laugh. I love it. And then I'm looking like, if you're really making me pick 3, like all of these, I'm trying to pick out of this stack of like which ones my favorite are. But these are a lot of my like favorite pieces.
Those were great movies too.
Cuckoo's Nest, Fargo 7, Home Alone. It's weird how much I've come to love this movie, because as a kid, Home Alone, and watching this with each of my kids has been such a joy. Like, it's one of those movies that holds up every time I watch it. And I cry like a baby when the Shovel Man kid hugs his granddaughter.
Let me tell you something. God is in the midst right now. Let me tell you why. My mom was on earlier today. My mother had my niece and my nephew. I talked to her and she was like, how you feeling for 25 years? What you up to? And I said, Mommy, I feel so good. And we were just talking. I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm going to take Hammy to the mall if I watch Home Alone one more time with this boy. I promise you. Today, Andy, she said she has watched Home Alone one time too many. They're going to go to the mall so he can get the, just all of the energy out. And I was like, oh, that's a great day. He'll be tired by the time he gets back. We just talked about that today. That is how
it's one of those movies. The kid, I get it. I get why the kid puts it on all the time. And as I watched it again, probably for the 20th time this year, like even every little extra, like I got up to get a drink or something, and I knew, I'm like, oh, it's the girl. They're at the airport, and she's screaming at the air. I can visualize who she's talking to. I knew the next line. Just so many little things about that movie that still hold up for me, and are just so fun and well done. But yeah, the third one always changes on the day.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the Future is another one I'm obsessed with. I just think it's such a perfect movie. It's such a good script. Die Hard, I love.
Die Hard, when I think about the Die Hards, it makes me sad because while Die Hard series was going on, I felt like they were abusing their body. I was like, oh, they're so rough on their body. They're going to pay for that later in the future. And to see how Bruce ended up, I kept saying that back then. And people would say things to me like, oh, it's just a movie. Get over it. I'm like, no, they're abusing themselves. And look at how it turned out. So I'm always leery of that. But the movie itself was good, but I could see.
He made a good movie.
Yeah.
He did make a good, but yeah, he put himself through the ringer. Jackie Chan put himself through the ringer. My goodness.
What's your 3, Carla? You got 3 favorites? Carlita.
Oh, I'm talking out. Have you seen Shutter's Island?
Oh, yeah. So with Leo and Martin Scorsese, yeah.
I think that aligns with a lot of your story, Natania. It's just
Write that.
Yeah, you need to see that movie. That was a great movie. I don't know if you know too much about it, Andy, but it definitely dives into a lot of trauma and the nature of reality, and it leaves people thinking, is this real, or what is real?
That sounds.
And it's Leonardo, who's a fantastic actor. Whether he was at the white party or not, I can't deny he's a damn good actor.
I also like the Blade Runner of 2049.
Oh, she's got good. I liked it better than the first one.
Yes, I do too. I do too.
The
Even
whole
though both
question of falling in love with the computer girl was such a fascinating story.
I mean, you see it now, like with the artificial intelligence. It's crazy. It's crazy. But if you haven't seen it, Natania, it is worth watching.
What was the movie you said before, Andy? Too? You said
Sneakers from 1992 with Robert Redford and Sidney Poitier.
1992. What was the other one, Carla?
Shutter Island.
Shutter Island.
Shutter Island and Blade Runner 2049. But you three. Where's your third?
Oh, well, mine is always the classic, The Matrix of the 1999 The Matrix.
Yeah.
Listen, God is in the midst. I was just talking about The Matrix last night. Here's why.
It is so good.
Movie that I saw after getting shot. That was the first movie. Yes.
What was that like? Was it cool? Like a good experience for you, or was it still stressful?
I was PTSD traumatized like I'm not. I was like, help.
Sorry to laugh, but yeah, probably intense.
I had no idea. It was
Triggered and overly stimulated.
Oh boy, was it? But I've always watched it over and over again. It was now the impact. In fact, they used to call me the Oracle for years.
I could see that. Yep.
But I had no clue that all those gunshots would be in them. When we got out, everybody was like, "Are you okay? Are you?" My family was just like, "We didn't think this through." I was like, but I got past it. But it was my first movie. It was the first movie. I don't think I was ready to go to the movies yet. But
did you get to enjoy it again later?
Oh, I watched The Matrix a million times. I absolutely love it. In fact, Nirvana and I watched it maybe about a month ago. I love The Matrix. Fantastic. Because I don't think The Matrix is a movie. I think it's a documentary.
Until the sequels came out.
The sequels, they go off into the rafters. That's what happens with sequels. It's like some big studio exec is like the writing on the wall. Oh, ching, ching. And then it goes off into Never, Never Land.
It's weird. I could have been fine with part 2. I liked where it was headed. It was 3 that really went off the rafters for me. Like, okay, you lost
all the dancing and all that stuff.
Yeah, like the architect was interesting. I'm like, okay, the freeway chase was kind of cool. I'm like, all right, maybe. And in 3, I didn't want a movie in Zion. I'm like, no, come on, what is this?
Now let me tell you let me give you guys a bonus series to watch. Have you ever watched The Outer Limits?
My dad had all of them on videotape, so I did see back in the day the originals. Yeah, I used to watch some of them with him.
So now you got to find The Outer Limits from the 90s. If you find The Outer Limits from the 90s, every single thing that we are dealing with in mainstream society is in The Outer Limits. And for a bonus, you have to watch Under the Dome. Look on Prime, Netflix, wherever you find old bonus, where you ever find old series, watch Under the Dome. You are going to gag. I think Under the Dome came out like 2011-ish, and it was a few seasons, ran through like 2010, 2011, down to 2013 or 2012. And then The Outer Limits of the 90s. You're going to gag at the accuracy and how real, how tiny.
Oh, it's got Dean Norris. I like him from Breaking Bad.
Oh,
it's Stephen King. Okay,
yeah. Wait till you see The Outer Limits. You guys, listen, prepare to have your mind blown. And when you watch The Outer Limits, then you will know that all of this is predestined and planned and predictive programming and all of that. You're going to gag when you watch it. Unbelievable. I was like, wait a minute. I remember watching something like this in the 90s. I had to go back and rewatch it. I was like, what on earth? We just thought it was sci-fi or, otherworldly. Everything. It's gonna get you right. But this was amazing. When I say I feel so, Locke got it in the chat already. Listen, this is why I love this woman.
You know what? I think it ties in with the 12 Monkeys in 1995, where it talks about a lot of the sci-fi.
You watched that?
Man, I got some weird selection of movies.
I'm impressed. Yeah, I like him. Brad Pitt was really good in that one. He got robbed the Oscars that year. I was impressed with his role in that one.
I was young to think about the Oscar, but I just always liked movies that didn't make sense, that other people weren't. I wasn't going to see Ernest Saves Christmas,
which I just watched. Was pretty adorable. My kid loved it. You know what I mean, Vern?
Yeah.
Or Uncle Ben. I mean, I like these thought-provoking movies.
Me too. I love something that is gonna leave something on you. Now there was a movie. I think it was called. What was her name? It was the double cross of the double cross of the double cross. I think. What was her name in the 90s?
Give me an actor.
It was around this whole Sarah Michelle Gellar crew. Ryan Phillippe.
A show or a movie?
It was a movie. What is her name? Do you remember the young lady that she has MS and she's kind of paralyzed? She has dark hair. What was her? I don't know why all of their names.
Christina Applegate?
Not Christina Applegate. What is this girl? Is one of their names
Selma
like
Blair?
Selma Blair is So I think Selma Blair was in it, and what was the other girl?
Cruel Intentions.
Not Cruel Intentions. The next one. It was like Mystic.
Wild Things.
Wild Things.
With Nev Campbell.
Nev Campbell. There you go. The double cross of the double cross of the double.
Yes. Kevin Bacon showed his schlong in that movie.
Listen here. I tell you that movie. I can usually sit down and watch a movie, and I will tell you before the movie's over. Oh, this is what's going to happen. And that's the person that did it. And people.
You're like the worst to watch a movie with. You're spoiling it at the beginning.
Right.
Deal. Because my foresight is so long, I can look at it and see right through it.
Has there been a movie that surprised you?
Yes, that movie surprised me. I was like, what? Wild Things was the double cross of the double cross of the double cross.
So you didn't see it. You didn't guess at all.
You didn't guess it at all. I was like, whoa, I'm impressed.
Did you see, what about like Sixth Sense? Did you see that one coming?
Love the Sixth Sense. So no, I didn't see it. I didn't see that. Now I did somewhat. Here's why I saw it, because I was like, why aren't people answering him back? I got to a point
that was just awkward Shyamalan script. He writes a lot like that, but I didn't see it coming. That one in Usual Suspects still holds up. It's real. That is a good script.
One of my all-time favorites. Kaiser Soze. The building of a whole thing right there. And they were eating it up because they were all too willing to hear a crazy story. And as he walked down that block with that limp, and then he
so well done.
Oh my God, masterful movie making. I was highly impressed, and I didn't.
They just don't make them like they used to, do they?
Sure don't, because you know what? When movies change, when smartphones emerge, people are
streaming and smartphones have killed us. They don't care about the story anymore. I read an article. It was so depressing. Netflix is like telling the screenwriters, you have to explain what's happening in the movie every once in a while in case the viewer's not really paying attention. Like that's now a prerequisite for a Netflix movie. It's like, I knew there was something about Netflix movies that I was like, these are just bad movies. They're literally making them dumb it down because they know it's on in the background.
We have to be given things to think. We have to be, stimulated we have to be stimulated. I don't like the easy route of anything. I just don't.
Well, the other thing that's killing the movies, and I'm shocked because Hollywood let it happen. Like, I loved Wicked. I saw Wicked in the theaters. I saw it twice. I thought it was fantastic. Like, I was like from a theatrical experience, practical effects, they're singing on set. Like it actually really impressed me. I was really blown away. And I took my daughter to see it again, and I liked it actually better the second time. And she really was like impressed, and she didn't think she would like it as much. Just everyone involved felt like they're making this theatrical experience. And I'm like, and it was doing really well in the box. I'm like, woohoo. And then I just read Universal's like, it's coming to streaming on December 30th. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, you have a hit. People are going to sing along. They're rewatching it. And you had to get it on streaming within like the first month.
Do you remember when it took forever for a movie to get?
I hold up these VHS tapes because exactly like we saw movies in the theater. We had to wait years. Or maybe it would be in theaters for 6 months. You'd see it a few times in theaters. And then it would finally come to VHS. You're like, oh my God, I can watch it at home, but I'd still have to rewind and like put it in. And then eventually it'd come to cable or HBO. And then that was like, oh my God, I get to watch it again. Windowing was an important thing that everyone's forgotten about that made movies matter because movies meant something. There was patience. There was waiting for it. And
remember Blockbuster now.
Given us the instant gratification has destroyed our attention spans, everything to a degree that it's so damn sad how quickly they're just spitting them out, and they're doing it to themselves. They're ruining the experience of cinema, of programs. There's too much content. It's all dumbed down content. It is incredibly depressing.
Yeah. And that's why I try to, and I'm going to do better now too. That's why I try to speak about important things and give perspectives that are very erstwhile and not just your run-of-the-mill clickbait and delve into things because I feel like we are such a lazy society now.
Mm-hmm.
So lazy. And I really like a challenge. That's my life juice. I love a challenge. And anything that's too dumbed down and easy, it can't hold my attention span at all.
I'm going to hold you accountable, Natania. I'm going to be like Kathy Bates in Misery.
Hey, now that was a movie.
That was a hell of a movie.
It was. Yes, it was. I absolutely loved it. It was. This is a good thing. Maybe we should do a movie review. We should collectively do.
Well, I just did it. I brought back my show, Movie Fights. On this. I did a Nerd Wars last Friday, and I was like, I watched the Superman trailer because I don't know how much you remember my Screen Junkies days, but I did a whole channel with movie stuff, and I did a show called Movie Fights I hosted, which I loved, and I got they stole it from me, took me away. But I watched the Superman trailer on Friday, and I was like, my goodness, I missed Movie Fights today. I would love to go on and debate the Superman trailer because I didn't hate it, but I just felt like it wasn't as good as it should have been. Like it was such an easy thing to make, and I just felt like it was just poorly edited. Some of the clip selections were weird, showing us a battered Superman day one. I'm like, really? This is our intro? Like, this might be great in the movie, but come on, like, give me the John Williams score, show me a good, cool shot, give me a little tease, like, get me pumped. And it worked. Crypto is cute, but I just felt like it was a little bit of a letdown, and I wanted to go rant about it. So I called Lewis, my buddy Lewis, and then I messaged this other. He's a pretty big movie streamer, Sean Chandler. And I was like, would you want to come do a movie fight? I don't know. And he's like, oh my God, yeah. And the two of them were like, we'll do it. And I brought it back. I haven't done it in so long. And I did it on Friday on my movie, because I have a movie channel, Movie World Plus. And I was like, I think there were 30 people watching. I didn't care. I was like, we're just going to do it. We're going to have fun. And it was so refreshing to just not have any stress about Diddy or whatever, Prince Harry, and like I just went back to my roots and just didn't care about the views and just talked nerd with my buddies for a couple minutes for like 30 minutes, and it was a blast. And so I'm like, I'm definitely doing it. So my point is, you'll have to come Nerd War with. I call it Nerd Wars now. You'll have to Nerd War with me sometime.
I'm bringing Carla with me because she is a movie connoisseur.
We will do it.
I can't wait. I absolutely cannot wait.
I'm gonna go brush up on my movies.
There you go. Me too. I love
the other because I purposely, when I started coming back and going online, I got on a lot of the marketing lists because there's a bunch of PR firms that just do critic screenings, and that was my thing. Like, I want to review movies. I want to keep reviewing movies. Plus, I get to see them early for free. Just a nice little perk. And so that channel is really my place where I consistently, when I get a screening invite, I go. And I watch the movie, and then I have to post a review, and it keeps me on it. And I'm grateful. And my wife knows it's sort of my thing because it'll be during the week on a Tuesday or Wednesday. She supports it because I just go out, or I'll bring some of my friends sometimes if they let me bring guests. But it's just been such a nice little thing to still go to the movies every week or so, and see what's coming out. I'm glad I figured out a way, because with kids, I mean, it's hard.
Yeah.
But I figured out a way through that. Like, it's now work, and I get to post it, but I do it for fun. I don't do it for views on that channel. And it's such a release.
That's what makes life, the sweetness in life. You have to have a thing. I don't care if it's something that you do with your friends or just exclusively on your own, or maybe you share that with your wife or whatever, but you got to have a thing. Everybody has to have a thing.
Movies is my thing, and it's hard. Streaming age, I don't do it. So I love that it forces me to go to the theaters, because it's forcing me just to make it in life, because life's busy. But every time I sit there in the theater and the lights go down and I had to put my phone away, I'm like, this is what it's about. I love being able to have this experience with the rest of the audience there and experience the movie. And to now be able to do it without the worry of, I got to get views, or I got to now make movie content, or it's like, it's such a relief, because I have the other channels where I stress. But on that one, I just go enjoy movies. And my movie reviews, I think, are more and more fun, because I'm not chained to anything. It's just
no pressure.
Complete unadulterated feelings or thoughts and opinions that I don't care if the studio hates me or not. And it just it has freed me there as well. I'm like, I get to just
that's your freedom. Listen. There's nothing greater than freedom. That is me. I always
freedom.
I'm a bird.
William Wallace. Yep.
Caged. I don't want to be caged. Anything that feels too restrictive is not my thing. My sister and I were talking on the phone, and she, we worked for the government years ago and all that, and my mom and everybody. And then I went off into private industry and in entrepreneurship, because that just felt better for me. And everybody else was like, you're going to leave your good state job to open a beauty salon? Are you crazy? I was like, do you know what you sound like? Jail, 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 jail. Like, it just sounds restrictive. So my sister just went back to work for the VA, and I was like, my daughter's leaving for college. Maybe I should work with. And we just both said, forget it. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I don't like structure. My sister said, stay away. You do not like structure. I don't. I do not like structure. If you say be here at 7, you're almost damning me to fail. If you say, hey, I see you when I see you, I'm going to come in and show up and show out. But if you say be here at 7, it's the beginning of the end. We might as well part ways now, because am I lying, Carla? We had a little wreck. Okay. I used to be so late that I would call Carla, because they came up with this thing like, we're going to put this, your ID swipe, you got to swipe your badge to get into the stairwell, swipe your badge to get out of the stairwell into the. I would call Carla and be like, hey, Carla, I'm almost at the stairs. Come and open the door. Open the door. So it just looked like she was walking out with her own badge after she had already got in. And I never had to swipe my badge. So one of them said, we noticed you never swipe your badge. I was like, I always come in with everybody else. I don't got to swipe my badge when they come in.
Yep.
If I swiped my badge, I would have been gone a long time ago.
That about you a few extra months.
Listen, it sure did. I'd be like, I'm near the stairs, Carla. I don't want to be late. Just something happens in the morning when I get up. I just turn around and I'm just, I don't know. And I'll be like, oh, look at this ring. I haven't seen this in a long time. And I have to be going to work. I stop and do 7 million things. And sometimes it's not even late. It's just like 5, 15, 10 minutes. But that over time, it just looks crazy. And so like, that day I was finally, when she said, kiddo, you don't have one more lateness. Don't be late one more time. I got to the block. I looked at my watch. I was like, Carla, go back to your desk, girl. I'm going home. I was like, I'm not coming in there. I'm late. Forget it. Whatever. Bye. She was like, no, come. I said, nah, I'm going home. I went straight back home. She told me don't be late one more time. I think it was like 2 days later. I was like, okay, I told my wife. And it's not intentional. It's just who I am. I've come to learn, to thine own self be true. Some people, I always tell people they're on Chronos time. I'm on Kairos time. Kairos time is God's time, and it doesn't ascribe to any calendar or any conventional measurements of time. And so I have to just be left to my devices. When I'm left to my devices, you get the best out of me. But when you start to put your claws in, it's over. And that's
Can
just
relate
me.
to that.
Yeah. You're a late bird too, Andy?
I can relate, yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I mean,
Same here.
Yeah, you got to be yourself. We can't play this false game when that's where the pressure comes from in life. When you try to fit your square into a circle. It's gonna be pressure. Something's gonna get nicked on the edges. You're gonna have bruises and skid marks. I don't like any of that. I'm like, listen. And I built in flex time for myself. I say, listen, now I will come in and give you the best work you've ever had. All of my reports will be done. They will be tip-top shape, everything. Here's what I need. I need flex time. If you try to constrict me, it's not going to work ahead of time. I'm very honest and upfront about it because it's pointless otherwise. Now I just don't even work for anybody. I haven't worked for anybody for over 20 years. Like I literally have been an entrepreneur for so long. I would not fit into a work environment. I just wouldn't. Remember on Everybody Hates Chris, when every time Rochelle would get in trouble at work, she would turn around and say, you know, my husband got 2 jobs, right? Like, let them know, I don't need this. I do not need this. And I literally got a kick out of that because no, I don't have a husband with 2 jobs. That's my mindset. I'm like, what? Pressure? Okay, bye. It was nice. You know, I just know for myself, entrepreneurship works best.
And you're good at it.
Thank you.
If you can do it, exactly, do it. It has its own pressures too, because then being your own boss, you got no one else to blame.
But here's the deal. I do, because we have no one else to blame and we are the end result, we know what we need. And so we pony up and we do what we got to do. And then also for me, I'm just this weird thing. I do my best work under pressure. I do my best work under pressure. Most people will be frazzled. I'm in my element. I'm sliding into home plate just like on the 5 Heartbeats. Whoa! When he slides across the stage, when he's running for his life, he ain't got no money. Running across the stage, that is me in a nutshell. And I can relate with that so much. When I saw that scene, I was like, oh, this is gold. Gold. Because it's me.
I think a lot can relate to that.
Yep. It was, and it's to the now. There's some people who are extremely like my grandmother. I used to say, "How are we related?" This woman would get to work an hour and a half early every day. I'm like, "You're giving them a free hour and a half? They're not paying you for it." She said, "If you're on time, you're late." What? In your book, not in mine. I look at that as giving free hour and a half away. I couldn't imagine. She's just sitting around the job. You know, when you get to work late and there's the lady eating her breakfast and she's reading the paper. You're like, you don't have nothing to do at home? What are you doing here already? That's my grandmother. She never believed in late. She was never late. It would drive me insane.
I worked for when I did some stuff with Kevin Smith, the filmmaker. Do you know who I'm talking about? Clerks and stuff.
Yep.
He was always late, like really, really, really late. And I'm constantly late on my shows, and I'm late I try not to be. I don't like to be late, but it is what it is. But he would show up, and we'd have crew waiting, and it was kind of ridiculous at times. And he'd always show up and be like, his justification was, if you show up and deliver, nobody cares.
Yep.
That's always what he said.
I agree.
He's like, he learned it from somebody else who taught him that, who was also like a big deal. And it was kind of true because everyone was excited for him to come there, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's Kevin! He's here!" And he would be super enthusiastic, and he'd deliver, he'd get it done. And in some ways, he was right, but definitely there were others who were like, "I hate this guy. He's so disrespectful to my time. He's not here. What's going on?" And yeah, it is what it is. But you got to have that kind of mentality, and if you are late, you got to deliver because exactly.
Yeah, and you got to own it. I used to say, look, Carla can tell you, I would sashay in like, "Hey girl, how you doing? Oh, that's cute. I like that blouse." They'd be looking at me like, "Who did
you were half an hour late?"
I would sashay in, Andy, and stop and chat. How's she doing? How's she doing her test? They're like, "Is this woman crazy?"
Is it here? Because it's funny to me.
And cowering away. They know I'm late. I can't hide. So, you got to own it. You got to sashay in. And that's exactly what I would do.
Here it is. When I go to my phone, I don't know if you can see it. My phone, if you see the folder that says people, and see the folder that's Andy, which is my pictures.
Yep.
Do you see that picture? That's Kevin Smith.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know who Kevin Smith
When
is.
I go to my Andy album, it's there's a lot of me, and then for some reason, pictures of Kevin Smith from a show we did. They literally keep they keep tagging him as me, and I'm like, no, it's not me. Everyone always says we look the same, and I guess Apple thinks I'm Kevin Smith literally on my phone.
That is hilarious. Tell him
Yeah, there he
send you his text.
Yeah, it was just, come on, what the heck?
Oh, Andy,
Now that I've seen him in person, we're not that close, and he's gotten way skinnier than I am.
There's kind of a resemblance there.
Just the beard. It's the fat and the beard. I know it. The combo. That they also compare me to Zach Galifianakis all the time. I used to get that, and then I got to shoot a series with him, and I'm staying next to Zach Galifianakis, and I made sure the photographer got a picture just nonchalantly of profiles of me, and we looked nothing alike.
Really?
Nothing alike. I was like, I knew it.
That's what you call an essence. Here, you have the essence.
Yeah, and my wife even. I mean, I have it here. You guys probably can't see, but I have like the Hangover picture. I have the figure because I've been compared to him. Anyone with a beard.
Definitely, his hair is full. It's
Any
just,
white fat guy with a beard, I've been compared to him.
I got called. There was this gospel singer, Prophetess Juanita Bynum. I had a neighbor, like my first house. She would always be like, "Are you her cousin? Are you related to her? You sure you're not? You look so much like her." I was so much slimmer then. And one day I really looked at one of her album covers and I was like, "Oh, we do look alike." So we have our doppelgangers out there. We definitely do.
It's where you said we were at a restaurant tonight for dinner with my family, and the waitress looked exactly like my daughter's best friend, but like the older, like the 25-year-old version of my daughter's friend. And I wanted to tell it to her. I was like, we should show her the picture and be like, "Oh my God, it's so weird. You look like the doppelganger." And my wife and my daughter were like, "No, don't say anything. It's creepy. Don't point it out." And we had this whole debate. I'm like, "Is it creepy? Why? I'm not going to say anything creepy. I'm just going to be like, you have a young doppelganger," and we were going to show the picture to prove it.
Listen,
and they refused. They wouldn't let me, so I didn't get to do it. But is that creepy? Would you have said something?
I would have said something. It might be future her. You know, they say the time space continuum.
Yeah, it could have been a multiverse.
Future her, yeah.
He sounded like her. It was crazy. I'm like, oh my God, this really is your friend, but like older.
Yeah, we had that happen with my daughter and a doctor before. She had a friend who was very unique. I'll call her unique. She was very peculiar and unique. And this was her friend. And you know how parents will say, like, that girl and that girl, those are not your friends. They won't be around for a while. She was like, "No, mommy, those are my friends." She was a real unique one. But we went to the doctor one day, and me and Nirvana looked at the doctor and looked at each other like, this is future blank. Future her. I was looking her up and down. The way her teeth set, how she uses her hands, her texture of hair. I said, this is future her. I was like, she's going to be a doctor. So, okay. She overcame that awkward thing. But, wow. I said, this is weird. We looked at each other. I said, and she's examining you. How did that feel? She was like, it felt like she was, like her friend was examining her, just a future version of her. It was weird. I said, my God, they have to be related. But very peculiar experience. I said, this is definitely a tear in the time-space continuum.
You and I are the type that would definitely say it out loud. We got no qualms. My wife and daughter, they are the opposite. They're like, don't embarrass us.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be embarrassed by it. I'm comfortable just, I'm comfortable just saying things.
Good. I'm glad it wasn't creepy. I knew it wasn't creepy.
It wasn't.
On that note, I realize it is 1:15 in the morning here. I need to go to bed.
Oh my.
I'm on East Coast time. It's late.
Okay.
Please schedule this again. Let's do it again. I am so honored to be here. I am so proud of you. Bravo to your 25-year anniversary here. Amazing. You know, we got your back. Anything you need.
You so much.
We are here to help you spotlight the truth and get justice. So please keep it going. Continue to be unafraid.
I'm
trying to say.
And your foot on the neck. I appreciate you, Andy. You guys are doing.
We will do our best. Thank you and I appreciate when you come on and challenge me. Always invited. And please keep shining your light. I see it in that chat. You have an amazing audience here who just is feeling so sunny here. So keep that energy going. It is delightful. And Lady K, lovely to meet you.
Yes,
Please
likewise.
keep her shining brightly. And yeah, you know we got your back. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for coming on. We are honored. We are honored with your presence. I appreciate it. And like I said, I'm still a student. You guys do it effortlessly. And I want to learn all those little tricks. And I still don't even know how to make emojis for my members. Like, I have no clue. So
you have the memberships though, right? You can join?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go into your, I'm going to show you right now before I go.
Great.
Ready? Everyone, we're going to do a quick lesson. Go to your YouTube studio.
Okay.
And then you're going to go into the Earn tab.
Uh-huh.
And then click memberships.
Mm-hmm.
And then your membership offers. Do you see that?
Okay.
Levels.
Uh-huh.
Do you see it? Click the edit on the levels. Oh, wait, sorry, not levels. I'm wrong. Click on customize default perks.
Okay. The button I never clicked on.
Customize default perks, and then you're going to see badges and emojis.
Okay.
Now, I've made custom badges. Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. I made custom badges just because I wanted to know who's really new and who's been here longer. And so it's all optional whether you make those or not. But I made like my sort of planet 1, 2, 3 if they've been here for years. Go positive. Like 2 months, 6 months. So I have like a little color scheme. So I know like silver, bronze, whatever. You can choose to do that or not. But that's badges. And then you'll see emojis. And you need to, they have certain levels based on your members. If you have a certain amount of members, you'll have you'll be able to make a certain amount of emojis. And then you can go in and upload you call it something. It has to be one word.
Mm-hmm.
Load it, but you have to. It's gonna keep in mind, make it small. They tell you sort of the format to make. You need to do it in some sort of Photoshop or something that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
But then you make your little small icon and you post it in there, and then hit save, publish. Make sure the chat refreshes, and then they'll be able to, the members will be able to use their emojis.
Thank you, Andy. I was just like, what don't I know? I can't get it. Look how easily you did that. See?
Yep. And then just make sure you go to optional features. Make sure you double check that all that's still on there. But I think it is. But there you go. It is because it's not as cleanly organized as some of the other stuff. But there you have go through the Earn tab, go to memberships, play around in there, and now you know how to add. I expect some nice Natania logos.
Oh my goodness, they're gonna love it.
I don't know what else you're gonna want to put there. We had a whole debate of whether we were allowed to have a baby oil emoji. We currently do. It is a Costco baby oil. I figured, okay, that's funny. It's Costco baby oil. Hard to read, but it's the Costco logo's on it. And then we have the Savage Diddy. I can send you those if you want. And we have I did a Diddy in an orange jumpsuit.
Oh, definitely share that.
I did those. You're welcome to if you want me to send your way out, you can use those as too. But depending on your amount of members, that's how many emojis it unlocks. But then you can hopefully inspire others. In fact, right now, what a way to gift Natania by hitting that join button right now, chat. If you haven't already, hit the join, pick a tier. It's her birthday. Make it right. Join the membership. Get those badges and loyalty things now. So in the years to come, as she's building this channel to do amazing things, you'll be like, I was there. Andy told me to, and I did it, and I'm grateful I did.
And look how smoothly Andy just segued into that. My goodness, I'm gonna get like you when I grow up. It means you.
The biggest, I will say, I'll leave you with this tip. The biggest key to success was the day I stopped feeling shame in asking my viewers for support.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually took a couple other friends and YouTubers that really hammered that into me because they were right. They're like, dude, this is a job.
Mm-hmm.
Like your equipment costs money. Your time costs money. Streaming for 5-6 hours is work. They're sitting there watching you.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to pay you. It's not required, but it's not bad to remind them to leave a tip in the jar. Yeah. And it took me a while because so many people, during Johnny, especially the Johnny coverage, they're monetizing their news coverage. And I'm like, I'm sorry, do you work for free? all these media outlets, like, and it was the irony of all of them trying to attack us. And I realized they're just jealous because their outlets are dying. They're not getting paid. They don't own it. And they're just mad that we're making money off of our audience because they choose to support us. And so that was the turn where I was able to, it wasn't even just about getting the money. It was just a confidence and the stopping of, I felt ashamed and like asking for help or support. And once I got over that and I really reiterated, like, and I mean it, like, don't just support me, support any YouTuber you watch. Like, to me, that's my motto of like, okay, you don't want to support me, fine. But if you're sitting and watching Natania for 5 hours at a time every week, I'm sorry, you should throw a couple bucks in her jar because it takes time and money and effort. And we shouldn't be ashamed to ask you for that. $2 is less than a cup of coffee in this day and age. I know we're all struggling, but you know, if enough of you throw $2 in a jar, she can keep doing it and she can keep entertaining you. And that's how it needs to work.
Right, Andy? I could get a coffee and a donut. Hey,
that's my point. But it's like, you know, Netflix and everything's getting more and more expensive. We are here for free, creating content as best we can. We have paid options and stuff that helps us when you can do it. But I always remind people, if you go to a comedy club, there's usually a 2-drink minimum. Anything else you go, you're required to leave a tip or something. We are no different. We are here. YouTube does not always take care of us. So if you want it, if you like it, and if you're watching and you realize it's been how long has this stream been? 7 hours?
7 hours.
Folks, on her anniversary, no less. I want to see a super chat train. Choo choo.
Let me tell you something. When I tell you they sent so much love in here today, Andy.
Okay, good. They did take care of you. Good.
Oh boy. And so many gifted memberships. I was in awe. I was like, wow.
Good. Keep it coming. As she wraps up, now's the perfect time. But now, as members, hit the join. Coming soon, emojis and so much more in her perks. Right. That's how you do it. And it's always better when you bring in someone else to do the pimping for you. Lewis is my ultimate hype man. Lewis, I don't even have to ask. Every time Lewis comes on, he's got a whole he's so good at being the wingman. And he just comes in immediately to remind everybody, don't forget to tip. And it is such a good quality. And every time I go on it, I should have done it earlier. But yes, every time I try to go, I try to help everybody else. Because when you're a guest on someone's show, your job is to remind the audience for the host to leave a tip in the jar.
And that's, you know what that's like also? It's like in the insurance business, we have this thing, you want to edify especially when you're a new insurance agent, you bring in somebody and say, hey, you know, this is my such and such, I'm training with him. We edify that person. So I totally get it. It's a thing, and it definitely has its place. So I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, and then as soon as you normalize it, some people get annoyed, and then it's like, okay, well then don't stay here. Sorry, we're not running a charity. It's what it is. You don't have to do it. We're not forcing you, but my God, if you can't stomach a few minutes of us trying to rally support to keep the lights on, then you're probably not someone I want in my community anyway. You quickly realize you want to push the riffraff out. Any negative energy like that's not really helpful. And for the longest time, I tried to please everybody. And that's the other tip. I know you don't need to hear this, but to anybody else listening, like that is cancerous to your community. Trying to please everybody actually does the opposite effect, because then people leave because they're so put off by the negative energy. You need to actually create a community of like-minded, positive sort of support, so that way they all can feel safe and comfortable. And that's way more important. And anybody who comes in to sort of, well, I can't say it's like, well, I don't care. Who are you? These people have been here and paid for me for years. Of course I'm going to listen to them instead of some random person who's never going to donate and is just going to constantly criticize me. Bye. See ya. You know,
just had a funny image pop into my head. A tin cup. I saw myself pulling a sweater over and shaking a tin cup with a coin in it. I'm going to get a tin cup.
There it is.
When I start shaking my tin cup, y'all know what time it is.
That's the sound effect. I know that's the well. Also, I don't know if you have one of these yet, but you want to get one of these.
Is that the Elgato thing?
The Stream Deck.
Okay, I got to get that. Yeah,
I just unplugged my Elgato Alto. Anyway, but for sound effects, because I use OBS, but other things, it's just nice. I like it in OBS because I can push my intros and stuff, scenes, but also like I always like I can have all those ready to go at the drop, like a radio drops, and it has little images. I do really enjoy my Stream Deck. It's a good tool. And definitely go for more buttons than less buttons.
Okay.
You might be like, I don't need that many. I'm always out of buttons.
Okay. I'm definitely going to do that because I definitely saw that when I first got monetized. And I have this gift of speaking.
Or set an Amazon wish list for yourself that's in your link tree.
That's what Locked said.
So folks can help. So yeah, I'm sure. And today, I'm sure people would have stepped up and geared you up with some new stuff.
You know what?
Set up a link tree and set up. I like link tree because it's all can be one place.
Yeah.
And then you set up an Amazon wish list that you know doesn't have your address. It'll ship it to you privately. And yeah, that's a good way to get some. You know, honestly, most of this studio was paid for by my supporters. And there was a point where it's like, I didn't really need them to at that point. I could have funded it, but the more I thought about it, like they wanted to be part of it. Like I want to see I want to know that I helped you build that shelf. Like I want to buy that light. And I was like, who am I to tell them no? Like they want to help me. Great. If you want to, and they were grateful because parts of my set were donated by them. And that's such a cool honor to have anyway. So,
and there's a biblical lesson about that too. If God has called someone to bless you and you reject it, you are stopping them from getting their blessings and you're stopping yourself. So if someone is trying to bless you, you have to be, who are you to reject a blessing that God has sent your way? There's a whole thing on it. So I received that 100%.
Yeah. So again, there's a stigma against it. And there was for a while, and a lot of those journalists, I just realized they were so jealous.
Yeah.
They were so jealous. They this one Cat 10 barge during the Depp trial specifically was so pro Amber and then so desperately trying to destroy us. She was doxing us, and she saved a hit piece that she wrote on me for like a year, trying to dig up more and more dirt. And then she finally did drop it, and it just was a total fart in the wind that no one took seriously. Or she went and talked to her two resources were literally the two biggest trolls. One of them like made pedophile jokes and was like said the N-word. Like this was a source to speak to my character. She didn't care who it was. She just wanted the most negative stuff she could get said about me. And you quickly realize like, oh my God, yeah, no, this. And she was obsessed with the money. And the media did it for a while. Like these YouTubers made a fortune bullying Amber Heard. And it was like, oh my God, really? That's the narrative you're going to take away from this whole trial? Give me a break.
And here's the deal. She ended up on the wrong side of history. And here's another weird dichotomy. I have some of those already, but you know what? I look some, and they're not like in mainstream media, they're YouTube. But I had one that he's obsessed with me. He called me a Haitian voodoo priestess with a fake Jamaican accent, and I'm fake spiritual. He is obsessed. And I said, it's the light. He's attracted to the light. He likes these sequins, how they all go. They call this liquid sequence. He's attracted to the light. I say, come on in. Won't you come? Come on in. He's attracted to the light. He's gonna come and get something out of it of value, and he's gonna change his ways. I'm not even gonna give up on him. At first, I was like, I don't want anything to do with him. But I said, you know what? This grace and mercy is for everybody. So who am I? Who am I to stop?
I felt that way towards my haters. And then they kept bringing my kids to it. And then I was like, F these. I don't got time anymore. But I got a plan in action. At some point, I'm going to be able to take some actions. But you got to be careful. Yeah, because they can cross a line. And then at that point, it's not about the light. It's about these people are mentally deranged. Yeah. And you realize your haters watch you the most.
Yes, they do.
It's the biggest thing you quickly learn in success.
Absolutely. So,
all right, I gotta go to bed. Amazing.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate.
Oh, hail Natania! Congratulations. Honored to be here. Keep watching. Throw a tip in the jar before you go if you haven't already. Show this woman some love. She deserves it.
Thank you guys.
She was the original one against Diddy. Let's show her that we appreciate her. And Lady K, lovely to meet you. Everybody in the chat, lovely to meet you guys. Stay tuned. Keep watching. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Andy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Oh, Charlotte is. Hold on, Charlotte. Come on up, girl. Look at this. A super chat. Thank you, Miss Sai, for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Charlotte.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Everybody shout out to Charlotte, our dope mod. Expressions of Miss Honesty.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say we love you so much, Natania. I'm glad you had a beautiful show. And it was so wonderful for you to share your beautiful friends with us and your family. Hello, Carla. So lovely to
Hello.
hear you. See you.
Well, thank you. You too, Charlotte.
I appreciate it, Charlotte. Charlotte is a sweetie pie, and she is brilliant. She is a consummate writer. She is just so, I love her. She is a quintessential nerd, and I absolutely love her.
Thank you so much. And that was just so lovely with Andy. And we should have a nerd war ourselves. That would be so exciting.
No, I'm serious. I love it. I love it. And we can do books sometimes. We can do movies sometimes. We just got, I think, a little of everything. I absolutely love it.
Oh, so brilliant. And we're hoping to have some channels up soon as well, so that we can also support the Dopest Nerd from our own channels and things like that.
Absolutely.
Maybe for the things that you can't talk too much on, that you bring up, but you've got so many other things, and we can go into more depth about some of the awesome things that you bring up, like the prepping and the health things, and just all the information that a lot of people don't have access to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, there is space on YouTube for us all. Absolutely. And we can expound on some things. Absolutely. I can't wait. I can't wait. I was talking about that. I think that's a wonderful idea, and I'm excited.
Well, I just want to thank you. You really are an amazing miracle.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte.
You're welcome. And you're just so beautiful. And it's so wonderful that you're God-centric as well. And I just love this family, and I love our nerd herd, and everybody's just been so beautiful in the chat today. So thank you so much, chat.
Yes.
It's just, we've got so many beautiful people there, and everyone's just loving on each other, and they just totally love you, Natania. So
Thank you, Charlotte. I love you too. You are always so supportive. I could be having a whole hum day, and I will just hit a little chime, and it's you. Like, I just want to let you know I appreciate you. I love it. And it's always so right on time. And I appreciate you for that. I don't know if you know that. I told you, I said, I want you to know you mean the world to me. You do. You absolutely do. And
that means
couldn't do this without you.
Thank you so much. But do you mind if I go now, just because my hubby's just got home and it's kind of dinner time here? It's 7:30 p.m. Saturday.
What time is it there?
7:30 p.m. Saturday.
All right. I'm sorry, Charlotte. Absolutely. No, you're welcome you're free to go. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tell your hubby we said sorry.
He doesn't mind. He loves me being here, and he's really grateful for you, for all of you, and especially our beautiful dopest mod of all.
That's right.
I can't get my life without that beautiful woman. I'm telling you now, she is just, I don't know what she's done, but she's magical. And Lakeisha, our wonderful prayer warrior. Oh my gosh, we're so blessed.
We are. I have to say that we are. There's no way I could have done all of this without you guys. We have the perfect team. It's a perfect combination, and I can't get enough of it.
Well, thank you so much.
Give your husband love for us from the nerd herd, and you enjoy and get some rest.
Thank you. Can I ask one funny question though?
Sure.
How do you keep going without having to dash off to the toilet? Because I'm telling you, I've dashed off at least 4 times now.
Weirdo. I'm a weirdo. Haven't you guys figured that out by now? I don't know.
You're amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I gotta eat too. I eat everything, so there's probably nothing to relieve itself because I need to eat. But I'm gonna go off. I smell Nirvana cooked something. She's long gone to bed, although I can hear her moving around back there. But I appreciate you all. Thank you all for coming here, celebrating my 25th anniversary with me. There are a million places you could have been, but you decided to be with us, and you thought it not robbery to be with us. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Lady K. Thank you, everybody. Locked. Lakeisha, listen, there is not enough gratitude in this world. Thank you all, Nerd Herd. I love you guys so, so much. You have no idea what this means to me. You have no idea what this means to me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to spend it with me, and I will be eternally grateful. Eternally. When I'm sitting somewhere in a nursing home or, in my kids' side house and I'm an old lady, I'm going to relish this and I'm going to think about these memories forever because I love you guys. I wouldn't trade any of this for all the, as they used to say, all the tea in China, all the gold in Fort Knox, all the anything. I wouldn't trade it. That's how much you guys mean to me. And I'm eternally grateful and I thank you. You want to say anything to me, Carla?
You're welcome. I mean, you said it all. You summed it up all. Like this, even being here to be, able to celebrate. Like I said, I've witnessed so many things in real time. Not what I've heard, but what I've seen. So this is a victory beyond a victory. I mean, it goes back to when Hezekiah prayed and said, Lord, your honor is at stake. And he slewed 100,000 people that came against him. So your 100,000, you seeing them go down one by one. So keep standing.
I will. And it reminds me of a beautiful, I want to share this with you guys. Chessa sent this to me and she told me there is something that God wants you to hear before you go on your live. And I want to tell you, I want to share it with you guys so you guys can go get some of it too. It is magnificent. Prophetess Juanita Bynum. And I want to give you guys the full title so you can, when I tell you it was exhilarating, and I had to listen to it in 2 parts, but I tell you, it filled me. It is Shake Us Again by Juanita Bynum. Please go on YouTube, wherever you find your music, and look that up. It's going to bless your soul. It's going to bless your spirit. And I appreciate you guys. And my tank is empty, guys. I've poured it all out, and I appreciate you guys. I am so literally, I'm so in awe of the majesty and the brilliance and the kindness and the love. And I'm pleased. All is well with my soul. That's the best way I can put it. I love you guys. Be sure to like on your way out. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Share it with a friend. This is monumental. People will be talking about this. I mean, it's one thing to call me a Haitian voodoo priestess, because baby, sac passe, naboule. But honey, that's 7 hours. They're going to be like, what she was doing up there for 7 hours? Getting this love and sharing energy with people. Elevating the vibrational frequency of YouTube. That's what I'm doing.
And they're going to watch all 7 hours of it.
Oh, I know they will. Tomorrow they will come up with a new title for me. Not only is she a voodoo priestess, she's an elephant type priestess. Like
she's an alien.
Who does she think she's an alien? Who does she think she is? That black hat, those liquid secrets. Yeah, I'll see this good secrets. I'll see this good secrets. I love you guys.
Man. We love you too.
Thank you so much, guys. Sleep well, and until we meet again, you know what I always say. Nighty night, everybody. Until we meet again. Happy anniversary to us all.